Chapter 401 Anthurium. With the sound of drum music, Luan Yiwei walked forward slowly. Bei Chinese equals. The city of Qian was not big at first, and F's palace and Xiaoming's palace were not very far apart. Along the straight street, Fu and his party gradually arrived at Qi's palace. At this time, most of the guests who came to congratulate the wine in the palace arrived, and the drum music outside made Xiaoming realize that Fu was coming soon. Officials of the ritual department immediately became busy. From the wedding banquet to the wedding ceremony, the ritual department was making arrangements on the way, which saved Xiaoming a lot. The sedan chair arrived soon. The sedan chair fell, and followed Luan Yiwei's guard of honor to stop and evacuate, because basically nothing happened to them. Under the guidance of the officials of the Ministry of Etiquette, the accompanying female officer lifted the bead curtain, helped Fu from the sedan chair, and slowly introduced it into the prepared wedding room. Asta and Luluo were already waiting outside their wedding room. At this time, they followed in and waited. When Fu came, both of them were smiling. They knew their identities very well. They were just maids and were not qualified to be with the princess. Be jealous. Therefore, Xiaoming married Fu, a good and virtuous lady, and they were also happy. Otherwise, they will have a good life, and they may not have a good life in the future. The princess has arrived, and the banquet begins. Fu had just entered the wedding room, and the official of the Ministry of Rites shouted immediately. According to the rules of the palace, the prince got married and needed to place 60 seats, with an order. The palace ladies in the palace immediately brought a variety of delicious dishes to the table. These palace ladies came from the palace, and the meals were also prepared by the chefs in the imperial dining room. After a long time of tossing, Fu entered the house, and Xiaoming's heart also fell. Although he wanted to enter the wedding room and exchange feelings with Fu now, he still couldn't hold down these guests. So I can only go from one table to another, and continued to respect each other with tea instead of wine. What surprised Xiaoming was that in addition to many princes, several of his brothers also came. Whether it was the second prince or the third prince, all the princes would arrive in the capital. He thought that perhaps it was the signing of the nomination certificate that put pressure on the princes and put off their fight. The banquet has been eaten for 2 hours before all the guests gradually leave. The noisy palace gradually calmed down, and Xiaoming was relieved again. But even though the marriage was cumbersome, he was still happy. After all, he was only single in his previous life. Now that I finally have a family, it can be regarded as making up for the shortcomings of the previous life, although this shortcoming is realized in a completely strange world. And the most important thing is that there is a difference between a person who has no worries about eating and drinking and two people's life. The moment Fu enters the door, he suddenly has a sense of responsibility. This sense of responsibility is a sense of responsibility to a family. His Royal Highness. The remaining etiquette will be prepared by the 2 remaining mothers, and I will leave when I wait. 3 officials from the Ministry of Etiquette bowed to Xiaoming. Xiaoming nodded and saw that the 3 officials were a little excited, and said knowingly, "The 3 have suffered a lot. This is some good money. I hope the 3 will not dislike it." Marriage is often the favorite of officials of the Ministry of Rites, because the Ministry of Rites is a King Shui Yamen, and only then can we get some wedding money. One of the officials received the banknote from Xiaoming, and smiled immediately when he saw the 1,000 taels. "Thank you, Your Royal Highness. If you have any needs in the future, just rely on Your Royal Highness's instructions." Xiaoming smiled and nodded, asking the servant to send the 3 out. "His Royal Highness, it's getting late, and it's time to see the princess." As soon as the 3 officials left, the 2 grandmothers in the palace suddenly said gently, "The rules of the wedding night in this bridal chamber are naturally inappropriate for men, so they can only be replaced by the grandmother in the palace." Hearing this, Xiaoming laughed, and he looked at the wedding room, which was the princess he was marrying. Under the guidance of the 2 mothers, he went to the wedding room. At this time, the red candles in the wedding room were bright, and Fu was sitting on the edge of the bed in a dress. She sits upright, her hands on her knees. The red hijab and the golden crown on her head give her a jewel-like feeling. His Royal Highness, it's time to lift the hijab. A mother smiled and handed a jade ruai to Xiaoming, and signaled Xiaoming to use the jade ruai to pick up the hijab. After taking over ruai, Xiaoming was a little expectant and a little nervous. What he was looking forward to was what Hua looked like. What was nervous was that neither of them knew each other. This was really embarrassing. His Royal Highness, come on. The mothers laughed at this moment, covering their mouths. Xiaoming didn't speak, but just looked at Hua. Hua's body was a little stiff, and her hand on her knees was not consciously clenched, and he was obviously very nervous. Evil old society. Xiaoming was painful and happy, and cruelly picked up Ruai and gently picked up his hijab. The red hijab slowly slipped from Hua's head, first with cloud-like blue silk, followed by delicate willow eyebrows, big and smart eyes, slender bridge of nose, and rosy lips. The face of the country spread out like an ink painting. Looking back and smiling Bai Meishing. The sixth palace has no color. This is Xiaoming's evaluation of Hua now. In the Palace of Exchanges, Xiaoming has seen too many beauties, and also seen too many celebrities in modern times, and few eras enough to compare with the top of them. And the most important thing is that Fu Ear has a natural tenderness. The princess is indeed a rare beauty, and her Royal Highness is really a blessing. The two mamas congratulated Xiaoming. At this time, Xiaoming and Fu had their eyes facing each other, looking at each other, as if they wanted to see each other in their hearts. The two mothers looked at each other and laughed. His Royal Highness, Princess, there is some etiquette below. Otherwise it will be unlucky. We will leave after these are done, so as not to delay the good deeds of your highness and princess. These mothers are old fried dough sticks in the palace, and they can say anything. Such explicit remarks made Fu and Xiaoming's faces flushed, as if they were just as embarrassed as the matchmaker persuaded the matchmaker to ask for the first meeting of the blind date. Coughed Xiaoming said, so, please take care of the two mothers. Then the two mothers started the following process, such as tying a dress, eating dates, and handing over a glass of wine. It was another half an hour before these tedious etiquettes ended. In the end, Xiaoming asked Luluo to reward the two mothers with money, and these things came to an end. The two mothers went out. Luluo, Asta and F's maid Xiaohan all walked out, leaving only Xiaoming and F sitting on the edge of the bed. The atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward. Fu lowered his head, and Xiaoming looked up at the sky. After a while, Xiaoming coughed slightly to break the dead silence. After all, the women of Dayu are very conservative, so he still needs to take the initiative. Wang Hao, it's too early, it's time to rest. Xiaoming didn't know how he brazenly said this sentence, and he was extremely embarrassed. To be continued. Chapter 402. Married couple. Outside bar wedding room, Luluo and Asta grinned with their heads on the window. Bei Middle School. When? Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Xiaohan looked at the two men's wretched appearance and said dissatisfied, "Hey, how can you listen to the root of the wall like this?" Asta curled his lips and said, "We are not called the root of the wall." At this time, the princess confessed to record. How can we not listen? Before Xiaoming's wedding, concubines and specially sent Asta and Luluo into the palace once, and ordered them to record these things in the future to calculate the time when the princess was pregnant. After all, in the palace, the inner jailer recorded the time of the concubine and the emperor. Really? Xiaohan looked inside the room timidly, only to see the candlelight swaying, and two figures were faintly revealed. She was curious, and she also put her ears on it. Seeing it, Zixuan patted Xiaohan on the shoulder and said, "We can listen, but you can't listen. This is disrespectful. If you are seen by the mother, you will be accused in front of the princess." Xiaohan's face paled with fright, and she couldn't help but let out an "ah." "But don't worry, we do have the will of the princess. For the sake of sisters, it is considered that you are helping us." Zixan played a trick deliberately. This maid's eavesdropping is indeed to be punished. She is so loyal that she wants to have a good relationship with Xiaohan, and everyone needs to live in a courtyard in the future. Thank you. My name is Xiaohan, how about you? Xiaohan said happily. She used to serve Fu alone in F's mansion, and she didn't usually have any friends. Now that Asta and Luluo show up, she is so loyal, and she feels good. My name is Asta, and her name is Luluo. Asta smiled. Just as the three of them were greeting each other, the candlelight in the room suddenly went out, and the three of them were shocked, and all them suddenly leaned on the window. Not long after, some red heartbeat sounds came out. Asta and Luluo smiled secretly, while Xiaohan looked blank and asked, "What is this sound?" "You'll know about this later." Asta and Luluo looked at each other and smirked. The next morning, Xiaoming was the first to walk out of the wedding room. He raised his eyes and saw three maids squatting in front of the door wrapped in quilts, all asleep. Seeing such a scene of the three of them, Xiaoming suddenly felt a little depressed. The three of them listened to the wall all night. The movement of Xiaoming's going out caused the three of them to wake up. Zixuan and Luluo stood up grinningly and said to Xiaoming, "Your Highness." Xiaohan also called Xiaoming timidly, "Your Highness." "The princess is already awake, please go and wait for a while, and the princess and princess will enter the palace later." Xiaoming said, "The last item of this wedding is to return to the palace and bow down to the emperor and queen. After it is over, the wedding is also over." The three of Asta nodded and entered the wedding room together. At this time, Fu had also gotten up. She was wearing a slight clothes and was looking at what she didn't know what she was thinking in the mirror. Her mouth was smiling from time to time, and she occasionally showed a trace of sadness. As soon as Asta and Luluo came in, they went to the bed and saw some redness on the white silk cloth on the bed. They couldn't help but smile at each other. Fu noticed the movements of the two, and her complexion was reddened. Before she got married, the grandmother from the palace had come to F's family to give her face to her, and she was afraid that the woman would not know the so-called struggle and hurt the prince. So she is not ignorant, but this kind of thing is still very shameful. Xiaohan also saw the things in the hands of Asta and Luluo, with a smile on his face, and said softly, "Is the princess going to give birth to a young son?" "Go, what nonsense, conceived in October. Why did you give birth to a young son at once?" Fu rolled her eyes. Xiaoming is not ugly, and her moral character is superior to her. The hard work last night made her gradually accept her current identity. After all, who is the daughter of the family who can control her own destiny? To be worthy of a good husband is already open to heaven. After clearing the bed, Xiaohan brought hot water for Fu to wash, and at the same time brought the gown for entering the palace today. When they were busy to Chen, the two of them were ready, and took the sedan chair to the palace. Sitting in the sedan chair, Xiaoming looked at Fu. In the bright light, Fu looked even more outstanding. Such a princess would be satisfied. After all, there are not many who have the best of both worlds in political marriage. "What is your royal highness looking at?" Fu couldn't hide from Xiaoming's gaze, so she couldn't help asking. "My king is looking at you. I can get such a beautiful woman. So what can I expect from my husband?" The close contact last night narrowed the distance between the two, and Xiaoming could say it casually. Fu smiled at the corner of her mouth. "It is said that His Royal Highness is a great hero of martial arts, but I did not expect it to be a glib tongue. The princess's words are very bad. This is the king's heartfelt words." Xiaoming used a three-pointed tongue to tease Fu. "Life in Dayu is boring. Two people can relieve boredom, especially when accompanied by beauties. Men will always have endless topics." Fu was happy in her heart and was praised by her husband, which naturally made her very happy. Moreover, Xiaoming didn't have the air of a normal prince. She now gets along easily with Xiaoming, and there is no need to worry about making him thunder just because of a word. After all, her sister often cried and complained that the prince would scold her for quarreling, and it was precisely because of this that she worried. Chuckling for a while, Fu's expression gradually relaxed, and asked about King Zu's affairs. After learning that King Zu's affairs were true in the newspaper, Fu showed a look of yearning. The two chatted all the way. Time seemed to pass quickly, and soon they arrived at the palace. At this time, Xiaoming and Fu Yi got off the sedan chair and went to Bishui Pavilion to meet Xiao Wenxian, Empress Zhao and concubine Zhen. King Qi is really blessed. Wu looks better than her sister, King Qi. Since then, you and the prince have been kissing each other, and the brothers should take care of each other. Queen Zhao's eyes flashed shrewdly. Light. It's Niang Niang. Xiaoming bowed in response. At this time, Xiao Wenxian said, Mia, for your wedding this time, I and the queen have also prepared a great gift for you. After finishing speaking, Xiao Wenxian gestured to Feng Deshui, and Feng Deshui smiled and presented the gift form to Xiaoming. Opening the gift list and glanced at it, Xiaoming smiled and said, Thank you father, Empress. Xiao Wenxian nodded, and said at this moment, I and the queen will not stay much, and accompany your mother and concubine before leaving. While talking, Xiao Wenxian and Empress Zhao walked out. After finishing the wedding process, Xiaoming and Fu breathed a sigh of relief, and sent them away. Zhen grabbed Fu and said, What a pretty girl, Mia. You want to treat her well and add a young son as soon as possible. Concubine Zhen looked at Fu lovingly, making Fu quite embarrassed. To be continued. Chapter 403. The answer in the Bishui Pavilion. Concubine Zhen took Fu to chat about the daily routines, and asked about the warmth from time to time. 8. 1 Chinese opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Xiaoming sat on the chair and looked at the two of them, thinking about the time to return to King Zhu. Now that he is married, he has no need to stay in Chang'an. Moreover, the last assassination also left a psychological shadow on him, and Chang'an was not safe for him. Just as every vassal prince would try his best to avoid leaving his fief, Xiaoming is also in this mind now, because once he comes to someone else's territory, he can no longer control his own safety. What's more, now he still has the Princess Fu Yi. He doesn't want to make any mistakes in Chang'an. While the two were talking and laughing, Xiaoming interrupted at this moment, Mother, I am going to return to King Zhi in 5 days, and I will not stay in Chang'an. After all, this is not a place to live. Concubine Zhen nodded when she heard the words. She didn't keep her. The assassination also made her worried. Well, it's okay to go back soon. The water in Chang'an is too muddy, and one day will be threatened, and your the fief must also be taken care of, otherwise you will be afraid of changes over time, so you can go back when you prepare. Fu also knew about the assassination of Xiaoming, but had no objection, but asked, has this murderer been found yet? According to the meaning of the father, either the second prince or the Shanxi merchants who colluded with the barbarians, and the two parties are indeed the most likely. Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Second prince. Concubine Zhen was taken aback. Xiaoming nodded, yes, and the emperor father tried to test his son for this matter. Then Xiaoming said the matter again. If it is the second prince, your father seems to be preparing to reduce the major and minor matters again. He is the king of a country. Now you are fine. He is naturally unwilling to move the second prince so as not to offend King Liang, but this there is no shortage of admonitions, Zenf said. HMPH, I guess the father meant the same thing, but if it were the second prince, the prince would not compromise in this way, otherwise how could the prince explain to the dead soldiers? Xiaoming was angry. Even if the second prince did it, it is not a crime of treason. The prince is not guilty of death. At most it is disbanded as a commoner or exiled to the border. Fu Yi said at this time. Concubine Zhen nodded. Where is right? You can't be impulsive about this. You have to let your father handle it. She was worried that Xiaoming would act stupid impulsively. Xiaoming frowned and said, yes, mother concubine. After chatting with concubine Zhen for a while, Xiaoming and Fu got up and left. There is always something to be done in this palace. Hey, the concubine stays alone in this deep palace compound, and you are not around. She must be very lonely. On the way back, Fu felt the most ruthless emperor's family. Is this nonsense? But how can this be? The only thing I can do is to improve my status. The mother is expensive with the child, so that she can relax in the palace without suffering from other concubines. Bullying. Fu Yi often chats with her sister, and naturally knows the gloom in the palace. But even so, Her sister is still looking forward to the day when she will be able to ceremonialize the world. Sometimes she can't even understand, is right really that important? When he returned to the palace, Xiaoming ordered Asta and Luluo to count the gifts presented by the guests, and at the same time, they prepared to pack up and return to King Zhu. At this time, Fu Er also knew Asta and Luluo. Fu was always gentle in receiving people, and after chatting with the two girls, Asta and Luluo made a mouthful of Wang House wheat. Looking at this scene, Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. For a man, a woman who can take care of a house is a good wife. He and Fu Er are not freely in love, but a political marriage. Naturally, they hope that their backyard will not catch fire everywhere. Working abroad is already very tiring. Which man wants to go home or jump around? The three chatted for a while, and Fu Er quickly entered the role of wife and took the initiative to take the responsibility of counting the gift list. For her, these things are now theirs. And this made Xiaoming more at ease, and a smile appeared on his face. Thinking of the gift list Xiao Wenxuan gave him, Xiaoming pulled out his sleeve and glanced at it. When he saw what was on it, Xiaoming couldn't help laughing. This time Xiao Wenxuan was very generous and gave him 60 taels of gold and 5,000 pieces of cloth. Hundreds of treasures decorated him, which really fed him. The last item of the wedding in the morning was over. In the afternoon, Xiaoming and Fu Er counted the gift list together. The 60-table banquet was 600 guests. These guests almost included all the people in Chang'an. They were busy until the evening. They converted everything and got about 3 million taels of gift money. Quite abundant. Although most things need to be sold before conversion, Xiaoming is very satisfied with this figure. Just as a group of people was happy, at this moment a person suddenly entered the palace. The person here was not someone else, but it was Li San. After the assassination, he sent Li San to conduct a secret investigation. During this period, Li San had been running around, and he also went to Xingqingzhu to let Wang Xuan cooperate with the investigation. Seeing Li San coming, Xiaoming led Li San into the main hall, while Fu Er was sensible avoiding suspicion and went to the wedding room. His Royal Highness, Wang Xuan's people caught this Shanxi merchant who gave the prince a barbarian. Li San still carried the dust on his body, but his expression was very firm. Catch it? Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. Yes, Wang Xuan has always kept meticulous work on the territory of the barbarians, and quickly found out the details of this Shanxi merchant. And this Shanxi merchant also had contacts with our Chamber of Commerce, and violated the regulations of the Chamber of Commerce and sold without authorization. I went to the grassland with a lot of liquor, and Li Kaiyuan always wanted to punish him. Li San said. How did you catch him? He also heard about this Shanxi merchant. Many merchants in the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce looked down on these Shanxi merchants and called them traitors and traitors, because these Shanxi merchants had been selling domestically from Dau over the years. To give a lot of contraband to the barbarians is equivalent to indirectly funding the rise of the barbarians. Li San said, there is a village that doesn't care between Liangdai and Yongweng's fief. Most Shanxi merchants gather here. Many goods are also transferred through this place. However, there are contradictions among these Shanxi merchants, so we let Li Kaiyuan use it. The Chamber of Commerce bought a Shanxi merchant to get the person's whereabouts and arrested it smoothly. Now the Shanxi merchant is outside Chang'an City, just waiting for His Highness to fall. Good job, Xiaoming praised. From Xiao Wenxuan's tone, he knew that Xiao Wenxuan would do this without hesitation, because from Xiao Wenxuan's point of view, he was not dead anyway. What he needed was the stability of the overall situation and wanted to fool the past. But for him, this hatred must be reported. To be continued. Chapter 404. Exile Yush Hufang. Bei Middle School. Wenwang. Yang Zhen was talking to Xiao Wenxuan in detail. When Yang Zhen finished speaking, Xiao Wenxuan's brows frowned. Are you sure it was King Qi's people who caught the Shanxi merchants? Xiao Wenxuan asked. Yang Zhen said, yes, we could arrest the Shanxi merchants in advance, but we didn't expect the people of Qi Wang to take a step forward. But our people have been following along the way, and now we are only waiting for your Majesty's will. We can take people back, but before that we dare not act rashly for fear of offending King Qi. Well, you handled it correctly. Don't conflict with King Qi's life. I understand Xiaoming's temperament, although he has changed a lot in the past 2 years. He is definitely not a dumb person. Xiao Wenxian smiled bitterly. Who is this Shanxi merchant who needs to wait for? It's just that if it is the second prince, it will be difficult for your majesty. Yang Zhen seemed to be a little worried about Xiao Wenxian. He has been following Xiao Wenxian for more than 20 years, and he knows Xiao Wenxian very well. In these years, his tolerance is also for the stability of the Great Yu country. If it were not so, the Great Yu country would have long been chaotic. Frowning, Xiao Wenxian said, in fact, it is not difficult to do. If it is the second prince, I must give Xiaoming an explanation this time. For the Great Yu country, Xiaoming is now much more important than King Liang. Yang Zhen nodded. It is true, after all, King Qi is a royal person. At this time, Xiaoming had received a confession from Shanxi merchants. After Li San reported the situation to Xiaoming again, he left the city. When he came, the secret guard was already interrogating Shanxi merchants. When he returned, the secret guard members had already recorded a statement. At this time, Li San immediately sent his statement. His Royal Highness, this Jin merchant has been recruited. It is true that the second prince instructed him to sell these barbarians into the East Palace, and King Liang also knew about this. These barbarians came from the fief of King Liang. Li San handed the confession to Xiaoming. After reviewing the confession, Xiaoming nodded, because he was basically determined to be the second prince, because it was not long after he defeated Bashan. The barbarians could not deploy killers to mix into Chang'an City so quickly. These people must be behind the barbarians to come in. Someone opened the door to convenience. It's time to avenge the dead soldiers. Xiaoming squeezed a confession. Now you can bring this Shanxi merchant in. For safety, Xiaoming asked Li San to place this Shanxi merchant outside the city to prevent danger. Now he can go directly to Xiao Wenxian to explain the matter clearly. Otherwise how he will explain to the dead soldiers and how the King's Zhu army will treat it. He is the king of Qi. They were fighting for their lives on the battlefield, but he couldn't even get his justice back. He would sell his life for himself in the future. This time he wanted to let his soldiers understand that if they were loyal and brave enough to kill the enemy, he would not lose them either. Yes, Li San spoke loudly, and this incident made him quite angry. Li San left and Xiaoming came out of the main hall. Fue was lying in front of the window. Seeing Xiaoming's face was very ugly, her eyes were slightly worried. When Xiaoming turned her head to look at her, she dodged and immediately lowered her head, fearing the city gate. The fire hit Caillou, which was taught by her sister before marrying, thinking that the prince would always be angry with her. Looking at Fue, who was like a frightened deer, Xiaoming's gloomy expression faded. With a helpless smile, he went straight to the palace. When he arrived in the palace, Xiaoming went straight to the imperial study room. Before Xiaoming could speak, Xiao Wenxian said, "It seems that you already have clues to the assassin." "Emperor Father already knows?" Xiaoming asked unexpectedly. "Don't forget that this is the city of Chang'an, but the Emperor is ashamed that he didn't show your second brother's small actions." Xiao Wenxian sighed. Like Xiaoming, he basically guessed it when he learned that it was the work of the Shanxi merchants. The second prince. In that case, I hope my father will be judged. Xiaoming handed his confession to Xiao Wenxian. After receiving the confession, Xiao Wenxian glanced briefly, and said with a long sigh, "Second, you are so anxious." After pacing in place, Xiao Wenxian continued, "You hand over the Shanxi merchants to me, and I will give you a satisfactory explanation." Jin has already asked the Jin merchant to enter the palace. Xiaoming's words were concise and concise. Xiao Wenxian nodded, seeming to become very tired all of a sudden, waved to Xiaoming. He said, "According to your mother and concubine, you will leave Chang'an in a few days. You should go back and prepare now." "Yes, father." Xiaoming bowed, turned and left. He is not afraid of Xiao Wenxian and Zhang Yu. If Xiao Wenxian is still the same in this situation, then he can only gradually alienate the court. After Xiaoming left, Xiao Wenxuan sat in a chair and pondered for a while, and then started writing on a blank imperial edict. Here Xiaoming went out of the palace gate and returned to the palace to prepare to return to King Zhu. Now he does not need to go to court or participate in the government affairs of Qian. After all, he is a vassal prince, which is equivalent to becoming a country of his own. Interference in government affairs is a taboo. In the next few days, Qian City, which was originally uproarious due to Xiaoming's wedding, became more and more lively, and the rumors of the second prince assassinating the king of Qi and blaming the prince suddenly rose. The whole Qian city was rumored everywhere for a while, and immediately after a sacred order was conveyed, the second prince did not cultivate morality, killed his brothers, and had no kingly law. Since then, he reprimanded Bashan and became a commoner. At this point, the assassination situation gradually subsided with the imperial decree, and the whole Qian city suddenly shook. After Xiao Wenxuan was beaten with a cowardly image for more than a decade, this time he was finally shocked. In response to the assassination, the current emperor showed a tough side, and did not fear the anger of King Liang and exiled the second prince to the Baron and Baron Bashan. The place. On the officialdom of Qian, many officials understood Xiao Wenxuan's tough move as an increase in the royal power and no longer feared the king's self-respect. At the same time, what they understand most thoroughly is the role Xiaoming played in this incident. In order to calm Xiaoming's anger, Xiao Wenxuan put the second prince backed by King Liang into exile, which shows that Xiaoming is now in Xiao Wenxuan's heart. At this time, the other princes also put away their contempt for Xiaoming, and they suddenly realized that this court is no longer what it used to be. The vassal state rising in the east will affect their lives at all times in the future. With this answer, Xiaoming chose to return to King Zhu on the afternoon of the imperial decree. This time he returned by merchant ship. After all, just a gift is big enough. Watching the figure of Qian, the giant city of Guanzhong, drifting away, Xiaoming's mouth was filled with a smile. His wife was married, and it was time to save his family and live a small life. To be continued. Chapter 405. As knowledge. As the merchant ship penetrated the early morning mist, a huge and busy dock gradually appeared in front of Xiaoming. August 1st. Chinese? Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. This wharf is not elsewhere, it is the Chuojiang Wharf in the north of Qingzhou City. It took 10 days to sail from Qian to Qingzhou, and overall it went smoothly. In the first half of the journey, Fue was wiping tears all day because of missing her parents, but in the second half, she gradually became familiar with Xiaoming and was immersed in the scenery and people along the road. After all, Fue was only 10 years old, at the age of playfulness. Once she had no psychological burden, she would become lively. As for the bad things he encountered in Qian these days, he no longer thinks about it. The second prince is nothing more than a passerby. Now he deserves to be exiled. The only shortcoming is that King Liang would not consider this trade agreement at all. But for the sake of so-called, now a royal family, a Wei land, a Yong land, plus the Chu land of interest exchange, these areas are enough for his goods to sell for a period of time. As for the future, maybe he could use a cannon to blast it off. Because after this assassination, he lost confidence in these princes, and the nomination was nothing but the self-comfort of Empress Zhao and Xiao Wenxuan. Although the other princes will bear it for the time being, when the contradictions are irreconcilable, the fame is like taking off his pants and farting. His Royal Highness is back. The merchant ship had not yet arrived at the dock. At this time, the officials who saw the flag of the merchant ship began to cheer. Xiaoming had been away for a month. The officials and generals in the entire fief were insecure, and they felt as if they had no intention of doing anything. Standing on the merchant ship, Xiaoming had seen the people welcoming him on the dock, and all the civilians and the military commanders were there. He said to Fue, "Wang Hao, this king will introduce you to Qingzhou officials." As he said, he pointed to the person at the front of the dock and said, "The person who is a little bit rigid is called Pang Yukun. He is as rigid as his appearance. He is the king's long history. He has a beard on the right side. His name is Nu Ben. He is the king's chief governor, and he is in charge of the military affairs of the 6 states. The white-faced scholar on his left is called Zhang Xingcheng. He is the king's military advisor. He looks quiet. In fact, he is full of bad water. It's Fu Yi looked at Xiaoming's fingers, covering her mouth, and chuckles from time to time. Xiaoming's introduction was elegant and interesting, and she knew the names of these people easily. The merchant ship gradually arrived at the pier along with the current. At this time, the boatman put down the shipboard and Xiaoming led a group of people off the ship. Pang Yukan got the news that Xiaoming was coming back this morning, so he took the officials to wait here, and most importantly, he met the princess. At this time, the merchant ship arrived, and everyone saw Xiaoming and a very beautiful woman walking down side by side, and they had a scrutiny in their hearts. At the same time, they shouted, "See your highness, princess." After getting off the ship, Xiaoming felt relieved for a while. He finally didn't have to worry about a bunch of assassins coming out anytime. The officials bowed and saluted. Fu was a little at a loss. Xiaoming smiled and said to her, "Don't be nervous, they are all the king's courtiers, and they will be your courtiers in the future. They will come today mainly to see you." Fu nodded softly when she heard the words. After all, she is the daughter of Fiji. She has also seen the scene of receiving officials in Fiji. So she straightened her body and tried to make a princess with the majesty that a princess deserves, as sweet as a lark. The voice said, "Everyone is exempt." There was a smile at the corner of Xiaoming's mouth, and Fu was a girl from a big family. She was still very angry with her ears and eyes, and this free gift was also a loud voice. "His Royal Highness, Princess Xi." Pang Yukan and others got up, but they still lowered their heads and dared not look at Fu. This is also a kind of etiquette in Dayu. It is rude to stare at a woman, let alone the princess. On the pier, a carriage was ready. General Xiaoming led Fu to board the carriage. At this time, Pang Yukan and others raised their heads and said to Xiaoming, "Congratulations to your majesty for winning the beauties. Shouldn't you give us something too?" Happy money makes everyone lively. The relationship between Xiaoming and his subordinates has always been very harmonious. He knew that these people would definitely want Xiqian, so he said, "The Xiqian is in Liu Oxin's hands. Take it yourself." The crowd immediately surrounded Liu Oxin when they heard the words, and the generals such as Lif directly grabbed Liu Oxin and began to search. Watching a group of officials frolicking, Xiaoming also boarded the carriage and headed towards Kingzhou City with Fu. On the carriage, Fu was patting her chest. She was also a little nervous just now. Seeing the ministers frolicking on the dock, she smiled and said, "His Royal Highness and the courtiers have a very harmonious relationship." "Yes, this is Kingzhou. Everything is not as dignified and old-fashioned as Chang'an. This is a vibrant city, and the future will not be the same as Chang'an," Xiaoming said proudly. The first time he went to Chang'an, he was shocked by the prosperity, but the second time he went to Chang'an City was not as good as Kingzhou. He believes that in a few years, Kingzhou will become more Chang'an. Really? Such a concubine would have to take a closer look at Kingzhou. Fu said as she opened the curtains a small gap, and looked at this strange place through the gap. In her eyes, the official road from the dock to Kingzhou City was not yellow mud but a silver ground, and merchants and carriages could not leave marks on it. The sound of horseshoes is particularly loud on this road. The carriage quickly arrived at the gate of the city. At this time, 2 rows of soldiers in dark green uniforms saluted the carriage while carrying stick weapons. Entering Kingzhou City is the same way, and suddenly there are more people on the road. The faces of the people coming and going are full of smiles. You reading www.ukanzu.com wears clean cotton clothes, and the baskets in their hands contain various kinds of goods. The merchants even wore silk satin, holding a carriage back and forth, and looked very busy. What surprised her was that there were also some young people in white robes playing in groups in the street. The chest of the youth robe the words Bowen Academy pierced out. When she raised her head, a huge object was floating over her head, and Fu was so scared that Fu lowered the curtain. Xiaoming laughed at this moment, How is this King Zhu? Isn't it amazing? Fue was still in shock. She did not see the hot air balloon rising from the palace. She nodded and said, the people in King's seem to be richer than the people along the road. What is in the sky? This is a hydrogen balloon. Xiaoming smiled. Fu Ear exclaimed, isn't it a hot air balloon? What is this hydrogen balloon? To be continued. Chapter 406. When potatoes are ripe. The carriage went tick-tick along the clean concrete road towards the Prince of Qi Palace. August 1st Chinese. Net opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. On the way, Xiaoming and Fu began to explain the difference between hot air balloons and hydrogen balloons, as well as cement and other things unique to King Zhu. Fu was surprised all the way. Fu Ear was also a well-known talented woman in Qing'an, but she was confused when she encountered this scientific knowledge. On the cement road, the carriage ran very fast. After 10 minutes, they arrived at the palace. Asta and Luluo cheered and got off the carriage, directing the servants of the palace to move the gifts from the wedding into the palace. Knowing that Xiaoming was coming back, the servants of the entire palace had gathered, and Qian Fu also came back from the mine to meet the princess who was in charge of the palace. After getting off the carriage, Xiaoming took Fu into the main hall. After moving the things on the carriage, Qian Fu led the servants of the palace to the main hall and bowed and saluted with a smile. See your highness, see princess. I have already experienced it on the pier just now, but Fu was a little more plain at this time, and also smiled and said, no gift. Xi Wangfei, Qian Fu and others got up. Fu said, from now on, I will serve your highness with you, and hope that you can work together to share trivial matters for your highness. I have nothing of value, so I have some money to spare. After all, Fu Ear gestured to Xiaoquan. Xiaoquan immediately took out a small package, which was all fine silver. Before leaving, Fiji gave her the money and asked him to give the servants in the palace, so that these servants could have a good impression of her and serve her faithfully. Xi Wangfei. Xiaoquan took the broken silver one by one, and many servants showed smiles. Xiaoming said softly to Fu at this time, you will buy people's hearts. Fu pursed her mouth and smiled. This is all taught by Daddy. Xiaoquan shattered the silver, and Xiaoming said loudly, you also take this silver. You must serve the princess carefully in the future. If you are malicious towards the princess, don't blame the king for being rude. Yes, your highness. The servants bowed and nodded. Xiaoming told everyone to retreat, leaving only Qian Fu, and said, Wang Hao, this is the housekeeper Qian. He has always served in front of his mother and concubine. Remember, he is the most trustworthy person in King's Zhu in times of crisis. He is also the most reliable person. My concubine once told me, Steward Qian, I need you to help me in the future. Fu Ear said softly. Qian Fu was a little excited. He said hurriedly, Wang Hao, don't worry, as long as the princess gives an order, the old slave will definitely bow down and succumb. Fu Ear laughed softly when she heard the words. After seeing the servants of the royal palace, Xiaoming led Fu to the sleeping hall. This will be the place where the two live. After entering the dormitory, Fu Ear was relieved immediately and wandered around in the dormitory like a child. Seeing the full-length mirror in front of the dressing table, she couldn't move suddenly, and she couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror. This mirror was much larger than the one Xiaoming gave her. After swaying in front of the mirror for a while, Fu Ear turned to the bed again, and her eyes lit up. His Royal Highness, what is this? Fu said, pointing to the spring cushion on the boat. Compared with the ordinary wooden bed, Xiaoming's boat had one more thing as big as a bed at this time. This is a mattress, probably from the craftsman during the period when the king went to Qing'an. Xiaoming said with a smile. The ancient beds were all solid wood beds, which was good, but the bedboards were not generally hard, so after the box spring bed was equipped in the Yijia restaurant, he asked the craftsman to make him a special mattress. This mattress is supported by springs and filled with cotton. Although it is not as elastic as sponge, it is also a high-end product in this era. Mattress? Fu Ear stretched out her finger and pressed it, and was bounced again. Xiaoming said with a smile, You sit on it and try it. This is very comfortable. This king is preparing to produce mattresses for sale by the Chamber of Commerce. Fua nodded and sat on the mattress lightly. She suddenly felt her body as if she was sitting on the water. After sitting down, she was bounced up again, and her mouth grew in surprise for a while. How? It's more comfortable than a wooden bed. We will live on it in the future, Xiaoming said with a grin. Fu's face was reddish upon hearing this. Xiaoming was about to tease Fu again, when Asta walked in and said, His Royal Highness Pang Chengshi is here, saying that the potatoes are about to be harvested. Is it? When Xiaoming put it together, he came back in time. And now is the season for the potato harvest. Ha ha ha. Xiaoming laughed 3 times, and his favorite French fries would soon become a reality. After laughing, he said to Fu, Wang Hao, you are familiar with and familiar here, this king will come as soon as he goes. With Fu's surprised eyes, Xiaoming and Zixuan walked towards the main hall. Seeing Xiaoming leaving, Fu sighed, and suddenly smiled mischievously, lying on the bed, her body constantly rolling. Holding the soft quilt, Fu looked happy. What a comfortable bed. This King Zhu is really magical, and it is different from Chang'an in every way. In the main hall, Pang Yukan was waiting for Xiaoming. After a while, Xiaoming went to the entrance of the main hall and said to him, Go directly to the slave plantation. Pang Yukan followed Xiaoming's footsteps with a smile. He was equally excited. This kind of thing that yielded 20 sheep a mew in Xiaoming's mouth did not know whether it would bring miracles to King Zhu. Riding on horses, the two of them headed for the slave plantation together. This time he came back basically to enter the winter. This is another season of food shortage. With potatoes, the army and the academy can have more dishes. In the plantation outside the city, Kuo-wu is waiting for Pang Yukan to come. At this time he has summoned the slaves in the village. Seeing Xiaoming and Pang Yukan coming together, he immediately stepped forward and said diligently, Kuo-wu, see your highness, Pang Chengshi. No gift. Xiaoming looked at the fields. There were ridges between the fields. The ridges were green and low plants. These were the stems and leaves of potatoes. The real potatoes are buried in this raised soil ridge. His Majesty, in the past few months, the slaves have taken the slaves to take care of me. His Highness said that the potato can produce at least 20 sheep per mew. If the output of a good per mew can reach 40 she, we dare not have it according to the manual given by His Highness a slight slack. Kuo-wu flushed with excitement. Xiaoming once said that if the potato yields 30 sheep per mew, he will be relieved of his slave status and let him become real King's resident. Well, it's a snail or a horse and you have to pull it out for a stroll. Xiaoming looked at the boundless potato with an expression of excitement. On the way here, Pang Yukan said that the cultivated seedlings had planted a total of 3,000 mu of land, and he was looking forward to the total harvest this time. To be continued. Chapter 307 High Yield. Let's start. 1 Chinese == With an order, Kuo-wu rushed into the potato field with thousands of slaves. Harvesting potatoes is very simple. You just need to open the soil ridges where the potatoes are grown, and there are yellow-orange potatoes inside. In modern times, the scientific name of potato is potato, also known as ground egg. When he was young, he often conflated potatoes with sweet potatoes. In fact, sweet potatoes are another high-yield crop, but unfortunately they have not been obtained from overseas. But modern agriculture is also in his plan, so he will continue to collect crops from all over the world. In these days, it is estimated that the 3 warships during the launch of Yunnan are almost the same. The expanded Dengzhou shipyard has been producing Galen ships this year. Now it is almost the end of the year, and the scale of the Dengzhou shipyard can at least be launched 12 Galen boats. According to the data reported by Zhang Liang, the 12 Galen ships include 1 flagship, which belongs to the first-class sailing warship, 3 second-class sailing warships, 4 third-class sailing warships, and 4 fourth-class sailing warships. If these warships can be successfully completed by the end of the year, it means that his navy will have 15 Galen ships. Although this number is far less than the number of hundreds of Western maritime powers, This fleet is enough for Xiaoming. Deal with the colonists who have now extended their tentacles to Asia. After all, according to his experience, the West is not monolithic. Their most important colony is the Americas, and they will not invest much in the East. Moreover, they travel long distances and are far away from the mainland. Even if there is war, it will take several months for reinforcements to arrive after the news passes. Even so, they have to face the problem of supply. For him, he is playing at home and he has obvious advantages. After retaking Shanghai Aiguan this time, Xiaoming had already figured in his mind his plan to retake Ryukyu Island from the Dutch. After all, the status and location of this island is very important. As long as he takes Ryukyu Island, he will be able to completely seal the trade route between Wingoryo south. Of course, his purpose is not only as simple as Ryukyu Island. What he really needs is sulfur, gold and silver. According to the data, in the late 16th century, the Wa country set off a boom in mineral exploration, and silver mines appeared in many areas. From 1562 to the Edo period, the Ishimi silver mine was located in Ata City, Yukuni, the largest silver mine in Japan and the world. At this time, the country of Wo was one of the few silver-producing countries in the world. At that time, 1/3 of the world's silver was produced in the country of Japan. At that time, the country of Japan was even called the Silver Islands by the Ming Dynasty. In addition to silver, the gold of the country at that time also accounted for 5% of the world, and the most important resource of the country was nothing but sulfur, one of the components of gunpowder. During the Ming and Song dynasties, the country of Japan has always been an important source of sulfur, and now most of the sulfur for the production of gunpowder in Xiaoming is trafficked from the south. He has investigated and found that the sulfur was also trafficked by sea merchants from Japan. When there was not much demand for gunpowder in Dayu, the price of sulfur was more expensive than saltpeter. Now King Zhu needs to produce a lot of gunpowder, and the price of this sulfur is even higher. Because of this, Xiaoming became more determined to drive away the Western colonists to dominate East Asian trade and even colonize the Japanese nation. There is no way. What we need to live in this era is to plunder various domestic scarce resources. After all, this is an era in which industry is enhanced by plundering resources. As long as one of these resources is lacking, industry may stagnate. While he was thinking, Pang Yukun was already patrolling the fields, digging out 2 fist-sized potatoes from the mound. Pang Yukun rushed over happily. "Your Highness, this thing is really heavy." Xiaoming returned to his mind and looked at the field. Now the soil ridges were full of potatoes that had been turned upside down. The slaves were busily in full swing, but it seemed to be the joy of the harvest. Each of them had a smile on their faces. Taking the potato from Pang Yukun, Xiaoming picked it up and sniffed it carefully. A familiar taste spread over it, which moved people. "That's the smell," Xiaoming said excitedly, ignoring Pang Yukun's shocked gaze. Pang Yukun couldn't help being confused. "His Royal Highness seems to have eaten it." "No, but my Western teacher said it." Xiaoming once again made up a reason. When a lie appeared, he could only make up for it with a lie. Pang Yukun nodded, and sighed. "It's a pity." If he is still alive, the official said that he should not ask for advice. Ignoring Pang Yukun's literati sympathy, Xiaoming took the potatoes and went straight to the village to find a briquette stove and clay pot. Filling the clay pot with water, Xiaoming washed the potatoes and put them in the clay pot, letting them heat up on the briquette stove. After a while, as the water boiled, a faint fragrance floated from the clay pot. Upon seeing this, Pang Yukun kept his eyes on the potatoes tumbling in the clay pot, waiting for the moment when the potatoes were cooked. Now that the potatoes are cooked, it is a question whether they can be eaten. After boiling in boiling water for a while, Xiaoming took the chopsticks and fished out the potatoes from the clay pot. The smell of hot potatoes is permeated, and a piece of it is sunken when pinched. This is proof of ripeness. After swallowing, Xiaoming soaked the potatoes in cold water and picked them up and peeled them. A smooth potato came out, and he took a bite on it. Fragrant. Xiaoming couldn't help but shout. "I have to say that there are so few vegetables that can be eaten in Dayu. so that Xiaoming even thinks that potatoes, which are something modern people eat, are delicious. Seeing Xiaoming's demeanor, Pang Yukan immediately took out a potato from the clay pot. After taking a bite, Pang Yukan's eyes straightened immediately. This taste was something he had never experienced before, but I have to say that the cooked potatoes taste really good. I ate a potato in a hurry, and Pang Yukan again he took out a potato and ate it. After eating 3 potatoes in a row, he burped. His Royal Highness, this potato tastes really good. 3 potatoes are enough for a meal. Pang Yukan laughed. This potato is so delicious and hungry. If it is promoted in the fief, the people will have no food to eat. Xiaoming also had a full meal. He was very satisfied. This is only part of his agricultural plan. Sweet potatoes will also be introduced in the future. After touching his stomach, Xiaoming's eyes narrowed, and he said, "There are many ways to eat potatoes. In a few days, this king will give you better things to eat." Pang Yukan nodded heavily, holding the potatoes as if holding the whole world. After experiencing a handful of potatoes, Xiaoming asked Kuo-wu to start weighing the potato output of 1 mu of land. In the evening, Kuo-wu got the result. His Royal Highness, there are 32 stones in this acre of potatoes. Kuo-wu's complexion flushed with excitement. To be continued. Chapter 308. The Taste of Fries. 32 stones. August 1st. Chinese opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Pang Yukan's excited heart almost jumped out. Yes, it is 32 stones. It is true. Kuo-wu added up the weighed figures. 32 stones. 32 stones. Pang Yukan pretended to be a madman, and couldn't help thinking, 1 mu of land can produce no more than 2 stones of grain, and 1 mu of potatoes is worth 16 mu of rice. A family of 3 has cultivated land, 100 acres. The harvest is only 200 shi. If you plant potatoes, you can get 3,200 shi. This family can afford to have 10 children. Kuo-wu swallowed at the crazy Pang Yukan, then looked at Xiaoming with a calm face, and carefully said, "Your Highness, what happened to Pang Chengshi? Happy crazy?" Xiaoming laughed. "Is this crazy and happy?" Kuo-wu shook his head holding the account book. Xiaoming patted Kuo-wu's shoulder at this time. "You did a good job. Starting today, the status of this slave is lifted. As for the household registration, the government office will handle it for you." Kuo-wu was startled for a moment, and a wave of ecstasy surged into his heart. Like Pang Yukan, he laughed with excitement and couldn't help shouting, "I am not a slave! I am not a slave!" A group of slaves were speechless. This one went crazy, and then another went crazy. Looking at the excited two, Xiaoming laughed happily. The next step is to let the government encourage the people to have more births. The population is fighting power these days. In the evening, Xiaoming returned to the city listening to Pang Yukan's laughter along the way. The high yield of potatoes completely conquered this long history. Parting in Qingzhou City, Xiaoming returned to the palace with a small bag of potatoes on his horse. At this time, the palace dining room was preparing to eat at night. "His Royal Highness, what is this bag?" Fuya, who was familiar with the environment in the yard, walked towards Xiaoming accompanied by Xiaohan. "Today, Xiaoming is in a particularly happy mood. These potatoes are not only a question of eating, but also another commercial growth point in Qingzhou. If these potatoes are sold everywhere in the country, it will be another huge profit." "This is to do, Princess. Today this king will let you see the magic of Qingzhou." Having said that, Xiaoming ordered people to go to the dining room to get the briquettes and iron pots, and prepare cutting boards and kitchen knives. Then he opened his posture in the yard to prepare a modern cuisine. "His Royal Highness, what are you doing?" Xiaoming's actions attracted Asta and Lulu, each with a surprised expression. Fua couldn't help asking. Xiaoming chuckled and said, "Don't ask now. You will understand later when you eat." Under everyone's gaze, Xiaoming began to cut the potatoes into shreds, then put the potato shreds in hot water and blanched them. Then, Xiaoming asked the servants to get saltpeter and a large basin of water. When the saltpeter was put into the water, a white mist began to appear in the basin, and the water gradually froze. At this time, Xiaoming placed the bowl of potato shreds in the middle of the water, and covered it with a layer of cotton cloth. This method of making ice with saltpeter has long been a secret in the country of Dau. The dignitaries of the country would also use the method of making ice with saltpeter to relieve the heat in the summer. Therefore, Xiaoming was not surprised by this trick. Frozen in ice water for a while, waiting for the potato shreds to freeze. At this time, Xiaoming took the potato shreds out, put them in the boiling oil pan, sprinkled them with salt, and fished them out when they were cooked. The golden French fries exuded an attractive fragrance on the plate, and the crowd of onlookers immediately swallowed their saliva. His Royal Highness, what is this? Fua blinked her big eyes. French fries. Xiaoming picked up her fries and brought it to Fu's mouth. Such affection made Fu's face red. But after all, this is the royal palace, all of them. Fu still took a bite. The golden fries are crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and the deep-fried scent is full of fragrance. Fu was conquered by the fries just after taking a bite. She finished the fries in one bite, and she didn't know what to do. At this time, Xiaoming began to explain the source of potatoes and how to grow and eat potatoes. At this time, everyone understood. It produces 32 stones per mu, and it is so delicious. Fu reads poems and naturally knows what this means. She said, "Your Royal Highness, the profit of this potato is enough to make the people of the 6 states prosperous." "Yes, I think so too. When I came back, I discussed with Pan Yukun. They will promote potatoes in these 2 days, and let the people in Luzu plant at least 1 mu of potatoes per household. Even if they can't finish eating them, they can take them out." "Sold." Xiaoming triumphed. Fu nodded, looking at Xiaoming. There was a trace of admiration in her heart. This man was not only respected by status, but also cited by the most important magical skills. Just like in Chang'an, the more I understand King Zhu, the more I am full of yearning for this place. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, Fu's heart suddenly let go. With such a man, what would her husband want? "It's delicious." Fu ate another piece of French fries. She greeted Asta and Lulu. "You all come and taste the craftsmanship of your Royal Highness." Lulu loves to eat the most. Her saliva has been spinning in her mouth for a long time. She timidly picked up a French fries and ate it. Her eyes widened and Asta was not far behind. Xiaohan also extended her small hand. Under the attack of the 5 people, a plate of French fries was quickly wiped out, and then the 4 people looked at Xiaoming beggingly. In desperation, Xiaoming had to fry another pot of French fries. They didn't eat much for dinner this evening. They all ate fries half full. It wasn't until the lanterns in the palace were lighted up that Fu wiped his mouth and returned to the bedroom with satisfaction. These days, the boat and the boat are tired, and today I am familiar with various affairs in the palace. When I returned to the sleeping hall, Fu was a little nap, and Xiaoming was also a little sleepy, so he urged Fu to take a bath with him before going to bed. Fu blushed after a bit of tweaking. She went to the bathroom with Xiaoming, but when she saw the bathtub, toilet, and wash basin in the bathroom, she regained her energy and asked Xiaoming's arm. "Go with." Xiaoming smiled and explained them one by one, and also demonstrated it again, which made Fu more surprised. Hot water flowed into the bathtub from the water tower, and the 2 of them undressed and bathed in spring again. Fu blinked. At this moment, she suddenly felt like a village girl entering Chang'an City from the village. "His Royal Highness, are you smiling that Fu doesn't understand anything?" Turning his head to see Xiaoming smiling, Fu pouted dissatisfied. Xiaoming said, "Why?" "This Wang laughs only because he has married a beautiful wife." Fu pursed her lips and laughed. She said, "We're marrying His Royal Highness is also a blessing of a century of cultivation. In the future, she only wishes to grow old with His Royal Highness." Looking at Fu, whose smile did not contain a trace of impurities, Xiaoming felt warm, and he finally had a home. To be continued. Chapter 409 Subordinate Progress. PS. 3 shifts tonight. But you still have to pay back what you owe, and start to make up tomorrow. In the early morning, a loud broke the silence. Last night, Because of exhaustion, the two went to bed early. At this time, Xiaoming woke up and Fue was still sleeping soundly in the bed. Instead of waking Fue, he got out of bed alone. Today he still has a lot of government affairs to deal with. He hasn't returned for a month. He doesn't know what happened during this period of time in the fief, and the most important thing is the potato. He must take advantage of this year's external promotion of potatoes to allow the people in the 6 states to accept potatoes, a brand new crop, and the people can plant it in the coming year. Dressed and washed, and simply ate some food, Xiaoming went to the Dudu mansion. The surprise brought by potatoes yesterday made Pang Yukun still in excitement. When he saw Xiaoming, Pang Yukun still smiled, which is very rare for a rigid person. Don't just care about potatoes, this government affairs have to be dealt with. Now immediately notify the army, the Bowen Academy, the military workshop and other institutions to come to the discussion. Xiaoming said. Nodded with a smile, Pang Yukun immediately sent someone to notify him. After waiting for half an hour in the Dudu's mansion, everyone arrived. Seeing that the faces of everyone in Xiaoming were filled with joy, and the aftermath of Xiaoming's wedding had not yet dissipated. After chatting with everyone for a while, Xiaoming asked everyone to sit down and start asking about the fief. Dudu, how is the formation of Yaozu army? Nu Ben said, we have strictly screened the slave soldiers this month, and now there are 7,000 people left to join the King's Zhu army. At the same time, the people of Yaozu joined the army actively after opening the warehouse and releasing grain. Now the new members of the Yaozu army joined the army. There are a total of 12,000 people, plus the 8,000 of Guaning Iron Cavalry, and now the Yaozu army has a total of 20,000. At the same time, Wu Ming selected key personnel from Guaning Iron Cavalry to serve as lieutenants at all levels. The Bowen Academy also selected a group of outstanding his long history stationed in Yaozu army to assist the school lieutenants in affairs. After a pause, Nu Ben continued, now the Yaozu army has begun gun shooting training with the assistance of the King's Zhu army, and the artillery is also training. It is expected that in half a year, this group of Yaozu army will be able to partially switch defenses with the King's Zhu army. Xiaoming nodded. Shanhai Aiguan is the top priority. Kang Zhu's troops can be transferred to Shanhai Aiguan. The military town must maintain an army of 50,000. At the same time, it will continue to promote the fortress strategy to further restrain the barbarians from plundering the border of Great Chongqing. Plunder? Yes, Your Highness. During this time there have been barbarian scouts outside Shanhai Aiguan, and Guaning cavalry often enters outside the customs for investigation. But now the weather in the north is getting colder and the soldiers' uniforms are still a bit thin. I will worry about the coming of winter. His combat effectiveness was severely damaged, so please prepare a set of winter clothes for the soldiers in Shanhai Aiguan. Xiaoming frowned. This is a very serious problem. When the German army invaded the Soviet Union, it was lost to the cold winter of the Soviet Union. When the Ming dynasty fought against the Manchus, most of the troops were transferred from the south to the north. Soldiers in the south were not able to withstand the severe cold in the north, and their morale dropped sharply. At that time, the Manchus had adapted to the cold weather in the north as early as the barbarians now. After pondering for a while, he said, it's a coincidence that the Emperor Father gave me more than 10,000 cloths last time, and these cloths were made into cotton clothes by the textile workshop for soldiers in Shanhai Aiguan. Nu Ben was overjoyed when he heard this. This problem really annoyed him for a long time, and now Xiaoming solved it immediately when he came back. Except when he was in the clothing, Nu Ben said, His Royal Highness, during this period, the military workshop has delivered another 4,000 flintlocks. Now the King's Zhu army is equipped with 20,000 flintlocks. The soldiers are now armed with one shot. The flintlocks can be handed over to Yaozu army and Kang Zhu army. The last general said only this. Xiaoming nodded and looked at Chen Wenlong. How are the equipment department and the military workshop? This time the court is going to purchase 5,000 matchlocks. Is there any problem? Back to Your Highness. There is no problem. Now the equipment department has divided the lathes into one workshop for each type of lathe. Now the drilling machine is a separate drilling machine workshop, and it has been expanded to 600 drilling machines, enough to produce 5,000 in 1 month. Only a barrel, Chen Wenlong said. 600? So many? Xiaoming was also taken aback. Chen Wenlong nodded. Since the process of purifying tungsten ore powder with hydrogen, it is now very easy to purify pure tungsten powder, so the production of drill bits is much faster, and we are still trying to use hydrogen to purify other ores and metal refineries. The construction of the building is already underway, and craftsmen like Zhang Liu are still studying fine metal gears, preparing to make the clocks that His Highness said. Hearing this, Xiaoming put a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yes, keep working hard. This industrial foundation will depend on your equipment department. His Royal Highness, the Tiger Cannon in our military workshop has also made progress. A few days ago, we successfully used the Tiger Cannon to test fire a powder can. Compared to the catapult, the range is 300 meters farther, and the powder can be projected to 500 meters outside. Chen Qi said excitedly. 500 meters. Xiaoming laughed. Yes, yes, now you are finally able to be alone, and you will see your tiger gun after the meeting. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Qi said excitedly. During this period of time, he has been studying the production of various types of artillery. At present, he has made progress on the tiger gun. At this time, Xiaoming asked Song Qingping about the production situation of flintlocks. Because of the skill of the craftsmen in the use of assembly lines, the production of flintlocks is now advancing step by step. This time, Xiaoming first asked about the situation of the army to express his importance. Because next he has to face what may be a continuous war. It may be difficult to just bring East Asia into his sphere of influence. After asking about the situation of the 6th Army, Xiaoming looked at Yun. He did not come to the last meeting because he was in the shipyard in Dengzhou at that time. At this time, he said, Yun, how is the situation of the Navy? His Royal Highness, at the end of the year, 3,000 sailors will be recruited, and corresponding captains, helmsmen, sailmen, gunners, etc. will be trained according to the number of warships launched this year, and they will be trained on the 3 Galen ships. Months. Once the battleship is launched, the final officer can immediately become an army. Yun's voice was steady and heavy, and the tempering of this period of time made him an excellent Navy general. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Wang Xuan and said, Wang Xuan, you will deploy the secret guards to go south to Chu King's fief to collect information about the Dutch, and bring the Dutch ships, troops, and Ryukyu Islands. Leave the defense of the Dutchman to this king. His Royal Highness, is the Navy going to fight? Yun looked excited when he heard the words. He did not forget the humiliation he suffered at sea. The Sequoia Army of Great Britain and the Ashwood Army of the Dutch, they belong to their own oceans to run wild and kill innocent people. To be continued. Chapter 410. When to make wine. The governor's mansion was silent. Yun's question made everyone look at Xiaoming. After the northern expedition, does King Zhu want to enter a new war? And what is the purpose of this war? Yes, the Navy is going to fight for sea power. Xiaoming's words are loud and loud. He understands that the generals now have no concept of maritime rights, and this is the fundamental reason why China is behind in the Navy in modern times. After all, at that time, the 6 powers dominated the development of civilization, and foreign enemies were also from the north. At least a few hundred years later, the Western artillery ship blasted the country's gates before someone awoke, but it was too late. Hai Khan, Pang Yu Kun, Nu Ben and others were really confused when they heard the words. Nu Ben said, His Royal Highness, now the enemy of Great Yu Kingdom was the barbarian. We should continue the northern expedition until the barbarian surrenders. General Nu Ben's words are reasonable. I hope your highness will think twice, Pang Yu Kun echoed. When Xiaoming was preparing this plan, he had predicted that it might attract opposition from everyone, but he was still ready to implement this plan, because without ocean trade, King Zhu would not be able to accumulate wealth quickly. The war was fought with money, no food, No guns and bullets. What do we use to continue the northern expedition? Don't forget that the soldiers and horses damaged by the barbarians' last failure are just fur. At this time, going deep into the barbarians' land is no different. Attacking stones with pebbles, and we have fought with the barbarians twice in the past 2 years to lose our troops and soldiers. This has severely affected the exhibition in King's, but the battle for sea power is to open the trade route to the south to facilitate the exhibition in King's. Xiaoming said loudly. At that time, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty attacked the Xiongnu in the north and finally won, but the treasury was exhausted. In the same way, even if the country of Diu raised the nation's wealth and went to war with the barbarians, it would end up losing both, not to mention his current wealth. Now after defeating the barbarians again, the army is a little impetuous, and he is about to cool down the impetuous atmosphere by this opportunity. Speaking of Qian Pang Yukan and Nu Ben, they stopped talking. They naturally knew that the King's army was piled up with silver, and they couldn't do anything without it. Zhang Xingcheng thought for a while and agreed with Xiaoming's thoughts. I think the words of your highness are correct. Now the emperor does not have the determination of the northern expedition, and other kings will not cooperate with the northern expedition. It is unwise for us to go deep into the grassland alone. At this stage, the defense against the barbarians should be the main focus, and it will not be too late for the northern expedition to accumulate enough sophisticated troops and money. Everyone nodded when they heard the words, and Pang Yukan and Nu Ben also recalled at this time. It turns out that everything now has to make way for the exhibition. Yan was a little dissatisfied with Zhang Xingcheng and Nu Ben's opposition. He said, "Your vision is too narrow now. Do you really think that Great Yu is still the center of the world? It is extremely absurd. Foreign warships, you only care about the land on the 6th floor. But we have lost the vast ocean land, and there is no ocean trade. How come potatoes, peppers, and corn?" The quiet of the Dudu's mansion, Yan's words caused everyone to reflect. Before, they really only saw the barbarians in the north, but now they all know that there are many countries in this world. Seeing everyone showing a thoughtful look, Xiaoming nodded secretly. He just wanted these people to change their old thinking. After all, the future belongs to the maritime power, and when he has a lot of capital and upgrades his arms, the northern barbarians only can wait to be beaten. Setting the tone for strengthening the navy and exhibition, Xiaoming asked if there had been any changes in Bowen Academy during this period. According to Lin Wentao, Bowen College has now recruited a group of students to expand the number of students in each department, and he and Six Tong have also developed a set of techniques to be broken one by one. His Royal Highness, we have listed these technologies, and then we are going to carry out experimental research according to this list. Lin Wentao handed a piece of paper to Xiaoming. I glanced at the list that Lin Wentao handed over. Xiaoming was very pleased. This list lists the order of future scientific research. Both of them prepared well. These things range from simple to difficult, and they belong to basic industries. It's very good. Let's make full use of the laboratory and boldly research. The government will ensure the supply of your research fees. If someone performs well, you can even apply for individual research fees from the government. Lin Wentao and Liu Tongyu both smiled. They wrote down Xiaoming's words and prepared to go back and announce the good news to the students. After the college, Xiaoming began to ask King Zu's government affairs. Pang Yukan said, "Now the lower officials have selected some officials to go to Yaozu. Now the government of Yaozu has been formed. The pastures assigned to Cao Zhengyang, Ding Wu and Dai Zixing last time are also handed over to 3 people. People are buying foals for stocking, and the Chamber of Commerce has also dispatched them to the pasture to operate with them." After a pause, Pang Yukan took out an account book. In addition, although the crops harvested by the people in the 2 seasons of this year have been reduced, the people's households still have a lot of surplus grain. Therefore, the state government offices in these 2 seasons purchased a total of 2 million shi of wheat. But because of the abundance of food, low food prices have appeared in King's Zoo. Well, This is a good thing. It means that the food in the homes of the people can't be eaten and sold. Xiaoming said. Pang Yukun sighed and said, but your highness hurts farmers because the grain is low. Although many people want to sell grain to the government, the number of granaries cannot keep up. This year, each state has prepared 200 granaries. Wanchai's food has reached its limit. Xiaoming laughed twice. Don't worry, this is indeed a good thing for this king. Before, there was not enough food to make wine, but this time, with so much food surplus, they took the opportunity to purchase wine, and then sold these wines to Korea, Wag, and even Nanyang. This is a brilliant idea. Pang Yukun laughed. Yan rolled his eyes at this time and said, it's just that pirates are rampant at sea. This business is not easy. Then it's up to you Navy to clean up these sea disasters. As soon as Pang Yukun finished speaking, he felt fooled, and his feelings were caught by Yan. And he was dissatisfied with his opposition to the Navy's foreign warfare. Seeing Pang Yukun's slumped expression, Yan burst out laughing. Xiaoming smiled helplessly, and continued, moreover, the barbarians love to drink. When I was in Chang'an, I heard that Shanxi merchants bought the liquor from the Chamber of Commerce and sold them to the barbarians at a high price. This cheapness cannot be taken by the Shanxi merchants. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we exchange wine for fur. Maybe we can sew leather boots for every King's army soldier. To be continued. Chapter 411. Promote potatoes leather boots. August 1st. Chinese. Nu Ben and other generals suddenly came to the spirit. Luffy immediately asked, His Royal Highness, what are leather boots? At present, the King's army wears cloth shoes. The dark green uniforms of the King's army always make Xiaoming a little awkward. So he planned to expand the leather shoe industry in King's. After all, leather boots are more wear-resistant than cloth shoes, and a layer of fleece can keep you warm, so you can ensure that the soldiers are not afraid of the cold. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The shoemaking industry can also provide a large number of jobs for King Zhu, so as to further digest the refugees, not to mention that he has a complete set of production technology from cowhide to leather shoes. Now that I can't tell you clearly, you will naturally know when the boots come out. Xiaoming said ha ha. The generals suddenly sighed when they heard the words. In addition to the food issue, Pang Yukun also talked about the current resettlement situation of the victims of the fief, the development of each state and county, and the income and expenditure of the fief this year. Generally speaking, because the northern expedition was funded by a large number of businessmen, King Zhu's finances were surplus this year, and these extra money were invested in infrastructure construction and the establishment of public officials. For Xiaoming, his advantage is to spread knowledge, so this universal education is particularly important. The more talents, the more they can be distributed to all walks of life and promote the development of the industry. Then Xiao Wenxian reported on the government's own situation. After Xiaoming proposed that officials perform their duties and gave Pang Yukun a textbook for the establishment of government agencies, he then refined the functions of government agencies. According to Xiaoming's idea, each state government is now equivalent to a municipal government. The municipal government will set up construction, agriculture, and commercial departments to refine the management of the land. This will not only reduce the monopoly of some officials, but also reduce unprofessionalism, random interference. Well, generally speaking, all matters of the fief are progressing, which is good. Xiaoming looked excited. He looked at Li Kaiyuan and said, Kaiyuan, this time the king signed a commercial agreement in Chang'an. From now on the royal land, King Wei and King Yong will not collect taxes on the Chamber of Commerce. Now the Chamber of Commerce has no heavy tax burden. You have to fight for your breath and continue to expand the profits of the Chamber of Commerce. The agreement is signed. Li Kaiyuan almost jumped up from his chair. He said excitedly, His Royal Highness, is this true? Of course it is true. Xiaoming tapped his finger on the table. This king is now trying his best to open the way for your Chamber of Commerce. If you can't bring enough profit to this king, you can be careful that this king punishes you. Li Kaiyuan laughed and said, His Royal Highness, if this agreement is signed, The profit of our Chamber of Commerce can definitely be tripled. Don't worry, Your Royal Highness, if you can't bring Your Royal Highness to 3 times the previous profit, you will come to see you. Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words. Well, you just have to know it. Li Kaiyuan laughed happily. This business agreement is not only tax-free. At the same time, the businessmen of the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce also have extraterritorial rights in the place where the agreement is signed. In other words, Qingzhou businessmen are not restricted by local laws and avoid being the local government arrested them for various unprovoked reasons. Compared with tax exemption, this is what Li Kaiyuan values more, because the Chamber of Commerce has already had several incidents of merchants being arrested and extorted by the local government. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoming added extraterritoriality to the agreement. After understanding the basic situation of the fief, Xiaoming announced the adjournment of the meeting, leaving only Li Kaiyuan and Pang Yukan to stay. His Royal Highness, leaving us too for potatoes? Pang Yukan asked. Xiaoming nodded. Yes. Now that the potatoes are coming down, the next step is to promote the potatoes. Your government office is responsible for taking the potatoes down to spread the potatoes around the fief. Ben Wang and Li Kaiyuan tried to sell the potatoes. Go part. Sell. Your Majesty, even 32 stones per acre of land of 3,000 acres is no more than 96,000 stones of potatoes. These potatoes are not enough for the land, so why sell them? Pang Yukan said anxiously. He now treats potatoes as a treasure, and whoever touches them is anxious. Xiaoming naturally has his own reasons. A potato is not easy to preserve. Under normal circumstances, a potato can be preserved for several months without sprouts. However, when a potato sprouts, a potato becomes poisonous and inedible. At the same time, according to Xiaoming's understanding, potatoes were high-end food when they first appeared, and they were eaten among the nobles. This means that the price is not cheap, and it is not profitable to take advantage of the freshness of potatoes. After explaining his reason to Pang Yukan was suddenly surprised. 96,000 she sold 16,000 she. Some of the remaining potatoes were selected for seedlings, and the rest were used as dishes for the army and academy. How about? Xiaoming said. Pang Yukan nodded at this moment. Fortunately, the reputation of this potato is spread, and a large number of merchants will come to buy the potato next year. Li Kaiyuan was adding up how much potatoes were sold for. He said, His Royal Highness, this potato is so delicious, why not sell it for 30 taels of silver and 1 stone? The price is dozens of times more expensive than rice. These merchants don't necessarily buy it. Then, the Chamber of Commerce will publish the potato news. At the same time, I will let the newspaper focus on the potato, and the hot air balloon will also be advertised. Xiaoming said. The three agreed to go back and make preparations. Xiaoming returned to the palace and wrote a manuscript. This manuscript was naturally an introduction to potatoes. At the same time, he also introduced some of the characteristics of potatoes, such as the fact that potatoes with green buds cannot be eaten, and how to preserve potatoes. The reason for this is the same as the precautions he asked the newspaper briquettes to use to avoid incorrect use leading to fatal accidents. After the manuscript was written, he sent the servant to the newspaper, and the newspaper printed it overnight. At the same time, Pang Yukan went to the slave plantation. Kuo-wu had been harvesting potatoes that day. When he arrived at the plantation, he asked about the potato harvest. This time I planted potatoes. Kuo-wu selected high-quality potato seedlings for planting, but because of uneven fertilizers, the harvest was still high or low, with a low of 20 she and a high of more than 30 she. Overall, it was good. A total of about 90,000 she was harvested from 3,000 mu of land. When Li Kaiyuan returned to the Chamber of Commerce, he immediately spread the potato affairs among the merchants of the Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, he also posted a notice at the door of the Chamber of Commerce, officially launching the new Qingzhou product, the potato. The next day, when the newspaper came out, the word potato immediately became a hot noun in Qingzhou City, and the hot air balloon hung a huge potato ad slogan from Qingzhou. making the smart businessman immediately smell the business opportunity and hurried to the Chamber of Commerce runaway. To be continued. Chapter 412 Cultivation of Xwibawang. His Royal Highness, this is today's King's newspaper. August 1st. Chinese? Question mark. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. In the early morning, after washing, Xiaoming and Fu were eating breakfast. Now, with the influx of businessmen into King's supplies are getting more and more abundant. Unlike in the past, sometimes money can't buy good things. Today, Xiaoming can always drink lotus porridge and some exquisite cakes for breakfast. Taking the newspaper from Xiaohan, Fu looked at it while drinking the porridge. When she saw that the green potatoes were poisonous, she was surprised. Your Highness, is this potato still poisonous? Yes, green potatoes are poisonous, so you can't eat them. But don't worry, potatoes without sprouts are edible and not poisonous. Xiaoming explained. Fu calmed down. This potato is high-yielding and delicious, but I didn't expect it to have this shortcoming. It seems that nothing is perfect. Picking up the newspaper and reading some miscellaneous things published in the newspaper, Fu continued, His Royal Highness, Asta and Luluo are generally not in the palace. What are they doing? In the past 2 days, Fu found that Lulu and Asta always run out. This is very rare in Chang'an's home. After all, maids can't run around. Talking about this, Xiaoming smiled. He said, Asta is now in charge of Kingsu Theater, and Luluo is in charge of the largest textile workshop in Kingsu City. The two of them are busy people. Xiaohan was a little envious when she heard the words. She said, Asta and Luluo sisters are so amazing. No wonder His Royal Highness regards them so much. But the slave servant and the princess are really bored in the palace all day. What nonsense. It's not that you are playful. I am not very bored. Fu blanked her eyes. Xiaohan grinned and stuck out his tongue. That's what Xiaohan said. You are not born and unfamiliar with Kingsu for the first time, and there are no young ladies in Kingsu that can accompany you to relieve your boredom. This king is busy with government affairs, but it is suffering for you. Xiaoming held said the child's hand. Fu smiled softly. His Royal Highness should focus on government affairs. As a princess, Fu should have shared worries and problems for His Royal Highness. Now I can't divide my worries, nor can I distract your Highness, so please don't worry about your Highness. As the saying goes, you are not afraid of being busy, you are afraid of being idle, and you will get annoyed when you are idle. Xiaoming understands this very well. Now Fu's freshness has not yet passed, and it will be even more boring in the past. However, Fu's temperament is quiet, and she likes to read. When she was bored in Chang'an, Xiaoming said to her with a wit, if you are free, this king has some books, you might as well take them and read them. What book? As expected, Fu showed a surprised look. At this time, the two of them had almost eaten their breakfast, so Xiaoming got up and took her to the study in the palace. In the study, Xiaoming turned out 7 books on textile materials, spinning, knitting, weaving, dyeing and finishing technology, and dye chemistry. These books were written by him for the textile industry. Now he suddenly found these books suitable for Fiji. Since ancient times, male workers and women weaving. He is not too out of line to let Fu read these books. After all, it is still in the tradition of male workers and women weaving. His Royal Highness, what are these? Fu looked over the 7 books one by one, her expression getting more and more surprised. This is all textile knowledge. Don't you usually like embroidery? There are also introductions here. After reading these, you will benefit a lot. Xiaoming smiled. Now Fu is his own princess, who belongs to his pillow. He naturally wants to improve Fu's knowledge and let her become the woman behind him. Moreover, the textile industry is just an evolution of the female celebrity. Letting Fu take charge of this matter can help her resolve the boring life. Secondly, a princess who personally grasps the textile industry will not worry that this business will not take off. Fu nodded, then opened a book and read it. Suddenly she was attracted by the knowledge in the book, and her eyes could not be separated from the book. Xiaoming laughed when she saw this. Fu is only 17 or 18 years old now, and she is the age of study in modern times. Besides, Fue is known as a talented girl in Chang'an, which shows that she is extremely smart. He might be able to treat Fue. The child is cultivated into a female academic bully. After all, Fue will be the person who spends the most time with her in the future, and she will also receive a lot of knowledge. Your Majesty, it's fine now. The lady has always been unable to move when she sees the book, and now she won't be bored. Xiaohun sighed and shook her head. Pity her had to accompany Fue to study again. It seems that the rumors that the princess loves to read books are true. Xiaoming said to Fue, Wang Princess, you can just take a look here. This king has something to go out. I don't know how to ask this king at night. Fue nodded, eyes with a hint of excitement for novel knowledge, and said, Yes, Your Highness. Shaking his head, Xiaoming turned and left. He was more satisfied with Fue. Most of the concubines in the harem regarded the imperial decree of women without talent or virtue. Gongdu. According to concubine Zen, many princes and concubines are the same, either fighting in their own nests or participating in the palace fights of the harem concubine, thinking about messy things all day long, and there are not many women who can be down to earth. It is precisely because of this that she is particularly satisfied with Fue, because in her opinion, a woman who loves to read will not have bad character. Although this sentence is that Zenfei saves others by herself, she is still in this era. After leaving the palace, Xiaoming went to the military workshop. Yesterday Chen Qi said that the Tiger Zun cannon had made progress, and he was going to have a look. When he arrived at the military workshop, Xiaoming saw the Tiger cannon on the test field. It was a short and thick artillery with a 45-degree inclination angle. His Royal Highness, this is the test Tiger cannon. This time, we made the body of the Tiger cannon using high-quality molten steel. The weight has been reduced, but the quality has been improved. The weight of this Tiger cannon is only 26 catties, can be used in field battles, Chen Qi said excitedly. Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. This time, Chen Qi did not simply imitate the Tiger cannon of the Ming Dynasty, but made a modification on this basis. This made the performance of the Tiger cannon more stable, but this Tiger is being tested. The gun is obviously not perfect, because the tube wall is still a bit thin. During the Ming Dynasty, Qi Jiguang made good progress in bombarding Japanese pirates in dense formations by using Huzun artillery, and Huzun artillery was suitable for mountain warfare, and it was suitable for use in mountainous areas such as Wa Kingdom and Ryukyu. It is time to develop the Tiger cannon. 26 kilograms is too light. You can consider thickening the tube wall to increase the range and maintain the weight at about 50 kilograms. In this way, it is not very heavy during field battles. At the same time, increase the gunpowder. The range can reach 1 kilometer. His Royal Highness is right. This is only an experimental model. The next official is preparing for the official model, which is similar to what the Royal Highness said. Chen Qi said with a smile. To be continued. Chapter 413 Unsuccessful Flower Bomb. Well, in that case, wait for the official model to come out and prepare to go into production. Next year, I hope to have a 200 doors. August 1st Chinese opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. On the proving ground, Xiaoming patted Chen Qi on the shoulder, but remembering something, he asked, can this gunpowder withstand the impact of a gunpowder explosion? Will the clay pot be broken? Strictly speaking, the Tiger gun is a modern mortar. The real power of this kind of curved artillery is the explosive shells. I think so. The combination of the gunpowder canister and the Tiger gun can wield the real power, because the gunpowder cans are already quite powerful. Yahua blade. The only drawback is that it is difficult to control the explosion time of the gunpowder cans. When the gunpowder cans were used to siege the city last time, many gunpowder cans exploded early or delayed at the head of Shanhai Aiguan, and even misfires occurred. According to New Ben, at that time, half of the gunpowder cans could really explode in the city. It is precisely because of the instability of this primitive bomb that it was not liked by the military when it first appeared. Especially the bomb on a battleship that needs to be ignited is equivalent to a time bomb, because once stored improperly, It is easy to send yourself to the sky. His Royal Highness, the officials have forgotten about this matter. The gunpowder cans really cannot withstand the power of the gunpowder explosion, so the military workshop cast hollow iron eggs. With that, Chen Qi directed a craftsman to take out an iron ball from the wooden box on one side and give it to Xiaoming. Seeing this iron ball the size of a baby's head, Xiaoming suddenly laughed. This is the original flowering bomb called a time bomb in the West, and it is also the legendary flowering bomb lost in the Ming Dynasty. This kind of bomb is an iron ball. There is a lead wire leading into the iron ball in front of the iron ball. The gunner cuts the lead wire according to the distance to achieve the purpose of explosion, so it is as unstable as a gunpowder can. This kind of primitive bombardment was equipped with very little in the ammunition of the Western Army, accounting for only 1/10 of the time. Yes, but the time of this kind of shell exploding is unstable, Xiaoming said with a smile. He was not angry, but happy. In any case, this is a bomb. This is an improvement for the military workshop. Only with this foundation can he continue to develop the next generation of bombs. Xiaoming's words made Chen Qi look ashamed. His Royal Highness, one of the reasons why this tiger cannon has been experimenting is because of the explosion of the cannonball. The Xiaoguan now uses the tiger cannon to shoot this type of cannonball, which is very dangerous, and it is even worse than slinging stones. It is safe to fire because the gunpowder in the barrel will ignite the matchlock. You might be able to put a hollow wooden tube into the bullet hole, and put a slow-burning arquette in the wooden pipe, and at the same time extend and shorten the length of the burning arquette by rotating the cork. This way, it will be better than this directly. The shells that enter the bullet holes are safer, Xiaoming said. When the fuse is not yet clear, Xiaoming can only improve the safety and practicability of this type of bomb. The problem with this type of bomb is that the gunpowder in the barrel directly ignites the match, so no matter the length of the match will be flicked. The vicinity of the hole is ignited. Because of this, the shells can become very dangerous. When a hollow cork is inserted, the length of the fire cord in the cork can be adjusted by rotating, so that the stability of the bomb is higher. However, this kind of flowering bomb has not reached the level of the Napoleonic period in the 19th century, and can only be said to be a generation and a half of the flowering bomb. Yes, why am I so stupid? Chen Qi was excited to go back and forth when he heard the words. He said, Your Royal Highness, the next official will study this cork shell. Nodded. Xiaoming didn't bother Chen Qi anymore. He knew that once Chen Qi found a new way of thinking, he would go on studying all the way without sleeping and eating. Talking to him at this time was the same as talking to wood. After seeing the tiger gun, Xiaoming did not leave immediately but went directly to the artillery workshop. At this time, the artisans in the artillery workshop were producing artillery. Because of the huge demand for export artillery this year, the iron molds in the artillery workshop have now tripled, and artillery for export is being produced day and night. At the same time, the number of the other 2 iron molds has tripled, one of which is the city fire cannon currently in use in Kingzhou, and the other is the naval gun. Because the Galen ship needs a large number of artillery this year, the production of naval guns is also in full swing. The newly added 12 Galen ships need at least 1,000 artillery pieces. This is not only a heavy task for the military workshop, but also a financial impact. Huge overhead. Even if the cost of 1,000 artillery is 2,000 guls, this is something that can only be done with 2 million guls of silver, and this does not include the cost of ammunition and shells. An improper family doesn't know that firewood, rice, oil, and salt are expensive. Now Xiaoming has deeply felt the pain of cutting meat. It is precisely because of this that he decisively ordered a defensive posture against the barbarians. Now he cannot continue to fight like this because the economic benefits brought by the barbarians are too small. If this continues, the war will drag him down. It's also because of the money that he sells arms. If he doesn't sell arms, he makes artillery and guns without the money. After walking through the artillery workshop, he gradually made up his mind to continue to expand the sales of export-oriented artillery in the country. At the same time, The export of matchlock guns should also be put on the agenda. It is not easy for this military workshop to achieve profitability. After leaving the artillery workshop, Xiaoming entered the artillery workshop. At this time, Song Qingping was overseeing the production of the artillery gun. In the workshop, he saw that some craftsmen were already assembling matchlock guns. It seemed that Song Qingping's reaction was very quick. He started to implement this order as soon as he was given it. His Royal Highness, this matchlock gun is very simple. 5,000 matchlock guns can be delivered in 2 months. Song Qingping believes. Xiaoming picked up an assembled matchlock gun and looked at it. This kind of matchlock gun has no bayonet but only a barrel, which is much inferior to the flintlock gun. Compared with the profit of artillery, this matchlock gun is more profitable. Therefore, Xiaoming attaches great importance to the export of matchlock guns. He said, "Now that the gun workshop has business, we can consider expanding production like the artillery workshop. Each type of gun is partly responsible production. It won't be chaotic if you want." Song Qingping nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. The next official will start arranging this matter later." Xiaoming continued, "This production is one thing. The development of this new type of gun can't be pulled down. Chen Qi has a tiger gun. You have to work harder to increase the range and accuracy of the flintlock gun." His Royal Highness, the junior officers team is currently researching new types of guns. I believe it will not be long before Your Royal Highness will see a more powerful flintlock gun, Song Qingping said. Looking at the busy workshop, Xiaoming glanced at Song Qingping with admiration. This guy has always been very sincere, saying that when he develops, he must be developing. To be continued. Chapter 414 Bestseller. The clanging of metals filled the military workshop. After learning about the production of artillery and musket, Xiaoming told Song Qingping and Chen Qi about the production tasks. The production capacity of the military workshop has tripled, but it is far from enough for Xiaoming. The reason is simple. His current capacity is too far behind the Western powers. At this time in modern times, even the Dutch warships with a land area of only 40,000 square kilometers had hundreds of them. In the previous Anglo-Herb wars, 8,000 artillery was used unilaterally at a time, and this was the beginning of the 17th century. Now that it is the 18th century, the strength of these imperial navies can only be stronger. Compared with this horrible figure, Xiaoming's current power is very different, so now he is ready to vigorously expand the trade and continue to expand the number of shipyards. Otherwise he wants to compete with these veteran empires for colonies in his lifetime. So after experiencing the gloom of politics in Qing'an this time, he didn't want to waste his energy on intrigues in the court. Internal friction would only distract him and drag down the industrial and commercial exhibition in Qingzhou. Furthermore, he now holds 2 pieces of land in Yaozhou and Qingzhou. The land area is not less than the original British island at that time. After all, the main British island at that time was only 240,000 square kilometers. He was just a little short. And there were still 150,000 square kilometers. With such a land area, he has no demand for land for the time being. The remaining problem is to industrialize the land and make the people on the land rich. While thinking, Xiaoming went to the Chamber of Commerce. Today, Pang Yukan is responsible for dividing the potatoes, and letting the states and counties enter the villages to promote the potatoes. To cooperate with this kind of propaganda, he needs the help of the Chamber of Commerce. The common people are not stupid. They take something they have never seen before, and they will not go into planting it unless they find it can sell for money. This requires the Chamber of Commerce to promote potatoes this time. In fact, to Xiaoming, it doesn't matter how much potatoes are sold this time, or how much money they sell. The important thing is that he should let the local people know that growing potatoes can make money. Entering the Chamber of Commerce, a scent of potatoes came over. In the Chamber of Commerce, there are dozens of briquettes on top of an iron pot, and potatoes are boiling in water. The merchants are eating boiled potatoes in front of the iron pan. This way of eating is also the most basic way of eating potatoes. And in the Chamber of Commerce, one of them is frying potato shreds, and another is frying fries. After the merchant has eaten boiled potatoes, He will wait here. When Xiaoming entered the Chamber of Commerce, Li Kaiyuan immediately stepped forward, and the merchants immediately surrounded him, with a trace of expectation in his eyes. His Royal Highness, many businessmen have proposed to purchase potatoes because they think that the price is too expensive. I just discussed it with them. They think it's reasonable to buy potatoes for 5 taels of silver and 1 stone. Li Kaiyuan said, 5 taels of silver? Xiaoming frowned, which was much lower than their expected price. Nowadays, the price of a stone of rice is only 50 cents, which is already 10 times the price of rice, which can be said to be very high. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoming said, 5 taels are 5 taels. Now the main thing is to sell potatoes for 5 taels with 1 stone. An acre of land is more than 100 taels of silver. If this is the case, the people will be rich. Yes, all the officials who said this want to go home and grow potatoes. Li Kaiyuan said with joy. Shaking his head, Xiaoming said, don't be proud of it too soon. When the potato production comes up, the price of this potato will only continue to fall. It would be nice if it can be a little more expensive than rice. Li Kaiyuan agreed. With Xiaoming's approval, Li Kaiyuan said to a group of merchants at this time, His Royal Highness agreed, 5 or 2 and 1 stone. You can place an order now if you want to buy it. As soon as these words came out, the businessman immediately surrounded Li Kaiyuan and shouted, I buy 20 stones. Give me 100 stones. 2,000 stones. I want to sell them to Chien. The buying enthusiasm of the merchants was high, and Xiaoming was satisfied. The potatoes will slowly spread throughout the country. As the fact is, just as he predicted, the Chamber of Commerce prepares to turn these potatoes into actual profits after purchasing potatoes. As a result, merchants selling potatoes to other places appeared on the dock. The east and west markets of King's responded the fastest, and potatoes appeared on the market soon. The people who entered the city the next day were surprised when they saw the potatoes on the stall. Yesterday the government office sent people to the countryside to promote potato planting, and many people were afraid to plant such unfamiliar things. Land is the lifeblood of the common people, and a mistake in one season of food is enough to kill them. But when they asked about the price of potatoes, the expressions of the common people changed. 5 2 and 1 stone. A citizen exclaimed. The vendor nodded and tried his best to sell. There will be no fakes. I just bought this from the Chamber of Commerce. I have to make some money from selling it. It tastes very good. It tastes very good in this pot. You taste. The people's eyes rolled around. In the past 2 years, his family's food has been sold to the government office, and he can make about 15 or 6 silver a year. Compared with the past, his family is a lot richer, and the 5 cents are not expensive, so he said, come 2 catties, take it back and let the people in my family taste it. I can't say I will plant an acre of potatoes next year. Test. The vendor immediately smiled. The potatoes business is pretty good. From morning to now, he has sold 3 stone potatoes. From this point of view, it is not a problem to sell these potatoes. Thinking of this, he thought about going again. The Chamber of Commerce purchases some. This time, the King's Chamber of Commerce provides limited potatoes. If it cannot be purchased in time, I am afraid that there will be none. And just as the vendors thought, as the potatoes were sold, more and more businessmen came to buy them, and even many people came to buy potatoes and sell them in the village. The merchants who usually walk the streets and alleys even blocked the Chamber of Commerce. These people are not big vendors, they are all hawkers. Every time they buy 1 stone, 2 stones, but in Xiaoming's under the sign, the Chamber of Commerce would be happy to sell potatoes to these small businesses. There is no other reason, because these traveling merchants and ordinary people are all locals. Now Xiaoming is supporting local businesses, and he must focus on supporting the ordinary people. Moreover, these travel merchants and common people are all from the grassroots folks. They bring goods to move around in the fief, and they can also bring the most direct news to the Bakesins. Some big businessmen are unwilling to go. These travelers will also get involved. In this way, the news of Tada can truly cover every corner of the fief. Later, Li Kaiyuan handed over the sales of potatoes for 1 day to Xiaoming. Generally speaking, The potatoes were sold for 2,000 she on the first day, which is a good figure. In the next few days, this 10,000 stone sales task is estimated to be completed soon, and 50,000 kills of silver can be easily obtained. To be continued. Chapter 415 Dutch The Palace of the King of Chu? August 1st Chinese? Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. A person covered in black robes was escorted by the guards to the Phoenix Pavilion in the palace. At this time, a tall, cold-faced middle-aged man was sitting under the pavilion waiting to take him. The middle-aged man looked cold and had a mole on his eyebrows especially dazzling, and a cold light flashed from time to time in his eagle-like eyes. His Royal Highness Chu, what can you do for me? When he came to the King of Chu, the black-robed man pulled off his clothes. Inside was a tall young man with a red head. The young man's clothes were incompatible with the personality of the country. But a black tuxedo, the blunt language of the country, gives a sense of twists and turns. Seeing this young man, King Chu's expression turned gloomy, but there was still some dissatisfaction in his eyes. He said to the young man, "Envoy Rhodes, I think you should explain to this king why your fleet is attacking my merchant ship." Known as Lewd King, the young man smiled contemptuously. "His Royal Highness the King of Chu, there is only one reason why the Dutch attacked your merchant ship, and that is that your merchant ship is doing business at sea privately." I think the newly appointed Earl Blacking said very much clearly. From now on, this sea area can only be shipped by our Dutch merchant ships. If you need spices, we will sell spices to you from Nanyang. If you need sulfur, we will sell sulfur to you from the Japanese country. You want to sell them. Is it not clear enough that porcelain must be transported by our Dutch merchant ships to Europe? King Chu's face was so dark that he could drip ink, and he said, "This king doesn't care about your new count. The agreement we signed back then didn't have this." Now there, Your Royal Highness, and Earl Black, if he knows that you have humiliated him, he will definitely be unhappy. By then, your matchlock gun supply may be cut off, Rhodes said in a mocking tone. He didn't care about King Chu's thoughts at all, and now the Dutch had the final say in this sea area. The King of Chu's eyes were full of anger. Since the new Earl of Ryukyu took her office 3 months ago, the Dutch suddenly tore up the commercial agreement they had signed. They no longer met the most favorable country treatment in Chu, and began to demand the entire country of Chongqing open the market, and at the same time prohibit any private trade of merchant ships in this sea area. Do you think that the king still cares about your matchlock? Now our country also has matchlocks. Go back and tell your count that if he tears up the agreement, he will bear the consequences. This king will not be bullied by you casually. The King of Chu said angrily. Luo's eyes narrowed. He grasped the message in King Chu's words. He asked, "You also have matchlock guns now?" "Of course. On the same day that your count took office, King Chi in the north had a war with the barbarians. They defeated the barbarians with the matchlock spear. Therefore, don't use the matchlock spear to threaten me, otherwise this king can do the same. Buy matchlock guns from King Chi, and remember one thing, this is the land of the Great Chu Kingdom, so we have the final say." King Chu threatened. Over the years, he has relied on trading with the Dutch for his wealth. An ocean trade has made him rich. Now that the Dutch cut off his trade line is equivalent to cut off his wealth. It is for this reason that he will be angry. Moreover, he now has 15,000 musketeers in his hands. The most important thing is that he has been able to create slightly less powerful muskets by imitating linen craftsmen. Last year he also bought hundreds of muskets from King Zhu. These artillery pieces were all installed on the battleship by him, and he believed that he could challenge the Dutch, because according to the information he obtained, the Dutch army stationed on Ryukyu Island is only 10,000 people. Although his fleet is not as good as the Dutch fleet, he has 3,000 large merchant ships. Using these merchant ships, he was fully capable of transporting troops to Ryukyu Island and fighting the Dutch. He got along well with the Dutch before and never thought of using force. But now the Dutch is too much. He can only use this as one of the options. How could it be possible? With King Chu, your ability to imitate matchlocks at best, How could King Chi make matchlocks? Luo looked unbelieving. The king of Chu snorted and said, "It is said that he was taught by a missionary." In short, the matchlock is no longer a secret. Messenger of Rhodes, please go back and convey this king's news to Earl Black. If you keep the agreement unchanged, you can get along harmoniously, but if you continue to monopolize maritime trade, this king can only be very welcome. Well, His Royal Highness Chu, I will tell Earl Black. Luo put on his black robe again, and led the guards to the pier outside Linan City. After entering a merchant ship, the merchant ship rowed towards the fleet in the East Sea area. In the palace of Chu Dynasty, after Luo left, a young man wearing a purple round-neck gown appeared in front of the Phoenix Pavilion. "Father, tell the Dutch so much what to do, and drive away the Dutch directly. The sea route is ours," the young man said. "He is the Prince of Chu, Li Chuan." King Chu's eyes were deep, and he slowly said, "The Dutch fleet is not so easy to deal with. If you can talk about it, let's talk about it. Rushing to war with the Dutch will only hurt our troops. We can't lose our troops in vain. After all, the Qi king is powerful now." This time the second prince was exiled to Basu because of the assassination. It can be seen that King Qi's influence on the court is now. It is a pity that King Qi was completely destroyed by our arrangement for so long. Li Chuan said angrily, "This King Qi's fate is really hard. He didn't kill him twice, but now he is getting more and more powerful." After a pause, Li Chuan suddenly said, "Father, just now you and the Dutch deliberately talked about the muskets. Whether this time you are preparing to cause trouble, let the Dutch deal with King Qi." "Hey, my son is smart." The Dutch sold us a matchlock gun for 500 gls of silver, while Xiaoming sold only 100 gls of silver to the court. "It is precisely because of the sweetness that the Dutch people will demand everything from the country." Opening up the trade, this time the Dutch will be furious when they know that King Qi can produce matchlock guns, and this will ruin their business. The king of Chu was proud. Li Chuan said, "Further Wang Yingming, if King Qi falls this time, we can't wait any longer. We will immediately seize the land south of the Yangtze River. Our Li family has waited too long, and this throne will be given to us." "People sit down." The king of Chu nodded slightly. The accumulation of several generations made Chu a very rich place. The copper coins piled in the treasury of various states were too much to be used up, so that the rope tied to the copper coins rotted away. With such a strong capital, why did he listen to the imperial court's orders, waiting for the north to be chaotic? But the two conspiracies were disrupted by the Qi king. The father and son were talking, and suddenly a guard rushed in and shouted, "His Royal Highness is not good." After the Dutch envoy boarded the ship, the Dutch warships began to shell the pier, and several merchant ships in the pier sank. To be continued. Chapter 416 Battle of Kyontang. These Dutch people The news from the guards made King Chu furious, and he underestimated the brutal nature of the Dutch. "Father, what should I do?" Li Chuan was also very angry. He gradually realized the true colors of these Dutch people, who were a group of greedy businessmen. King Chu hesitated and made up his mind. He said, "Send our warship. We want the Dutch to know how good this king is." "Yes, father." Li Chuan responded to the pier. Linan City, Cow Mansion. At this time, news of the Linan pier being attacked quickly spread here. After receiving the news, Cow Patriarch Cao Kun immediately called the eldest son Cao Zhengtong to him. "Father." Cao Zhengtong was about 26 years old. His complexion was a little pale, and his body was a little thin. It seemed that he had recovered from a serious illness. Cao Zhengtong was a little weak when he spoke. "Zhengtong, you now set off for Kingzhou immediately. This time the king of Chu will suffer a big loss in the battle with the Dutch," Cao Kun said nervously. "If we lose the battle, our Cao family caravan will probably never be able to go to sea again. After you arrive in Kingzhou, immediately contact Zheng Yang to convene merchant ships that are transporting goods throughout the country, and at the same time repurchase merchant ships from Kingzhou to organize the fleet." After all, the king of Chu stared at us very closely. "We are in Chu, the fleet can't move." Cao Zhengtong said in confusion, "The king of Chu is strong, so there should be no problem dealing with the Dutch. The King of Chu is strong, but there is no way to get the Dutch at sea. His ship can't beat the Dutch warship, Cao Kun said anxiously. Don't froze, do it quickly. I am afraid that he can defeat the Dutch now. Only the King of Qi, the hope of our Cao family, is in King Zhu, not in Linen. After all, the King of Chu is no different from the other dignitaries in Dayu, and the King of Qi can let our Cao family continue to prosper. Cao Zhengtong's expression became heavy. He nodded and said, "Yes, father, I will go to King Zhu and tell King Qi about the matter here." "Well, hurry up, and talk about the shipyard." Cao Kun sighed. Companion to the monarch is like a companion tiger. Over the years, their Cao family has offered countless amounts of silver to the King of Chu, but the King of Chu is so greedy that he is now planning to annex the Cao family directly. His eyeliner in the Chu palace had already secretly told him about this, and because of this, he made a decisive start to arrange the Cao family's property in King Zhu. Although the King of Chu was a little wary of this, his true purpose was still unclear, thinking that the Cao family was just operating a business in King Zhu normally. In fact, he was preparing for the transfer of the Cao family's assets. Once the King of Chu started, they would flee even if they gave up the Jiangnan industry. When the father and son were talking, Li Chuan led 100 warships to attack eastward from the Qiantang River outside Linen. On the 10 warships in front, 10 artillery pieces were installed on each deck, with about 5 on each side of the deck. Standing on the largest ship, Li Chuan was full of confidence. Before they had no artillery, they were naturally afraid of fighting the Dutch at sea, but now they are equipped with 10 warships with artillery, plus traditional warships. He believes that they can fight the Dutch. Following the eastward flow of the river, Li Chuan saw the Dutch warships that were besieged at the estuary. At this time, a total of 10 Dutch warships were bombarding the coastal pier. These Dutch warships are all 3 decks, with a row of artillery on each deck. Facing these Dutch warships, Li Chuan issued an offensive order. When the drums of war sounded, 100 warships rushed towards the Dutch warships. At this time, on the Dutch battleship Liberty, a slightly obese middle-aged man with a single telescope was watching the battleships rushing out of the river mouth. The middle-aged man wears a brown waistcoat with a curly brown length, shiny leather shoes and stockings under his feet, and black pants on his legs. He is the new Earl of Ryuki Black. "Lord Earl, do you want to retreat and introduce them into the deep sea to destroy them one by one?" Liu Ode thought he gave a good suggestion. "No, these warships are unorganized, and the number of artillery is not enough. They only use the chaotic method of 50 years ago. Although there are many, they are not our opponents. Today I will let these stupid kings of Chu understand what it's a naval battle." Black put away his sight glasses and said to a crew member, "Hang the blue flag." The crew received the order and immediately raised a small blue flag to the top of the battleship. At this time, the Dutch warships that were scattered and staying in the sea seemed to have been ordered, and immediately began to adjust their directions, and the scattered warship formation immediately became one, which is exactly the array tactics in naval battles. In Blake's eyes, the Chu Kingdom's fleet at this time was only using chaotic warfare. This warfare did not have a unified command. Each ship was fighting separately, and there was no unified dispatch at all. In fact, 50 years ago, the Dutch also used chaotic warfare, but only after losing 3 times their forces to the British in a naval battle did they begin to change this separate warfare. Looking at the 100 mighty warships at this time, Blake did not feel nervous at all. When the warships lined up to form one, he ordered to fire. Boom! 10 battleships fired at the same time, and 500 artillery fired at the same time on the Chu Kingdom fleet that burst out from Jiangku. In an instant, raindrops of shells flew toward the densely bursting battleships. After one round of shooting, the Dutch fleet immediately began to spin in a U-shape, and the other side of the first battleship immediately fired again. Under the continuous attack, the battleship of King Chu that had just rushed out of the estuary immediately had 7 battleships sinking. These 7 battleships blocked the route of other battleships like a rock. Even under the impetus of the river, some battleships could not start to dodge, hit each other. Suddenly, The Chu Wang fleet became chaotic. The soldiers on the fleet were even more frightened by the horrific artillery of the Dutch. Chu is rich and has never had a war since the founding of Great Chu. The people are content to enjoy themselves, and the soldiers are afraid of war. Many soldiers were already frightened when Li Chuan ordered a war against the Dutch. At this time, looking at the bodies floating in the river, the soldiers screaming, and the red blood, more soldiers lost their intent to fight. Li Chuan's face suddenly changed when he saw this hell-like scene. He was used to hiding in the house to plan conspiracies and was good at calculating, but the real battlefield was completely different from what he thought. Looking at the sunken battleships, his legs began to tremble. "Retreat, retreat!" Li Chuan roared. Under this order, the chaos of the fleet began, and after the loss of 10 warships, the rout began. On the Freedom, Black looked at the chaotic King Chu fleet, grinning and said, "Now it's time for King Chu to sign the trade agreement again." To be continued. Chapter 417 Beat Cow's House. P.S. There is still a chapter below. I originally wanted to write 6 more chapters, but this time will definitely not be finished. Move this one to tomorrow and continue with 5 more. Of course, the snail will work hard. If you can write 2 more chapters, write 2. Chapter August 1 Chinese opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Outside Linen. Cao Zhengdong, who was preparing to leave, suddenly learned the news that King Chu's fleet was defeated by the Dutch, and the fleeing people and the disintegrated soldiers described the scene of the battle very terribly. With a faint sigh, Cao Zhengdong urged the carriage to move forward. As his father had expected, King Chu's fleet was nothing but fancy and vulnerable. Along the official road of Linen City, he headed north and drove the road for 7 consecutive days. He finally saw the legendary Kingzhou city. At this time, Cao Zhengyang was waiting for him on the dock outside Kingzhou city. The servants had arrived in advance and told Cao Zhengyang the news of his arrival. "Big brother." Cao Zhengyang looked at Cao Zhengdong, who was a little pale, and asked, "Big brother, has something happened at home, father?" "Don't worry, my father has nothing to do. It was my father's order to come to Kingzhou this time. By the way, you will take me in front of King Qi now. I have important things to tell King Qi." Cao Zhengdong said. He is the son of Cao's family, and his status in the family is much higher than that of Cao Zhengyang. Cao Zhengyang nodded and immediately led Cao Zhengdong to Prince Qi's mansion. After the notification, they waited for King Qi to receive him. In the palace, Xiaoming is explaining the knowledge in the book to Fua. These days, Fua is completely indulged in the books he gave. If there is something she doesn't understand, she will ask Xiaoming in time. His Royal Highness, Cao Zhengdong and Cao Zhengyang beg to see you, the servant guarding the door said. Xiaoming frowned. This is the first time Cao Zhengdong has come to Kingzhou. He said, "Let them come in. His Royal Highness, the concubine will retire first." Fua is very sensible, and every time a guest comes, she will take the initiative to avoid it. Xiaoming nodded. These days, he and Fua are more like a husband and wife, and they get along naturally. Fua left, and the servant brought 2 men over. One of them was Cao Zhengyang, and the other was probably Cao Zhengdong. Cao Zhengdong has seen His Royal Highness King Qi. Cao Zhengdong and Cao Zhengyang bowed and saluted at the same time. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoming looked at Cao Zhengdong. "Zhengyang said that you are weak and sick, and Linen, where you have been living, basically does not go out. Why do you have to go to Kingzhou for a long distance?" "Back to your highness." This time the Kerman went to Kingzhou by the order of his father, and at the same time conveyed a message to His Highness that the Chu King fleet went to war with the Dutch and was defeated. Oh? Xiaoming was stunned. He had always been extremely wary of King Chu. Various news from the secret guards proved that King Chu was disturbing the wind and rain, and even the Azure Dragon King had something to do with King Chu. King Chu's fleet was being destroyed by the Netherlands. People defeated this to vent their anger for him. He smiled and said, "But what does this matter have to do with this king?" Cao Zhengdong was stunned, and he said loudly, His Royal Highness does not know that there is now a new Dutch Earl named Clare on Ryukyu Island. Since his arrival, other merchant ships have been prohibited from participating in maritime trade. It is for this reason that Chu the King would go to war with the Dutch. Today, only His Royal Highness can make warships that rival the Dutch fleet, and only His Royal Highness can defeat the Dutch and regain the right to sea trade in Great Chungking. Maritime trade, right? Xiaoming sneered. Isn't this maritime trade always monopolized by the Chu King? Even the White King has to be angry with the Chu King, and this king has nothing to do with the maritime trade, right? Xiaoming said lazily. Doesn't your highness want it? It's a pity. If your highness masters the maritime trade, with King Zhu's commodities, King Zhu will become rich in a few years. Cao Zhengtong said, dangerously narrowing his eyes. Xiaoming glanced at Cao Zhengtong faintly. He said, if you have anything to say, let's just say it. This king doesn't like to bend around. Your father didn't want you to come to King Zhu just to tell the king of Chu to be ashamed. His Royal Highness wise. This time my father asked Komen to come here to contribute his power to His Highness's shipyard. Many people know that there are many shipyards in the south of the Yangtze River. 80% of the merchant ships in Great Yu are from the south of the Yangtze River, but the shipyards under the Cao families, there are 13. 6 of these shipbuilding workshops are in the fief of the King of Chu, and 7 are distributed in other places. If His Royal Highness wishes, Komen can move all the shipbuilding workshops to Dengzhou to help His Royal Highness make Dengzhou a shipbuilding industry center. Kasheng said sternly. Then what do you want? Xiaoming said. Just like the Northern Expedition, if your Royal Highness gets a trade route in the future, please allow Cao's merchant ships to participate in maritime trade. Cao Zhengtong said. This is the real purpose of his coming this time. The defeat of King Chu means that the root of the Cao family's fortune is broken, and King Chu's ability cannot be regained. But the Cao family knew King Zhu's battleships, and they also knew what King Zhu's 3 battleships had done. They dared to fight against the British fleet and sank the British battleships. Because of this, the Cao family decided to place a bet on Qi Wang. Ha ha ha. Xiaoming laughed. Your Cao family deserves to be financially rich. Now the large pastures in Yaozu belong to your Cao family, and the banks in these 6 states are also yours. Now you have to participate in trade routes. Are you ready to buy this king's fief at this time? Although Xiaoming was smiling, Cao Zhengtong felt cold all over. He suddenly realized something and cautiously said, His Royal Highness, our Cao family is just a businessman. This is also to preserve the Cao family's foundation. The family sharpens the sword. We are just surviving. Please rest assured, since we have entered King Zhu, our Cao family is the courtier of His Highness. HMPH, you know that this is the best point. This king's fief is a place where commerce freely circulates. This king is also very tolerant to businessmen. But there are some things that businessmen can't touch, understand? The back of Cao Zhengyang has been soaked in cold sweat. He has lived in King Zhu for a long time and naturally understands this King Qi, who is a real dangerous man. Cao Zhengtong said cautiously, His Royal Highness Komen understands. Our Cao family is willing to help His Royal Highness build a shipbuilding workshop. As for the future, but listen to His Highness's instructions. It's pretty much the same. Xiaoming returned to his smile. Once the Cao family came to the fiefdom, they had to make deals with themselves, and reached out for this and that. If you don't beat them now, they won't go to heaven in the future. They really regard themselves here as a country of free capital in the West, and they can ask him for a price. Cao Zhengtong squeezed a cold sweat in his heart. It was indeed his mistake this time. He should discuss it with Cao Zhengyang first. If you can help this king build a shipyard, this king will naturally return it in the future. Remember, you can take what this king gives you, and you can't have ideas if this king doesn't give you. Xiaoming reminded. Cao Zhengtong and Cao Zhengyang nodded again. Xiaoming waved his hand and let the two leave. At this time, the messenger called Wang Xuan over and said, You go and collect the news about Chudi and report it to this king. To be continued. Chapter 418 Fisherman Prophet P.S. Sorry, 5 shifts tonight. The snail missed this time. I must have a long memory next time. Beg for mercy. In the main hall, Xiaoming and Wang Xuan stood opposite each other. 8. 1 Chinese, net, opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. After receiving Xiaoming's order, Wang Xuan said, His Royal Highness, the secret guard has already gone to Chu land. If such a major event really happens, I will probably get news soon. Wang Xuan's tone is very confident. In the past 2 years, the government has invested a lot of money in the secret guards, which has allowed the secret guards to expand rapidly, and now there are thousands of secret guards under his own. These secret guards are distributed in key monitoring areas and are strictly organized, and it is they who pass back a steady stream of news. Nodding his head, he said to Wang Xuan, Yes, but the work of the secret guard needs to be strengthened. This time your arrest of Shanxi merchants has long been known to the emperor. It seems that the emperor father also has an organization that spy on intelligence. Wang Xuan nodded. We were indeed negligent. Later we learned that they were from Li Jingmen. That's not bad. You finally have an opponent and you can compete with each other. Besides, the monitoring of Qian and the barbarians cannot be slackened. The dynamics of these two places are equally important. Yes. Wang Xuan nodded, turned and left. Watching Wang Xuan leave, Xiaoming fell into contemplation. The news Cao Zhengtong brought this time really surprised him. He did not expect that King Chu would go to war with the Dutch. I have to say that this shows that the Dutch really pushed the King of Chu into anxieties, but the emergence of such a domineering Dutch earl in this area is also not good news for Xiaoming. Now that sea trade routes have been completely blocked, this is also a huge problem for Xiaoming. Just as Cao Zhengtong said, sea routes are wealth. He couldn't let such a huge wealth in the hands of the Dutch. The Silk Road in the 6th place was cut off, and now the sea routes are also cut off. Xiaoming is really one and too big. This great Chu country is really a mess. 2 days later, Wang Xuan brought news of the Battle of the Qiantang Sea in the Chu region. King Chu's fleet was destroyed by the Dutch with more than 30 ships, and his son Li Qian was almost taken prisoner by the Dutch. The linen wharf was even more ruined by the Dutch. Finally, under the intimidation of the Dutch, the King of Chu had to sign a new negotiation agreement on the Dutch warship. This agreement recognizes the Dutch ownership of maritime trade, and all ships passing through trade routes must pay heavy taxes to the Dutch. At the same time, all goods sold by the Dutch to Chu are exempt from tax and so on. Is this news reliable? Xiaoming asked with the news from Wang Xuan. It's very reliable. It is said that in order to humiliate the King of Chu, the Dutch disclosed this agreement to the local maritime merchants. These news came from these maritime merchants, Wang Xuan said. Xiaoming sneered and said, unexpectedly, I didn't expect that the King of Chu really opened the first of the Great Chu Kingdom, and was the first to sign the first unfair traitorous country in history under the threat of colonial force agreement. The King of Chu has always had a heart higher than the sky. This time I am afraid I will cry and beg His Highness to purchase arms. Wang Xuan suddenly smiled. Hey, it's really hard to say. This time I was severely taught by the Dutch. Because of the urinary nature of the King of Chu, he must purchase a large amount of arms, and because of this, the Dutch will definitely not sell arms to Chu. Wang Xiaoming suddenly looked forward to it. The two were talking, and suddenly the voice of the servant of the palace came from outside the door. Your Highness, the envoy of the King of Chu outside the door asks for a meeting. His Royal Highness, this is called Cao Cao, and Cao Cao will be here. Wang Xuan laughed. Xiaoming nodded. It seems that this time the King of Chu was very angry. It is the so-called snipe and clam fight, and the fisherman gains. In the past, the King of Chu was waiting for the king and the barbarian to fight both. Now we can finally watch him. What a joke. After all, Xiaoming asked Wang Xuan to avoid temporarily, but let the envoy of the Chu king come in. Now, Li Wei, see His Royal Highness. The man came was an old man, about 50 years old. Frowning his brows, Xiaoming said, no gift. The messenger is here this time. What's the matter? Returning to your highness, His Royal Highness Chu is here to purchase artillery and muskets. His Royal Highness asked Zai to bring a message to King Shu. Please remember that His Royal Highness is also a descendant of Yan and Huang, and must provide 1,000 for Chu. A naval gun. 1,000 naval guns? Xiaoming almost jumped up. He said, King Chu is crazy. Where does this king have so many naval guns? Hey, how did King Chu know about naval guns? Finally, Xiaoming said in shock. Li Wei was not in a hurry. He said, it was the Dutch who told His Royal Highness Chu about the naval gun. It was really to show off. His Royal Highness said that as long as he can get 1,000 naval guns, His Royal Highness Chi made a request. He can think about it. Xiaoming's eyes turned. 1,000 naval guns is really a big deal. This is enough for King Chu to form a fleet with powerful artillery. Moreover, these naval guns are generally heavy artillery, and the price is much more expensive than ordinary city defense guns. 1,000 artillery pieces are a lot of money. Overall, this business is really tempting, but Xiaoming himself does not have enough naval guns, let alone give it to King Chu. So he said, I'm afraid I can't help. King Zhu has a limited number of production artillery pieces. 1,000 guns are too much. Li Wei was still not in a hurry. He continued, His Royal Highness, wait a minute. His Royal Highness said that what King Zhu lacks is a boat, not a gun, but what Chu is lacking is a gun, not a boat. Favorable. His Royal Highness Chu is willing to exchange artillery for artisans from merchant ships and shipyards. I hope His Royal Highness will think twice. Merchant ships and craftsmen. Xiaoming's heart beat unsuspectingly. This time King Chu was really right. What he lacks now is indeed ships. Both merchant ships and shipbuilders are in short supply, and they are in short supply. After pondering for a while, he said, this king can squeeze out some naval guns, but the number will not be large. There can only be more than 30 guns. The remaining naval guns will be delivered in the next few years. In addition, this king has nothing to do. This time, the king of Chu was given a quick eye by the Dutch. After all, the agreement had been signed. Every year, the king of Chu would lose more. His Royal Highness said, you can wait. Li Wei said. Xiaoming nodded. This is fine, but the old rules are that the deposit must be in place. Otherwise the king can't do this business. The king must first see the merchant ship and the craftsman. After receiving such a large order, Xiaoming could only allow the military workshop to continue to expand. The 1,000 guns seemed to be many, but they were actually the scale of 10-gallon ships. Moreover, the delivery in several years is not enough to pose a threat to him, because after 3 or 4 years, the ghost knows how far the King's navy will be. At that time, these naval guns are estimated to be obsolete. As your highness wished. Li Wei nodded his head with a heavy focus. To be continued. Chapter 419. By a scent of food drifted into the main hall from the direction of the dining room. Chinese. Xiaoming, who had received a huge benefit, was in a good mood. He said to Li Wei, since it's time to eat, the messenger might as well have dinner in the palace. Li Wei was a little flattered when he heard that. He said, don't dare below, how can a humble body dare to sit with His Highness? It's okay, there are not so many rules here, so the messenger should not see outsiders. Xiaoming said with a grin. He said to the servant outside the door, let the dining room prepare an extra meal. Li Wei became more and more anxious. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He was not a person who was not seen by the King of Chu. Otherwise he would not have to travel long distances to serve as the envoy at the age of 50. After all, in the Chu area, the envoys were served by some humble people. Even if these people died in the hands of the enemy, the King of Chu would not feel distressed. Therefore, he was a little overwhelmed by Xiaoming's grand reception. Xiaoming saw Li Wei's expression in his eyes. He let Li Wei go out first, and then Wang Xuan came out from behind the screen behind the main hall. He asked, do you have any understanding of Li Wei? Back to your highness, we have records of some of the high-ranking officials in Chudi, but this Li Wei doesn't have it. If the next official guess is right, this Li Wei should be a low-ranking official. Xiaoming nodded. There must be secret guards in the land of the King of Chu. On the bright side, we must try to buy officials for our use. Remember, your secret guards are not just for collecting intelligence. The most important task is thorough penetration. Wang Xuan nodded. In fact, their secret guards had been implementing a very secret plan. Only Xiaoming and him knew about this plan, and even Pan Yukan and other officials did not know it. In this plan, their secret security work was further expanded. Not only were they responsible for espionage, they were also responsible for bribing infiltrating officials. These officials were from the imperial court or from other-named vassals, and even the target group included barbarians. In addition to officials, their work also included infiltration of the people. Just like what the king of Chu did in Yongzhou, their secret guards were also looking for contradictions in Chu, ready to detonate at any time. His Royal Highness, this work is already underway, but this plan costs a lot. This money? Wang Xuan laughed and began to ask for money. No way, now King Zhu's finances are so small. Whether it's Nu Ben, Pang Yukun or Chen Wenlong, they are staring at the treasury's account. If he does not open his mouth for the secret guard, this work will not be able to start. Xiaoming's face turned green, and he smiled and cursed. It's all a group of vampires. You really want this king to eat up? His Royal Highness. The officials are also helpless. These officials have a lot of appetite. If you don't feed them enough, they won't be obedient. Wang Xuan smiled bitterly. Okay. Xiaoming spread his hands. I'll talk to Pang Yukun about this, but you have to report the details of the expenses. It is impossible to give this money indiscriminately. Yes. Wang Xuan smiled. Unlike the army and government officials who can ask for money on the face, their secret guards can only pass through Xiaoming, and now they have received Xiaoming's answer. He retired and left the main hall. With a sigh, Xiaoming's brows frowned. Now King Zhu development needs money everywhere, so it seems that he speeds up the production of more goods and opens up sea trade routes, otherwise sooner or later he will have a fiscal deficit. While he was thinking about silver, Zixuan came over and let him eat. Because there were guests this time, Fu Yi chose to avoid it. This time, leaving Li Wei for dinner, Xiaoming was naturally unkind. This time Li Wei was responsible for the artillery procurement negotiations. What he said when he went back was naturally crucial, so Xiaoming wanted to test this Li Wei and find his flaws in order to buy it. Because there were only 2 people eating, Asta arranged the food in the pavilion of the palace, and was able to enjoy the scenery of the palace while eating. After a toast and a sip of wine, Xiaoming observed Li Wei. Although his clothes were not bad, they were a bit shabby. The scholars of this era are actually pursuing very simple things. They are nothing more than a wealth of wealth, a beautiful wife like a cloud, and a prosperous life. His eyes motioned for Asta, and Asta immediately turned around knowingly and left. After a while, 2 singers from the palace came with money and sat on both sides of Li Wei. Yingxing Yanniu was charming and unparalleled. Li Wei was rather cautious when he saw this, but he also understood that this was just the way of ordinary prince's hospitality, and he had to reluctantly socialize, but it was very regular. Not good looking. This is Xiaoming's conclusion. Not only did he look at the surface, Li Wei's eyes were also very clear, and he did not show any wicked look. With a smile, Xiaoming said, "Envoy Li, this time the business still hopes that the envoy will go back and have a few words with the king of Chu, and send more craftsmen and the merchant ships. If the envoy can ask the king of Chu to send extra, this king is willing to give the extra part. How about setting aside part of the profit to the messenger?" Li Wei knew that Xiaoming had imperatives for keeping him as a guest. He said, "His Royal Highness, Ding Mao is Ding Mao, and the officials are light-hearted. I am afraid that he will not be able to make King Chu change his mind." Xiaoming was a little surprised. This Li Wei was neither greedy nor nasty. This was really difficult. He naturally knew that Li Wei's words were just excuses. Living in modern times, he naturally knows that although this ambassador is subject to domestic orders, the ambassador can be very maneuverable in the other country. This Li Wei is responsible for the artillery procurement matters, and may be permanent in King's in the next few years to supervise this. There are a lot of tricks. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said, "People are light-hearted. Is it because the messenger has a low official position in Chu? Li Wei's eyes flickered suddenly. Seeming a bit annoyed, Xiaoming immediately caught Li Wei's change. I have to say that King Chu is very shrewd. I guess he knew Li Wei was not greedy for money. Only if he is not greedy will he be allowed to visit. But what he didn't estimate was that Li Wei had been dissatisfied with his official career. Hey, the messenger seems to be 50 years old. What a pity. Xiaoming deliberately irritated Li Wei. He now wants to open a breakthrough in King Chu's fief. Li Wei's face became more and more ugly. He was also a well-known talent in Chu area. For decades, he was just a small man in the Chu palace, and he had hidden dissatisfaction in his heart. It's just that what he concealed was pretty good, and King Chu did not see the difference. Big officials and junior officials are all serving for King Chu, but there is nothing to be a pity. Li Wei still said cautiously, the envoys are so high-spirited and brilliant, which is admirable. If the officials of the court have such a minded envoy, there will be no successors in the Hong Temple of the court. The court? Li Wei looked moved. To be continued. Chapter 420 Value for Money. P.S. Many readers have reported that the update span is too long, and Snail will try to update it twice in the future. 8. Li Wei's hand holding the wine glass stagnated in front of him, and the word court made him a little moved. Chang'an, this is at the feet of the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom, and being able to hold office and a half in Chang'an is a lifetime ideal for many officialdom. Yes, it's the court. Xiaoming said more blatantly. Now the Hongyu Temple will step down in 3 years. Now many officials are rushing to get in. Although Hongyu Temple is not a lucrative position, but it is also the 4th grade of official residence. Li Wei struggled for a while, and suddenly said, but what does this have to do with Xiexia? This life might stop here. Not necessarily. If the messenger is willing, it is not a problem to recommend a person to the emperor to serve as the prince of Hongyu Temple with the current status of the king. If the messenger is willing to act for the king, 3 years later, the king promises to let the messenger serve as Hong Hesse king. Xiaoming clarified the words thoroughly. Li Wei was obviously a person who attached great importance to official position, a man who was under Wei Wang's command, and a 4th-ranking member of the imperial court. The difference between them was one heaven and the other. Moreover, Xiaoming did not lose any if the solicitation failed. At most, he could not take advantage of some of the kings of Chu. Li Wei was lost in thought. His father was a 9th-ranked official of the imperial court. His dying wish was that he would one day be an extremely human minister, but there was obviously no hope under the leadership of the king of Chu. As Qi Wang said, now that he is getting older and older, he can only go home and farm. And once he has obtained the official position of Hongyu Temple, he can enter the court to discuss matters. What an honor is this, he said. Your Highness is serious about this. Really? Xiaoming smiled. As he once said, the betrayal did not happen just because there was not enough profit. People live with selfish intentions, and few people can completely abandon temptation. Li Wei continued, there is nothing to say, but please set up a written statement. If your Highness repents in the future, even if you die, you must let the people with lofty ideals in the country know that your Highness is a person who has no words. Hearing this, Xiaoming burst into laughter, and said, what's so difficult about this? After all, he asked Taster to prepare pen, ink, paper and inkstone and write down his promise. Then he said to Li Wei, since it is a promise, 2 people need to sign it. Xiaoming wrote his name and handed the pen to Li Wei. Reaching out his hand to take the brush, Li Wei stayed on the note for a long time, because he knew that once he wrote his name, he would have to wait for King Qi to send him. If he doesn't follow, King Qi can also use this character to ruin himself. But the humiliation of being sent to King Zhu and the frustration of all these years made him determined to write his name on the handwriting. His Royal Highness has orders in the future. The next official will do his best. Li Wei finished signing and got up to salute. Xiaoming waved his hand and asked Li Wei to sit down. This was the first time Xiaoming wooed a minister. Fortunately, He didn't expect to succeed. Now he finally understood why the ministers in the court had voted for different vassals. These vassals of different surnames have operated for so long in Dayu, and they are naturally better at wooing important officials than him. The messenger does not need to be nervous. This king will not let you do dangerous things. Only the messenger can always inform this king of Chu Dai's intelligence, and if there is anything tricky about Chu in this transaction, please let the messenger inform. Having already signed the contract, Li Wei was also very conscious. He said to Xiaoming, the subordinates served as linen bugia in the Chu mansion. The name of this piece seems to be not small, but it is actually just for linen governor to record daily affairs. But because of this, he has some understanding of secret things. Xiaoming toasted and drank, waiting for Li Wei to follow. Today, the king of Chu's army has 15,000 musketeers and more than 3,000 merchant ships. These more than 3,000 are large merchant ships, excluding medium-sized merchant ships and small merchant ships. If you add these two together, the king of Chu has enough. There were 8,000 merchant ships. This time the king of Chu and his royal highness purchased artillery and did not want to give out large merchant ships to his royal highness. They just wanted to exchange artillery with medium-sized merchant ships and small merchant ships with his royal highness. At the same time, there were a total of 30 shipbuilding workshops under the command of King Chu. King Chu did not intend to hand over the true core craftsman to his royal highness at all, but just handed over to his royal highness as an ordinary craftsman. Li Wei told Xiaoming everything he knew. Before he left for King Zhu, the king of Chu confessed to the bottom line of many of his negotiations, and he naturally knew the tricks in it. But the king of Chu would not have thought that Li Wei would now tell the truth. Envoys in the kingdom of Great Chu have always been very tragic. The envoys of the barbarians are basically risking death, because the barbarians will be killed if they are unhappy. At the same time, the kings would also send messengers to each other. If the messengers raised things that upset the other party, they would be humiliated even if they were not decapitated. So when King Chu picked him as the messenger, he was very disappointed with King Chu. Xiaoming nodded frequently. It was true that King Chu wanted to buy artillery, but it was also true that he wanted to shoddy it. If he didn't buy Li Wei today, it is estimated that King Chu would have to take advantage of this time. In addition to the tricks in the trade, Li Wei also talked about the affairs of the King of Chu and the Ko family, and the situation of the Dutch and the King of Chu. Generally speaking, the Dutch now mainly buy porcelain, silk, tea and other things from the country of Dau, while the King of Chu only buys matchlock guns from the Dutch. Moreover, the matchlock was sold at the price of 502. A few days ago, the Dutch sold the mirror to the King of Chu at a high price, which caused the king to lose a lot. The reason why the Dutch were really dissatisfied with the King of Chu this time was that the Dutch felt that they had suffered a loss in trade because the purchase of porcelain, silk and tea emptied the Dutch's money. Li Wei concluded. Xiaoming nodded. In fact, the problem Li Wei said was the trade deficit. Now the Dutch are clearly aware of this. The long-term trade has made Chulan more and more prosperous, while the King of Chu rarely buys their products. Britain's huge trade deficit with the King Court made the British finally import opium into the King Court. It seems that the Dutch are now crazy about this incident. Xiaoming was very satisfied with the information that Li Wei said. He will continue to provide information for 3 years, and at the same time, he will continue to uncover the traps in this trade to prevent him from being fooled by the King of Chu. At the end of the meal, Xiaoming sent Li Wei to the Wise restaurant to rest. He was thinking about how to get the large merchant ships of the King of Chu and the high-quality shipbuilders. While he was thinking, a sudden bang explosion sounded from the direction of Bowen Academy, which shocked Xiaoming. In order to make it easier to teach at Bowen College, the Bowen College was only a few streets away from the Wangfu. Such a huge explosion did not know what happened. To be continued. Chapter 421 Steam explosion. Standing in the yard, Xiaoming looked in the direction of Bowen Academy and waited for a while without smoke rising. August 1st, Chinese language net? Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis? Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis? He thought, This must not have exploded in the School of Chemistry, because after the explosion of the School of Chemistry, there will basically be a burst of smoke. But no matter what it was, he had to check it out. It would be troublesome if it was killed. Thinking of this, he immediately sent someone to prepare a horse to Bowen Academy. What happened? Upon arriving at Bowen Academy, Xiaoming ran straight to the crowded place. His Royal Highness. Seeing Xiaoming, all the students immediately started yelling at each other. The laboratory of the School of Physics exploded and Lin Wentao and 5 students were scalded by hot water. Students from the School of Physics said they were doing steam experiments, and the boiler exploded without thinking. On the way here, Xiaoming had basically guessed it, because at the last meeting, Lin Wentao gave him the steam engine on the list. The students verified his guess by saying this. Where are they? Xiaoming was a little anxious. These were all technical backbones. At this time, a person participating in the experiment said, Your Highness is relieved. They are not badly hurt, but they were splashed by hot water, and now they are all with Dr. Sunday. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. He walked through the crowd and walked towards the physics laboratory. At this time, the laboratory was full of water. In the middle, a deformed boiler was lying on the ground, and the air outlet was exploded with flowers. He sighed. He also warned Lin Wentao that the steam would explode. He didn't expect that something happened. Fortunately, this was only an experiment with a small steam boiler, and it was not very powerful. After checking the scene, Xiaoming walked to the inside of the college, which was the site of the medical school. When he arrived at the medical school, he saw 6 people from Lin Wentao in Dr. Sun's hospital. His Royal Highness, whoops. Lin Wentao saw Xiaoming trying to stand up, but he immediately grinned while clutching his calf. Xiaoming hurriedly asked him to sit down. He looked at Lin Wentao's leg. There was a spot where his calf was scalded by hot water, and there were some blisters at this time. He looked at the other students again, and there were some traces of hot water burns on the other 5 students. Why not be careful? Didn't this king tell you to make the pressure gauge first? It will be a problem not to explode if the boiler pressure cannot be grasped, Xiaoming said. Lin Wentao smiled bitterly. Your Highness, this time I blamed me for being quick. I have already given the structure diagram of the pressure gauge to the Department of Apparatus, but I couldn't wait to take them to perform the steam experiment first. I didn't expect the boiler pressure to be estimated incorrectly. There was an explosion. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming shook his head. The structure of the pressure gauge is not complicated. King Zhu can provide all the required materials, and the construction of the pressure gauge can be produced by existing machine tools. In other words, it is not that King Zhu cannot produce pressure gauges, but that there is no such indication. Now Xiaoming gave the design drawing to Lin Wentao. According to the design drawing, it is not a problem for a craftsman who can now produce watches to make pressure gauges. The reason why he wants the pressure gauge to come out first is to reduce experimental accidents when manufacturing steam engines. After all, he has a full set of knowledge, and there is no need to start this kind of research from a blank. In fact, the knowledge of Lin Wentao and others skips the simplest steam engine. It's not a big deal. You can do it as long as you are okay. For this king, you are more important than the steam engine. If something happens to you this time, no one will make the textbook stuff for this king in the future. Xiaoming laughed. Lin Wentao and others also laughed when they heard that Xiaoming cared about them so much. They were also moved in their hearts. At this time, Dr. Sun said, Your Highness, don't worry, they are all minor injuries, and they will be fine after a few days of recuperation. I'm relieved. Remember, you first cooperate with the equipment department to produce the pressure gauge before continuing the following experiment. Xiaoming exhorted. Lin Wentao nodded. Yes, Your Highness. After comforting the 6, Xiaoming continued to ask, since you are all developing steam engines, what progress is there now? Now the students basically understand the principle of the steam engine. This steam engine is actually an earthenware pot for boiling water. This steam is constantly produced in the earthenware pot, and the pressure in the earthenware pot will become greater and greater to a certain extent. The lid of the clay pot will be pushed open. If you press the lid hard and do not loosen it, when the pressure reaches a certain level, the pot will be exploded by steam. This explosion is the principle. After a pause, Lin Wentao continued, so if you add a piston to the pot, the steam will push the piston outwards. After releasing a part of the steam, the piston will fall back, and it will push again when the steam pressure is sufficient. The piston moves outwards, and so on repeatedly. If you add various devices to the piston rod, the steam engine can make linear motion, rotational motion, etc. Lin Wentao said sternly, and the words were not rough. Xiaoming nodded. Yes, it means you have a thorough understanding of the principle of the steam engine, but the principle is one thing, and it is another thing to make a qualified steam engine. This king is waiting for your successful day, and then he will add officials to you. Lin Wentao and others suddenly laughed. Xiaoming also had a smile on his face. According to the news brought by Yun, the concept of a steam engine had already appeared in the West, and it was time for Lin Wentao to bring people from the School of Physics to catch up. And with a complete knowledge reserve, he is confident that there will be minor setbacks in the process of building a Watt steam engine, but it takes only time to succeed. But he didn't dare to underestimate the West. After all, the world today is completely different from modern times, and even if it is modern, the Watt steam engine was developed in this century, so he still has a long way to go. After saying some encouraging words to Lin Wentao, Xiaoming left Bowen Academy. Although this time was thrilling, the experimental accident was unavoidable, and he could not avoid the doctor because of the experimental accident. And now, with the student's mastery and understanding of textbook knowledge, he believes that an era of King Zhu's technological explosion is coming, and this technological explosion will be even more fierce than the West. With the advantages of science and technology, his fiefdom can catch up with the pace of Western countries today, otherwise the history of falling behind and being beaten will repeat itself. After leaving Bowen Academy, Xiaoming went straight back to the palace. Lin Wentao and others do not lack knowledge of steam engines, but only application practice. In this regard, he has no choice but to let them go forward one step at a time. What he can do is to provide a perfect environment for these students. To be continued. Chapter 422 Unfair Treaty Chang'an, Chengqing Hall. Bei Chinese website == Facing Wenwu, Xiao Wenxian threw the memorial at the feet of the third prince. Look. This is the book that King Y just went to. This is the King Chu you defended in every possible way. Your uncle shamed me in this way, Xiao Wenxian said angrily. The third prince's face was a bit pale. He squatted down and picked up the memorial. His face changed just by scanning the contents above. The fourth prince glanced at the expression of the third prince, with teasing on his face. Now there is no second prince on the court, and the prince's position is stable. He can only compete with the third prince. Even if he could not be the emperor in the future, he hoped that Xiao Wenxian's performance would make him a rich fief. Father, although my uncle lost to the Dutch, he also fought against the Dutch for the face of the country of Dau. Although my uncle was defeated, my father is honored, the third prince said anxiously. He knew very well that he was able to live like a fish in the court nowadays, all because of the support of the King of Chu. This time King of Chu was defeated by the Dutch, which inevitably made King Chu a little lighter in the hearts of courtiers, especially the memorial to the loss of hundreds of warships to just 10 Dutch warships is particularly dazzling. The three princes are really clever tongues. The King of Chu lost his power and insulted the country, but His Highness described him as a national hero. It is shameful, a red-robe official said angrily. After the official spoke out, the four princes smiled. The northern and southern princes had always been wrong, because they all understood the activities that the King of Chu had done over the years, and they hoped that the north would become chaotic. Now that King Chu was defeated by the Dutch, they were naturally very happy and took the opportunity to ridicule. When the third prince heard this, his face was like pig liver, but he also knew that he was wrong this time, but he was not the master of bullying, and said angrily, Zheng Hongwen, don't talk cold words. The King of Chu can at least be as good as the Dutch. Fight, you can only hide behind and watch the jokes. With this ability, who of you dares to fight the Dutch? As soon as he said this, the court fell into silence, and the three princes immediately sneered. What? Does anyone dare? Xiao Wenxian frowned when he heard this. There was always no formal navy in the country of Dau. If the navy was only the King of Chu, the King of Wei and the King of Yan. Among them, King Wei and King Chunhai are also the two most powerful. Now King Chu has been defeated, and now only King Wei is left, because according to his knowledge, only King Wei has a large fleet. It's just that he knew that King Wei couldn't do things that King Chu couldn't do, and now the three princes' reproaches made all the ministers speechless, and he was also dull. Could it be that no one in the entire Great Chu country can fight the Dutch? Xiao Wenxian asked similarly. The third prince said at this time, Father, King Chi's fief is also facing the sea. King Chi can drive away the barbarians, but it may not be impossible to drive away the Dutch. It is better to let King Chi try. It's ridiculous that Chi's fief has only been stable for 2 years. Now how come the warships fight the Dutch? Fiji said, the three princes, now the King of Chu has been defeated, and now it is the unfair treaty proposed by the Dutch. Exactly, now the Dutch, through the King of Chu, asked the Emperor to exempt the Kingdom of Great Chu from taxes from the Dutch, and open the 6 coastal cities as trading points, and at the same time not levy taxes on Dutch goods. This unfair treaty is the King of Chu's fault. Yes, what do you say to the third prince? Chaos in the hall suddenly became a mess. The three princes looked more and more ugly. This time the Dutch defeated the King of Chu and demanded that the whole country of Chongqing become the most favorable country for the Dutch like Chu. This is no longer a matter of Chu, but of the entire country of Chongqing. Now that the imperial court has just got rid of the barbarians' tribute, and now it is facing such a shameful treaty, this contradiction will naturally concentrate on King Chu. Father, for the present plan, we can only temporarily agree to the request of the Dutch. Nowadays, there is no navy in the country that can defeat the Dutch. If they do not agree, the Dutch will continue to harass the coast. The third prince hesitated. When Liu Oquane heard this, he immediately said angrily, the Emperor, don't. Dau has just defeated the barbarians, how can they suffer such humiliation now? King Chu's ship has only lost 1/10 of it. With the strength of fighting again, let the King of Chu continue to fight the Dutch, and at the same time let the kings of Wei and Chu cooperate to attack the Dutch. Xiao Wenxian frowned. He looked at the three princes and the courtiers who were angry. He said, don't quarrel anymore. I can discuss this matter again. Is there anything else? If not, just leave the court. Got it. At this time, Fiji came out and said, the Emperor, the minister has a happy event. What happy event? Say. Xiao Wenxian's expression eased. Fiji said, the Emperor, recently there was something called potatoes from the Qi King's fief. This kind of thing tastes good. Now Chainan is sold by many merchants. I don't know if the Emperor has eaten it. Ha ha ha. I have been eating for the past 2 days. King Qi ordered me to send some to me and explained how to eat it. I have never tasted this kind of thing. I never thought that the fried potato fries are quite right for me. Appetite. Speaking of this, Xiao Wenxian's mood became happier, and only King Qi among the princes could make him happy. Fiji smiled. The minister also ate some. The taste is really extraordinary. But it is said that the potato comes from overseas and was snatched by the King of Qi from barbarians. Snatched it? Xiao Wenxian was taken aback. Yes, Your Majesty. It is said that King Qi sent 3 warships to the South Seas and sank the foreign barbarian warships in the South China Sea. It is said that these barbarians and the Dutch came from the same place. Fiji said. Oh, there is this matter? Xiao Wenxian didn't know at all. Fiji nodded. This is a funny thing that the little girl said to the minister when she wrote her letter. I didn't expect King Qi to be so brave at sea. So, can King Qi defeat the Dutch? The third prince said with disdain. It's not necessarily impossible, but the Emperor Chidi has always lacked a shipbuilding workshop. If the court can help King Chi build a shipbuilding workshop, it is impossible for King Chi to do something at sea. Fiji said. Fu did write to him this time, but the content in the letter was instructed by Xiaoming. Upon learning that the king of Chu had been defeated, Xiaoming asked Fu to send the letter to Qing'an, taking this opportunity to let the court support the shipyard in Kingzhou. It is for this purpose that he will bring up this matter at this time. Xiao Wenxuan's expression moved slightly, but he couldn't believe the king of Chu, and he couldn't believe the king of Wei now. Only Xiaoming had the confidence, so he said, Zongshu is reasonable. In any case, we absolutely cannot compromise with the Dutch this time. To be continued. Chapter 423. Support. Xiao Wenxuan's majestic voice echoed in the Chengqing Hall. WWIW 81ZW. None of the courtiers below raised objections. Greater has just got rid of its shameful tribute to the barbarians. Now, can a barbarian who doesn't know where they come from can make Greater sign the shameful treaty again? Moreover, in the eyes of the ministers, the barbarians are the real enemies of the Great Yu Kingdom. These barbarians on the sea are not important, and the ocean is just a strange word to them. As for the Dutch will continue to harass the coast, they don't care at all. After all, it is the king of Chu who suffers. Besides, the Dutch can only dominate the sea and dare not go ashore. Father, it's just that if you don't agree to the Dutch will completely cut off the maritime trade line. This is a huge loss to the country. The three princes did not give up. He didn't care about the face of Dayu. All he wanted was the stability of his position, and the strength of the king of Chu and his position complemented each other. Xiao Wenxuan showed a trace of impatience on his face. He had long been dissatisfied with the kings of different surnames, only to compromise for the stability of the country. When the three princes took the initiative to tell him about the Dutch and pulled Xiaoming to make love, he was already extremely dissatisfied with King Chu. Although he was not interested in the Dutch, nor did he care about the business between the king of Chu and the Dutch, but the king of Chu deliberately concealed it, which was contempt for him. Over the past few days, he has been thinking about the mistakes he made when he ascended to the throne. Too much tolerance has not only failed to let these alien kings know their favor, but instead made their ambitions inflate. Now he can no longer continue to pay for the stupid mistakes of these alien kings. He said in a cold voice, "It is because of the great loss to the king of Chu. If I remember correctly, because of the Japanese troubles along the coast, royal ships rarely go to sea. The king of Chu is mainly engaged in business along the coast, and even the king of Wei. You have to look at the face of King Chu. Now that this disaster is caused by him, he will naturally be borne by him. Remember, you are the third prince of the kingdom of Great Yu, not the nephew of King Chu." In the end, Xiao Wenxuan's voice was full of warning. These princes are too shameful now, and for their own benefit, they have completely become the clan king's minions in the capital. In the past, Xiao Wenxuan opened one eye and closed one eye, but now his tolerance has exceeded the limit. The three princes turned pale. Before, he always despised the cowardly father on the throne, but now a kind of fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Since the second prince was demoted to Bazu, the words and deeds of the princes have gradually been checked, and no one can challenge the supreme imperial power. Although Xiao Wenxuan said this to the third prince, his eyes swept over the prince, the fourth prince and the other princes. The prince and others immediately bowed their heads with a guilty conscience. With a cold snort, Xiao Wenxuan continued, "Fiji stay, and the others will leave. Long live my emperor." All the ministers said in the same voice, and then gradually retreated. Many of the ministers who left had envy in their eyes. The family was originally the fourth generation and the third male, and his family members were all over the world. Now there is still a son-in-law who guards the frontier. It can be said that there is everything that should be there. When the ministers were all gone, Xiao Wenxuan smiled and said, "Since King Chi has asked you to speak, it seems that I have to support him in shipbuilding. Hey, I still can't hide the emperor." This time the matter is indeed a bit serious. Today, only King Chu, King Wei and King Chi have the fiefs of Lunhai. Among them, King Chu and King Wei have the most powerful navy. If the Dutch continue to provoke, this King Chu and King Wei still have a way to deal with it. But King Chi will probably find it difficult. What you said makes sense. I could still rely on King Wei in the past, but he really disappointed me in the last battle of Jizu. In the past, I was stunned by his loyal appearance. I never thought that he is now hiding evil intentions. Xiao Wenxian sighed. Your Majesty doesn't have to be sad. Everyone will become. As long as King Wei can still support the royal family, this is a blessing, and now that King Chi is on his side, King Wei will definitely not dare to move. Fiji persuaded, nodded. Xiao Wenxian said, it's just a pity. I spent so many years in the treasury and only raised a wolf cub. As you said, the only way now is to support King Chi. Now I will start from this shipyard. Right. Your Majesty is wise. Fiji smiled. King Chi is the son of His Majesty. It is much more secure. Exactly. Xiao Wenxian stood up at this time, pacing back and forth. He said, you go to Qin Chengming with my will. He is the Shafu supervisor. How many shipyards are there under the name of the imperial court? He knows how many craftsmen are. Hearing that, Fiji feels relieved. This Qin Chengming is Qin Rui's father, and Qin Rui has always been close to Xiaoming. This time Qin Chengming will definitely go all out. After receiving Xiao Wenxian's will, Fiji responded and turned and left. Watching Fiji disappear in the Chengqing temple, Xiao Wenxian sighed and said to Feng Deshui, I hope I didn't miss Xiaoming this time. Your Majesty's eyes are like a torch. How could he be mistaken? The old slave also thinks that King Chi is good, at least much more reliable than other princes, and King Chi never likes to play tricks. But Ning. When he said Ning, Feng Deshui stopped his voice immediately, knelt down in fear and said, Your Majesty, the old slave is guilty. Hey, it doesn't matter, I forgive you for your innocence. If it were in the past, Xiao Wenxian would definitely be furious, but today he just sighed slightly. As the years passed, he had gradually forgotten many things. When Feng Deshui heard this, he stood up tremblingly, and said with a smile, The Emperor, the old slave has sent the hot air balloon to the outside of the city. Today is a good day to climb high and see far. Let's go. You read www.uukanzu.com. Since boarding a hot air balloon, Xiao Wenxian likes to board a hot air balloon and look out. He smiled and Feng Deshui walked out. At this time, Fiji had already arrived at the Shafu supervisor and found Qin Chengming, who was compiling the accounts. A registered shipyard? Qin Chengming asked in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty has made a will to draw the elite from these shipyards and give it to King Chi. You can check the account book to see how many craftsmen there are, Fiji said. Qin Chengming smiled and said, You don't have to look up the account books, it's all in the minds of the lower officials. Today, there are 12 shipyards under the royal banner, including one large shipyard, 4 medium-sized ones, and the remaining 7 are small shipyards. The 12 shipyard craftsmen total 26,000, and if half were transferred, it would be 13 people. The Shafu supervisor is really diligent in government affairs. In that case, the Shafu supervisor must send skilled craftsmen to Kidi, Fiji said with his hand. Qin Chengming also arched his hands and said, Since it was given to His Royal Highness Qi, the lower officials will do their best. To be continued. Chapter 424 Industrial Refinement. King Zhu Bei Middle School, Wenwang. www.81zw.com. After a fierce quarrel, Li Wei angrily signed a trade agreement for 1,000 naval guns. According to the agreement, the price of each naval gun is 20,000 tls, and 1,000 naval guns are worth 20 million tls. The 20 million tls will cost 300 large merchant ships and 200 medium-sized merchant ships. Shipbuilding 20,000 slave craftsmen in the workshop will be used as a charge, and the merchant ships and slave craftsmen will be selected by King Zhu. Xiaoming drew up this agreement after meeting with Li Wei last time, and Li Wei sent 800 li to Linen according to Xiaoming's intention. Afterwards, the King of Chu sent a message to Li Wei to force him to agree to Xiaoming's conditions. This bottom line was naturally Li Wei told Xiaoming. Therefore, The quarrel with the governor was nothing but a play that Xiaoming and Li Wei showed to the king of Chu, because after getting the agreement, the king of Chu might have sent the housekeeper of the palace to the palace because he was worried. Emissary Li, we have suffered a loss this time. If it weren't for the sake of being the citizens of the country, we would definitely not sign this agreement. After all, 1,000 naval guns will seriously affect our own artillery production. Pang Yukun is still acting, Li Wei said with a cold snort. 32 large merchant ships and 1,002 medium-sized merchant ships. You King Zhu can really keep the price down. We have lost money by selling the merchant ships at this price. Let's go. After all, Li Wei left the Judu mansion fiercely. When Li Wei passed by, Pang Yukun suddenly laughed. He looked at Xiaoming, who had been sitting in the inner room, and said, His Royal Highness, how is the performance of Xiaoguan? Yes. Now King Chu should not see the flaws. Xiaoming smiled and walked out of the inner room. Pang Yukun continued, Now that the agreement has been signed, it is time for Li Kaiyuan to bring back the merchant ships. Now that there are so many merchant ships, the Chamber of Commerce should stop complaining that the ships are not enough. Nevertheless, we can't be complacent. These 500 ships are less than 1/10 of Chu's fleet. We have to continue to work hard. And the reason why this king wants to change merchant ships is also in order to free up shipyards to build warships. Without warships, no amount of merchant ships can go out to sea. As he moved forward, Xiaoming realized his lack of strength. In modern times, the Dutch at the peak of the 16th century once owned 15,000 merchant ships, but 2,000 merchant ships often docked in the docks. Compared with these maritime powers, my own family background is really not enough for others. Because of this, Xiaoming was so madly searching for shipbuilding craftsmen from all over the country. He wanted to build Dengzi into a new world shipbuilding center. Pang Yukun nodded. Now that the Dutch are running rampant at sea is not good news for King Zhu, because the Chamber of Commerce is planning to transport goods from the sea to the south. Now the route is cut off by the Dutch, which is also bad for King Zhu's trade. Li Wei said that the Dutch had a total of 12 warships, all of which were 3-deck warships, and we now add a total of 15 warships under construction. In terms of numbers, we should be able to win. This king is not sure. Xiaoming frowned. The Dutch had a wealth of maritime combat experience, and he was not sure whether Yun could defeat the Dutch with the fleet. But there is one thing he has an advantage. He understands the maritime tactics of this era and will not make the same stupid mistakes as King Chu. Moreover, this naval battle is only one part of the war. The most important thing is that he will send the King Zhu army to the 6th Ryukyu Island and drive away all the Dutch on the island. As long as the Ryukyu Island is occupied, the Dutch fleet that has lost its supplies will basically be over. After all, it took a long distance from the Netherlands to Ryukyu Island. The Dutch relied on the supply of the colony. Without a supply point, the Dutch would have to starve to death on board. Now the war is in preparation, only waiting for the completion of the Galen ship in the Dengzhou shipyard. After chatting with Pang Yukun casually, Xiaoming left the palace and went to the workshop area outside the city. Now he is most focused on the development and refinement of basic industries. Without fine industrial division, the difficulty of producing the same industrial product will increase exponentially. The most realistic example is the flintlock gun. It takes 2 months for a craftsman to build a flintlock gun. After the barrel, buttstock, and movement parts are refined and produced, the final assembly of the flintlock gun requires only 1. It can be done in time. Therefore, as the types of industries increase, Xiaoming needs to refine the industrial classification. This time he went to the workshop area to settle the matter with Chen Wenlong, and split the equipment department and the iron and steel workshop. Your Highness. Chen Wenlong had been waiting for Xiaoming in the workshop area for a while, and at this time he called the supervisor of the workshop area to wait for Xiaoming's order. Xiaoming nodded and said to Chen Wenlong, since everything is here, now we will talk about the refinement of the industry. In the future, the iron and steel workshop will only be responsible for the production of steel, springs, briquettes, iron pots, etc. to be demolished. A specialized workshop will be responsible for the production, and your equipment department will deploy craftsmen who are responsible for this type of technology. Don't turn the steel workshop into a hodgepodge. This is not conducive to the improvement of various products in the long run. Chen Wenlong nodded, and he and the other supervisors recorded Xiaoming's words. After a pause, Xiaoming continued, "You need to choose which lathe in the workshop, such as this spring. In the future, the spring workshop can get spring steel directly from the steel workshop, and then process the spring steel into various types in the spring workshop. Springs, gears, and connecting rods are all the same. What kind of steel do you need? Go directly to the steel mill." As for the steel mill itself, it also needs to be refined. The production of each type of steel is in charge of a specific craftsman, not one craftsman responsible for 5 or 6 tasks at the same time, but specialization. Xiaoming said in a sentence. Everyone was busy recording. After all, this was another big change. The workshop area that used to be like a mother body is now about to split into branches and leaves. In addition to the separation of key steel workshops, Xiaoming talked about the separation of glass workshops, mirrors and other products that need to be processed later, and the chemical industry of 3 acids and 2 alkalis was ordered to be split as soon as possible. This chemical is already very dangerous, and it is even more dangerous when mixed together. While requesting to split the workshop, Xiaoming also specifically delineated the workshop area, dividing the chemical, steel, and light industries into different areas, and required the categories of items to be hung in front of the workshop, and all the workshops were in the house. He ascended to the throne and set up a unified management. Moreover, the workshop must also establish its own management system, and each workshop must establish its own research room to continuously update the products, and send people to the Bowen Academy to learn relevant knowledge on a regular basis. To be continued. Chapter 425. Craftsmen arrived. Half a month of busy time passed in an instant. August 1st. Chinese net W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis W 81ZW.com. Taking advantage of not much government affairs during this period, he concentrated on, and Chen Wenlong basically refined King Zhu's industry. For Xiaoming, his goal is to establish a complete industrial system that will provide all the basic materials to continuously turn scientific and technological objects into reality. Because of this, in view of the current weak industrial base of King Zhu, it has begun to refine and upgrade, so that this step is normalized. After he and Chen Wenlong completed this work, Li Kaiyuan returned from Chu area smoothly, with 300 large merchant ships, 200 medium merchant ships, and 20,000 craftsmen arriving at Chuojiang Wharf. In addition, 13,000 craftsmen from the imperial court also arrived in Kingzhou the next day under the supervision of Qin Chengming. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Today is really a double happiness." Qin Rui got off the boat and kept arching his hands to Xiaoming. This time he followed Qin Chengming to Kingzhou. Xiaoming was a little stunned when he saw Qin Rui's smirk. He didn't expect this guy to appear here. He couldn't help saying, "Qin Rui, why are you here?" Qin Chengming also got off the boat at this time and said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, this time the official is bringing the dog here. I hope that His Highness can take him to teach by his side. The superintendent of the Shufu has already said this. This king and Qin Rui have known each other since they were young, and I dare not take this teaching," Xiaoming said. Qin Chengming continued, "His Royal Highness is humble. Now His Highness is famous, but dog is still unknown." Xiaoguan knows that His Highness attaches great importance to craftsmanship. This allows dog to come to Kingzhou. After all, he will continue to stay in Qian. The same can only stay in this King Shui Yamen and do nothing. It is better to let him learn something with His Royal Highness, and share his worries for His Highness. Xiaoming nodded. Qin Chengming, like Liu Oquane, made it clear that he wanted to push his son to himself. Perhaps in their opinion, their son would have a better future in Kingzhou. Qin Rui is his best friend, loyalty is no problem, and the investigation by the secret guard also proves that. The Qin family also did their best in the shipyard this time. Moreover, Qin Chengming is responsible for the handicraft industry in the country, which is equivalent to the Minister of Industry in modern terms, and has rich experience in the management of the handicraft industry in the country. This Qin Ruya knows a little too much. Now he is refining the industry and setting up his own shafu to supervise the industry, and Qin Ruya may be a good candidate to train a little. After all, the Ministry of Industry is responsible for drafting industry plans and standards, monitoring the daily operation of the industry, and promoting technology exhibitions. These tasks include all walks of life, and Qin Ruya has advantages. So he said. The superintendent of the young mansion is polite. Qin Ruya and this king have always been good, and this king can't ask for it. Qin Chengming and Qin Ruya looked at each other when they heard the words, and both smiled. Qin Ruya said, "Father, I said that your highness will definitely not refuse. I must still be useful in King's Zoo. Don't be complacent. In the future, you will try your best to be loyal to your highness in King's Zoo, and don't be muddled." Qin Chengming taught. Qin Ruya nodded heavily when he heard the words. Xiaoming smiled and said nothing. This Qin Chengming sent Qin Ruya to King's Zoo, which was tantamount to tying himself with King's Zoo. This time it was a shipyard. Next time, he might need Qin Chengming to transfer other handicrafts to King's Zoo. He has received news from Fiji that Xiao Wenxian supports himself everywhere just like the original King Y, so he has to find a way to drag the royal industrial resources to his fief. After all, his fief at this time, just like contemporary special economic zones, is the subject of priority care. After saying hello, Xiaoming looked at the fleet of ships that had blocked the pier and stretched far away. At this time, the craftsmen from the shipyard were coming down from the ship. His Royal Highness, in addition to sending craftsmen this time, the lower officials also sent some of the tools of the shipbuilding workshop, so that His Royal Highness will not rebuild the equipment. Moreover, these craftsmen are the core craftsmen of the shipbuilding workshop and have the skills to build merchant ships independently. As long as His Royal Highness hand over the drawings to them, they can immediately start construction. Qin Chengming said. Xiaoming nodded. There is someone in the DPRK who is good at doing things. Qin Chengming is doing things pretty well. Thanks to the Shafu supervisor. With the addition of Chu Wang's 20,000 people, this king can form 3 large shipbuilding workshops this time. Xiaoming said. Now Jiang Liang has more than 10,000 people. And now there are more than 30,000 people, which is equivalent to 3 times the shipbuilding capacity of King's Zoo in an instant, so that he can launch more than 60 warships in a year. After all, shipbuilding is now Fang's because the construction of the first-class sail and the second-class sail battleship dragged down the degree. If only a 3-tier battleship is built, the shipyard should be able to launch 20 Galen ships. The trio talked all the way on board a large merchant ship from Chu, because this time the merchant ship from Chu was too much. The merchant ship will be divided into several batches and continue to arrive. The first batch came yesterday. This is the first batch. Second batch. His Royal Highness, this boat is really long enough. At least 70 steps, Qin Ruya said with emotion when he got on the boat. In Chang'an, there are often large merchant ships at anchor, but these merchant ships are generally only 50 steps long. Xiaoming said, because these merchant ships are sea ships, they are larger in size and can resist wind and waves at sea. This time Xiaoming asked Li Kaiyuan to go to Chudi and ordered him to choose a sea boat, because what he needed was a boat that would cross the ocean. For a freshwater boat, a medium-sized boat would be enough. Sea boat? No wonder His Royal Highness wants so many shipbuilding craftsmen. Is it because His Royal Highness wants to drive the Dutch away? Hey, if His Royal Highness defeats the Dutch, I don't know where to put the face of King Chu. Qin Ruya smirked. Xiaoming did not deny that since Qin Ruya wants to live in King's Zoo, sooner or later he will know. The 3 of them were talking. Li Kaiyuan came over from the ship at this moment. He said to Xiaoming, Your Royal Highness, the first batch of craftsmen have already boarded the ship. Are you leaving for Dengzhou now? Get out, Xiaoming said. Now, many craftsmen get off the boat and board another boat to Dengzhou. The reason for this, Xiaoming is to disrupt all these craftsmen and regroup them to avoid too many craftsmen in the same place in a shipyard. It is also to avoid unnecessary trouble. At Xiaoming's order, Li Kaiyuan ordered 50 large merchant ships docked on the shore to leave. In Dengzhou, Zhang Liang will be responsible for arranging these craftsmen and leading them to form the second, third and fourth shipyards in Dengzhou. Seeing the merchant ships slowly leaving the pier, Xiaoming gave him a spot with satisfaction. He said to Qin Chengming and Qin Rui, "Shafu supervisor, it is better to spend a few more days in Qingzhou on this long journey to see the face of Qingzhou." This time Qin Rui's settlement in Qingzhou was a good start for Xiaoming. This shows that the great powers of the Great Yu country have the willingness to settle in Qingzhou. He naturally hopes that Qingzhou will become more and more prosperous. To be continued. Chapter 426 Battleship launch. The weather is getting colder, and the cold wind blows people all over. Bei Chinese Language and Culture Network. www.81zw.co=m. Shrinking his neck, Qin Chengming arched his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but before leaving, Your Majesty confessed that he must go back and resume his life in time. If the official dare not delay, he will not stay in Qingzhou." "Really? It's a pity," Xiaoming said. He hoped that Qin Chengming could bring Qingzhou's differences to Chang'an to attract stupid people with a lot of money to come to Qingzhou for consumption, but this time it seemed that there was no chance. Qin Rui was also a little bit reluctant when he heard this. After all, he was also traveling alone. The court's fleet arrived in the morning and was returning in the afternoon. Xiaoming had to take Qin Chengming to the Waijia restaurant for lunch. In the afternoon, he returned to the dock, leaving Qin Rui and Xiaoming staring. "Qin Rui, since you are going to be officials in Qingzhou from now on, you and I have been monarchs and ministers from now on. Don't be as cynical as before. You must help this king to expand the fief." After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said to Qin Rui, "He knows Qin Rui very well. This person is very smart, but he used to not do his job properly. This was nothing in the past when he played, but he must be told a few words if he wants to accomplish something great. His Royal Highness has been worrying too much. Qin Rui has already changed his mind. After all, now Qin is also a person with a family, no longer when he was young and frivolous." Qin Rui said calmly. He had to admit that his father chose the right time, taking advantage of coming to Qingzhou to bring him. In fact, many smart people in the court are making choices, but they chose more decisively. Since Xiao Wenxuan demoted the second prince to Bazu for Xiaoming, many people instantly understood Xiaoming's status in the court. And the courtiers who were close to Xiaoming wanted to send their children to Qingzhou, in order to show their loyalty. After all, when they arrived in Qingzhou, they were like protons. Second, they are reminding political opponents that even if they die, there will still be people who will avenge themselves. This is a silent deterrence. It's so wonderful. Let's go to Bowen Academy for a period of time to learn about the responsibilities of the Shafu supervisor. If you pass, this king will arrange you to the Shafu supervisor in Qingzhou," Xiaoming said. Qin Rui nodded. As Xiaoming said, the relationship between him and Xiaoming is a monarch and minister, not the relationship between drinking and eating meat before. Since it was Xiaoming's arrangement, he was willing to accept it. However, when Xiaoming was about to arrange accommodation for him, he said, "His Royal Highness, the wine and food in the Wise restaurant is really good. Someone wants to stay in the Wise restaurant for a few days." Xiaoming just received the words he was about to say, and he said, "Are you sure? The cheapest room in this Wise restaurant is also 102 nights. 100 tals." Qin Rui was frightened, but after a short hesitation, he said, "His Royal Highness, Qin still has some savings. Since he came to Qingzhou, wouldn't it be a pity not to enjoy it?" Shaking his head, Xiaoming said, "It's up to you. If you give money to this king will naturally not refuse. This Wise restaurant belongs to His Royal Highness." Qin Rui was suddenly stunned. Unable to resist the attraction of the Wise restaurant, Qin Rui still went to the fire like moths. Xiaoming couldn't laugh or cry, so he could only return to the palace by himself. He originally wanted to let him live in the palace for a few days, but now it saves it. But this also proves from the other hand how attractive YG restaurant is to these dignitaries who are accustomed to life. When he arrived at the gate of the palace, he saw a person waiting outside the gate of the palace. Looking carefully, it was Jiang Kun, the son of Jiang Liang. At this time Jiang Kun also saw Xiaoming, and he bowed and said, "His Royal Highness, my father asked me to rush to Qingzhou overnight to report to your highness that the battleship of Dengzhou shipyard has been launched." "It's all in the water," Xiaoming exclaimed. "Yes, your highness, all have been launched. This year we completed the tasks assigned by His Highness 1 month earlier than last year," Jiang Kunxi said. "It's really 3 happy moments." As soon as the court shipbuilder arrived, the Galen ship was launched, "So you can take a month to build the shipyard," Xiaoming said happily. Jiang Kun showed a strange look when he heard this, and he said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, has the court come to a craftsman?" Jiang Liang and his son had always been in Dengzhou, and they lacked understanding of Qingzhou, so he told him the news of 30,000 craftsmen. 30,000 people? Jiang Kun was a little stunned when he heard the words, but he went on to say, "His Royal Highness, can the slave be the supervisor of one of the shipyards?" "You?" Xiaoming realized that it was wrong at this time. In the past, it was always the post that brought news, but this time it was Jiang Kundi. Jiang Kun scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He said, "It is your highness, now my father and I can't stay in a shipyard anymore." "Why?" Xiaoming asked puzzled. Jiang Kun sighed, "His Royal Highness, the little slave proposed to add a watertight cabin structure to the Galen ship. He never wanted to be scolded by my father, saying that I am not learning and skillful, and I like to make changes." "Watertight cabin?" Xiaoming laughed. "This watertight cabin is actually a watertight compartment. Generally, the cabins are divided into separate compartments with compartment plates. There are 13 and 8 compartments. This kind of watertight compartment has a great effect on the ship's sinking resistance. Generally, ships with watertight compartments are difficult to sink." Jiang Kun smiled embarrassedly. "His Royal Highness, this may really be a whimsical little slave. Your idea is good, but the keel structure of the Galen ship is different from that of an ordinary merchant ship, and the watertight cabin is not suitable for the Galen ship," Xiaoming said with a smile. Jiang Kun was disappointed when he heard this. "It seems that my father was right, the slave is really ignorant." Patting Jiang Kun on the shoulder, Xiaoming said with a smile, "If you don't understand, learn. It's nothing shameful. You are still young, it's when you are studying. Do you want to go to Bowen Academy to study shipbuilding? There can be real shipbuilding knowledge." Now that the construction technology of the Galen ship has matured, Xiaoming has begun to reserve talents for the next generation of ship types, because at that time, more than just a drawing can make the craftsman like Jiang Liang imitate the ship. Knowledge of shipbuilding? Jiang Kun wanted to prove himself, but he was wrong. At this time, hope rose in his heart again. "His Royal Highness, if I learn, can I overtake my father?" "Of course, if you are proficient in shipbuilding knowledge in the academy, you will definitely be better than your father." Xiaoming believes. Jiang Kun nodded heavily and said, "Little slave is willing to go." Xiaoming said, "In this case, you can report to the college after the king returns from Dengzhou this time." This time the battleship is launched. This king will go to Dengzhou with Yan and other students from the Naval Academy. To be continued. Chapter 427 Qi Wango Dengzhou 8:1 Chinese W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 8?1 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis Z opening parenthesis closing parenthesis W. After learning that all the Galen ships built this year were launched, Xiaoming informed Yan to go to Dengzhou. In different seasons of the year, Yan and the soldiers of the Navy are also undergoing different training. A month ago, they practiced the operation of warships in Dengzhou. After that, they returned to Bowen Academy for training on maritime knowledge and selected outstanding ones as the captain of the subsequent Galen ship. After driving for 3 consecutive days since leaving Qingzhou, they arrived in Dengzhou city. Along the way, Yan did not sit idle, but had been simulating various situations of sea battles with the 14 selected captains. They placed the small model of the Galen ship on the deck, 15 ships belonging to King Zhu and 12 ships belonging to the Dutch, and they responded by constantly changing the tactical formation on both sides. These battleship formations all come from the textbook Navy Tactics of Sailing Ships, written by Xiaoming in order to avoid the Navy's initial tactical damage. Over the past year, Yan has basically been gnawing on this textbook. From the textbook, he has a clear understanding of the encounters of sailing warships at sea, and the defeat in the Battle of British warships made him no longer arrogant but cautious. His Royal Highness, we are here. The Dengzhou military port was right in front of him, Jiang Kun said at this time. Nodded. Xiaoming looked at the naval port that was just completed this year. At this time, there were 15 warships moored in the bay of the naval port. 3 of them were very small. You can tell at a glance that they were the first Galen ships. The 3 Galen ships were repaired and restored to their previous appearance. Then Xiaoming looked to the outermost side, shocked in his heart, because there is a huge battleship with 4 decks moored there. When the merchant ship passes by the battleship is like a giant beast that needs everyone to look up. His Royal Highness, this warship is a first-class sailing warship. This warship is 75 meters wide, 20 meters wide, has a draft of 9 meters, and has a displacement of 6,000 tons. It can carry 1,200 soldiers and can be installed at the same time. 120 artillery. Jiang Kun was proud when he introduced it, which is enough to prove the shipbuilding level of their Jiang family. If it weren't for the construction of this giant beast this year, they could have produced more Tier 3 sailing warships. After all, according to the shipyard's shipbuilding plan, the 3-tier sailing warship is the main warship to be built. The merchant ship continued to drive towards the dock, followed by 3 second-level battleships, which were 3-deck battleships, which were only smaller than the first-level sailing battleships. After the second-class sailing warships are 4 third-class warships and 4 fourth-class sailing warships. Now these warships are docked in the bay one by one, and the scene is very magnificent. For a while, Xiaoming was also swayed by his mind. His Royal Highness, this is a second-level battleship, which can be built into 960 crews. Jiang Kun gushed. Yan said excitedly, His Royal Highness, it's just the size of this battleship that the Dutch lost to us, and it is said that the Dutch have many colonies and their forces are scattered. If they defeat the Dutch this time, the Dutch will not be able to support it. That's right. So as long as we defeat the Dutch, the Sea of East Asia is ours. Yan, this time you must fight a beautiful battle for this king. Whether King Zhu's trade route can be opened up depends on you, Xiaoming said. Yan gritted his teeth and said, the general will live up to His Highness's expectations, and the Dutch and the Japanese have always been in close contact with each other, and the general is still waiting for the Japanese pirates to avenge their mother. By the way, as you wish. Xiaoming smiled lightly. The merchant ship with the Qi Wang flag attracted Zhang Liang's attention when it entered the bay. At this time, the craftsmen who used Zhang Liang as the shipyard on the wharf were waiting for the merchant ship to dock. Looking at the getting closer and closer, Xiaoming had a sense of accomplishment. This bay is also a deep water port in modern times. It is precisely because of this that he chose the shipyard here and made it a military port in Kingzhou. The merchant ship drew ashore. Xiaoming got off the merchant ship. Zhang Liang and his party immediately bowed and saluted. No gift. The battleship is launched. You are all heroes. This king has asked Pang Qingshi to restore the King's household registration for you. Since then, your Jiang family's slave status has been lifted. In this way, this king can be regarded as corresponding to the promise. His Royal Highness. Zhang Liang suddenly raised his head when he heard this, and Jiang Kun was also surprised. In the past 2 years, although they have eaten well, dressed well, and lived like normal people, the status of slaves has always been a shackle on them, because they understand that as long as the status of slaves exists, they are inferior. After waiting for 2 years, they finally waited until this day. Thank you for your kindness. Zhang Liang burst into tears. and the Jiang family had gone through too many changes over the years, and now they have finally recovered their former glory. His Royal Highness has said Juding, Xiao slave admires it in his heart. Jiang Kun was much calmer. He laughed. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming said, "Today is a happy day, so don't cry. Let's appreciate this battleship." Jiang Liang wiped his tears and said, "Your Highness is here." The wharf extends from the shore to the sea, and is 300 meters long. These warships are docked on both sides of the wharf. With Xiao Ming, Jiang Liang first went to the side of the first-class sailing battleship, and said excitedly, "His Royal Highness, now this battleship can go to sea at any time. But this naming matter needs His Royal Highness's appointment." In the era of sailing warships, the first-class sails were generally used in battleships only during decisive battles. Therefore, the first-class sailing warships would not follow the fleet to roam around because the first-class sailing warships were very clumsy and far less flexible than the third-class sailing warships. However, in terms of firepower, the first-class sailing warship is really hard to have an opponent. After pondering for a while, Xiao Ming said, "In that case, this battleship should be ordered to be King Qi." King Qi, Yan said with a smile, "This name is good. In the name of His Royal Highness, this battleship will be invincible." Yan's words were exactly what Xiao Ming expected. He lightly smiled upon hearing this. There were 14 warships remaining without orders. With an idea, Xiao Ming said, "The remaining warships should be ordered by the city of the fief, regardless of the 6 states, and then add the Yan 16 states." "Yes, Your Highness." Jiang Liang wrote it down. After all, everyone climbed up the giant through the rope ladder hanging down from the battleship. On board the battleship, Yan and a group of students immediately rushed to all parts of the battleship with excitement, gearing up one by one, wishing to set sail now. "His Royal Highness, now this battleship is short of artillery and hasn't been in place yet. When can this artillery come?" Yan asked. Xiao Ming groaned for a while and said, "At this time, the king has notified the military workshop. Now the artillery and ammunition are being loaded on the ship at King's Wharf, and it will be soon." As they were talking, they saw another group of people on the dock, but it was Dengzhou Governor Yang Cheng'ai and Governor Yi Qinyan. To be continued. Chapter 428 Emergencies. P.S. There are only 3 chapters tonight, and there is one chapter around 10 o'clock. The snails really can't stand the code word for staying up late. I have some headaches and fever these 2 days. I can only insist on writing one more chapter. I owe you a chapter this time. When the snail gets better, the snail will make up. Sorry. Please forgive me. www.81zw equals co equals equals. Your Highness. Your Highness. Yang Cheng'ai trot all the way to the first-class sailing warship, with a trace of anxiety on his face. Xiao Ming and Yan were excited. Seeing Yang Cheng'ai look at each other, they had an unclear premonition in their hearts. Before reaching the first-class battleship, Yang Cheng'ai also climbed up. He seemed not in the mood to care about the battleship but said, "His Royal Highness, something has happened." The fishermen from Dashi village came to report. They saw a group of strange-looking people while fishing at sea. People, and their ship is somewhat similar to our Galen ship. Strange people? Xiao Ming and Yan were startled, and Xiao Ming asked, "What do they look like?" They were all tall, with red heads, and they were shooting at them with muskets. 3 fishermen who were fishing were injured, and they wore 3-color horizontal banners. "What color is the flag?" "The top is red, the middle is white, and the bottom is blue." Yang Cheng'ai recalled what the fisherman said. "His Royal Highness, this is undoubtedly the Dutch." Yan said nervously, "If they found our military port, it would be troublesome." The Dutch had just defeated the King of Chu and came to Dengzhou at this time. Xiao Ming's face was a little gloomy. The distance from Ryukyu Island to Dengzhou was a full 1,500 kilometers. The Dutch warships appeared in Dengzhou at this time, naturally, not for tourism. There is only one explanation. There are things related to the interests of the Dutch. He believes that the Dutch are not passing by. King Chu. Xiao Ming said the name lightly. Li Wei told him about the King Chu's meeting with the Dutch envoy. He didn't know what King Chu and the Dutch had said, but after defeating King Chu, The Dutch appeared in Dengzhou. There must be some tricks. After thinking about it for a moment, Xiaoming suddenly realized that Li Wei said that the Dutch forced King Chu to buy matchlocks when they defeated King Chu's fleet. In the past, King Chu wanted to buy it by himself. Now he is forced to tell the Dutch he has cheaper machine gun purchases. At this time, he would definitely speak out about himself. After clarifying his thoughts, Xiaoming said, "Now we will send out fishing boats along the coast to investigate the situation at sea and monitor the location of the Dutch. Also, few people know the location of the bay, and the Dutch don't know it. But just in case." "Yan, you are now leading the 3 warships to guard the perimeter of the bay." "Yes, Your Highness." Yan's expression cooled down. Now only the previous 3 battleships were loaded with artillery. If the Dutch are charged into the bay, the newly launched warships will be all gone. For him, these warships are his life, and he must not let this happen. After arranging these 2 events, Xiaoming lost the mood to continue watching the warship. He and Yang Cheng'ai got off the ship together, and while walking towards the shore, he said, "The Dutch and the Japanese have close contacts." Clearly, but some Japanese pirates in Dengzhou City are very familiar. In order to prevent accidents, the Dengzhou army immediately enters the city for defense. Yi Qian said bitterly, "His Royal Highness, these Dutch people have muskets." Now the Dengzhou army still uses bows, arrows and swords. "How can you fight the Dutch?" Frowning, Xiaoming said, "This king knows that you generals have opinions about this king's preference for the Kingzhou army. But it is not the time to say this. It is not that you are not equipped with muskets, but the production of muskets takes time. After Yaozu army, it will be your Dengzhou army." Yi Qian smirked when Xiaoming saw through it. His Royal Highness really has eyes like a torch, and you can see the end of the general's mind at a glance. "Okay, only with the words of His Highness. The soldiers of the Dengzhou army feel at ease." "Soldiers will be called into the city now." Xiaoming nodded. But he really didn't expect the Dengzhou army to fight against the Dutch. After all, the Dutch at this stage were not the Dengzhou army to deal with, and there was no cavalry in Dengzhou. Infantry versus infantry, his plate armor, there is no advantage. Other than that, you immediately sent Starry Night to Kingzhou, and Nu Ben immediately sent the Kingzhou army to Dengzhou. Xiaoming continued. Yi Qian nodded and went ashore. He immediately urged the horse to head to Dengzhou. Ding. Yang Cheng'ai said at this time, "His Royal Highness, Dengzhou is so dangerous now. Please don't enter the city and stay in the bay. Otherwise, if your Royal Highness makes a mistake, the official will be blamed for death." Xiaoming said, "Now that everything is unclear, let's not be so pessimistic for the time being. The Dutch will be afraid to know that the king has a musket. By the way, where is Dashi village?" Yang Cheng'ai said, "Dashi village is on the opposite direction of the bay, about 150 miles away from Dengzhou city." "If you say that, the Dutch fleet should soon be blocking the beach outside Dengzhou." Xiaoming was a little worried. 30 miles from Dengzhou, this bay is hidden behind 2 huge reefs. The 2 reefs rising to the sky are like the gates of the bay. Speaking of which, this harbor is still very hidden. After setting out the important tasks of the moment, Yang Cheng'ai immediately returned to Dengzhou city. Now Dengzhou city needs him to sit in, while Xiaoming stays in the bay to watch the changes. Now he can only pray that Chen Qi's artillery and Kingzhou army will be in place soon, otherwise the year-long preparations may be in vain at any time. That night, Xiaoming stayed in the military port. At noon the next day, the Dengzhou army's scouts heard news that the Dutch fleet was docked on the sea just north of Dengzhou city. About 1,000 people were wearing grey uniforms and carrying them. Dutch soldiers with muskets took a boat to the beach. At the same time, there were about 2,000 Japanese pirates who followed the Dutch ashore. Under the guidance of the Japanese pirates, the Dutch were marching towards Dengzhou city. The Japanese pirates and the Dutch? The situation that Xiaoming was least willing to see appeared. During the Great Colonial Era, Western countries would never rule the colonies solely by their own power, because the colonies naturally had natives willing to be running dogs to assist them in their rule. This is similar to the rule of the barbarians. According to the news he received, the Dutch had 10,000 troops, but Xiaoming guessed that the real Dutchman would not exceed 3,000. Now this news proves his guess from the side. This is good news for him, but there is also bad news. Now it seems that the Dutch are focusing on supporting the Japanese, and with the Japanese urinary sex, the Dutch must be very happy at this time. Otherwise, the Dutch could not appear outside Dengzhou city together with the Japanese pirates. 4,000 people. Xiaoming calculated the strength of the Dengzhou army. Since Jiangjungang was established here, he has allowed the Dengzhou army to expand, and the number of the Dengzhou army is now 10,000. It's just that now that these 10,000 people are facing 4,000 pure firearms troops, Xiaoming also has no confidence. To be continued. Chapter 429. History. Rod grabbed a handful of white sand from the beach and let the sand slip through the gap between his fingers. August 1. Chinese literary www.81zw.com. Looking at the direction where the sand was floating, Rod muttered softly, "North wind." Behind him, the boat in charge of transporting soldiers continued to transport soldiers from the ship to the beach. In the distance, 10 battleships were arranged in a line, and he could see Claire sitting on the deck, blowing the sea breeze. Since the Qiantang Sea battle, Claire has been skeptical about the news that the King of Chu said, so after repairing and replenishing the ammunition, they headed out to Dengzhou to explore the reality of another king of the Great Chu Kingdom. It is not that Claire is sensitive, but that they need to grasp the real situation of the countries surrounding this sea area. In fact, their warships arrived here 80 years ago, and they once established a colony on the island of Ryukyu, but at that time the Dutch were competing with the British for maritime supremacy, and there were 6 major battles in 30 years. After that, they eventually lost to the British. It was the weakest time in the Netherlands. They were defeated by the pirates in this sea before they had a firm foothold, but they never forgot this rich land. After more than 10 years of recuperation, they returned here to retake it. Ryukyu Island has been ruled for 40 years. However, like previous records, this largest country in East Asia is still not worth mentioning. He remembers that the first batch of missions that tried to establish diplomatic relations with the country once described the country as follows. Our governor's gift turned into a tribute in Dayu, and it was embezzled by local officials in Guangzhou. The official of Dayu lied about our arrival here and tore up what we wanted to give to the emperor of Dayu, and finally expelled us from the country in order to cover up the smuggling of tributes. Great Yu is a mysterious country to us, but behind the veil of mystery is a weak and degenerate country. Official corruption coverage here, a class equivalent to the European aristocracy, dominates here. But it is different from the European aristocracy. The class known as the gentle clan here only cares for their own interests and ignores their behavior to give their own country's generals. It will bring huge Shanghai and hidden dangers. The officials here are ignorant and arrogant, corrupt, and the people live in dissatisfaction with the officials. They are as weak and incompetent as the natives we conquered. The Yukuni and Filipinos are braver than them, and the country will only tremble in the face of the barbaric tribes in the north. There is no trace of the noble spirit that we Europeans must fight every enemy. This is enough to support my point of view. At the same time, the emperor and officials of this country are not nationalists. They are always incredibly generous to foreigners, and they are unbearably cruel to their own people. Great King, if you are willing to send troops, just like we conquer the natives of America, we will defeat this country smoothly and turn this place into our colony. Recalling this record, Rod raised his brows. At least in the south, his description of his current mission was not exaggerated, even to beautify the country. The king of Chu they came into contact with was just such a king. Although Chu was very rich, the wealth was in the hands of noble clans, and the people still lived in poverty. However, just when they thought that the whole country of Dayu was like this, the words of King Chu caused their doubts. Because in this backward and ignorant country, a flintlock spear appeared, and after the defeat, the King of Chu even said that the King of Qi even built a hot air balloon. This made them very surprised and horrified. Although hot air balloons have been eliminated by hydrogen balloons in Europe, the appearance of hot air balloons in this place still shocked them. because it means that a civilization different from other places in Dayu is rising here. And this is the source of their fear, being able to make matchlocks, and with the population of this country, they can easily defeat them. After all, it is very difficult for them to maintain a military presence in East Asia, and they simply cannot support a large-scale war. It is for this reason that they are planning to go to Dengzhou, or even Qingzhou. Once they find out the details of the Qi King, they will decide whether to establish a trade relationship with the Qi King or eliminate this threat in the bud. After all, the Dutch have lost too many colonies, and they don't want to lose this sea again. Dengzhou City is 20 miles ahead. When Luo was stunned, a Japanese man walked up to him and pointed to the front. Rod glanced at this Japanese man. His name was Sakai. He was a Japanese pirate in this sea. Since they established a trading point on the island of Kyushu, Nagasaki, it has been 30 years for them to conduct business with the Japanese country. They have a solid foundation in the Japanese country relationship. These Japanese pirates looked to outsiders as pirates, but they knew in their hearts that these Japanese pirates were nothing but soldiers sent by the great name of the Japanese country to rob wealth. Under their enlightenment, the Japanese people mastered the production technology of matchlock guns earlier than the Great Yu, and over the years, as the Japanese use matchlock guns to arm the army, the ambitions of the Japanese nation gradually expanded. But for the Dutch, the war country is still respectful, which allows them to reduce their worries about the strength of the war country. The foreign expansion of the Japanese kingdom is not without benefits for them. At least they can sell more materials to the Japanese kingdom. Mr. Sakai, please lead the way. After all, we don't understand here, Rod said. Sakai nodded. His eyes swept over the bayonet-mounted flint guns of the Dutch soldiers. Then he looked at the 6-pounder field guns that were being carried ashore, which were mounted on 2 wheels. In the middle, transportation is very convenient. Turning his head, these dangerous weapons made a trace of greed hidden in his eyes. He said, "Well, Mr. Rod, as you wish, our army will go ahead." With that said, Sakai began to gather 3,000 soldiers and lined up in a neat column towards Dengzhou City. Each of these Japanese soldiers carried arquebus and ammunition bags around their waists. This was the method of warfare given to them by the Dutch. After the Japanese army, Rhodes commanded the Dutch soldiers to go ashore. 1,000 infantrymen carried guns and walked behind the Japanese. Behind the infantry, the artillery was chaining 6 field guns behind their horses. Following the infantry, the artillery also wanted to advance to the city. The distance of 20 li was not very far. 2 hours later, they saw the great Yugo city surrounded by the city wall. At this time, Rod picked up his binoculars and looked at the guarded soldiers on the top of the city, and suddenly laughed. "Is this a plate armor? It's interesting." Chapter 430 Siege of the City. Yi Qian looked at the army outside Dengzhou with solemn expression. 1 Chinese Web W equals www.81zw.com. The front of this army is the Japanese, and behind the Japanese are the Dutch with red, blue eyes and high nose. Looking at the rifles on Japanese soldiers and Dutch soldiers, he felt depressed. Since Qingzhou was equipped with muskets, a powerful weapon, were known to the generals in the fief, and when fighting with the Qingzhou army, they also saw the power of the musket, so they had lingering fears about the musket. Now that a musket unit of 4,000 people appeared outside Dengzhou City, he was naturally a little nervous, especially when he saw that there were 6 artillery pieces in this army. But one thing is fortunate. Today's Dengzhou City has artillery. After the shipyard chose to stay here, 36 artillery were shipped from Qingzhou 6. These artillery guns are the only firearms in their hands, even though they are a little insignificant compared to the mile-long city wall. Below the city, Lord's face changed quickly after laughing at the soldiers on the city wall, because they quickly showed the artillery on the city wall. It seems that King Chu did not lie. This King Chi is really different. Luo's expression gradually changed. Compared with Rod, Sakai's performance seemed a bit unscrupulous. He said to Rod, "Ambassador Rod, now it's time to show these soldiers of the Great Chongqing a good look." With that said, Sakai arranged the soldiers in 3 groups to prepare for the attack. Slow, Rod said bluntly. They are not fools. They can't provoke the enemy without confirming their true strength. Both he and Claire insisted on this. Their real purpose was trade, and they didn't want to establish a strong enemy in this place. The long voyage from the Dutch mainland to here is also destined that they can only fight here alone. If they fail, they will have to withdraw from this sea area. The bloodthirsty smile on Sakai's face solidified, and he said incomprehensibly, "Ambassador Rhodes, aren't we here to occupy Denju City?" "No, we need to talk first. If this King Chi is as weak as the King of Chu, we can turn this place into the next supply point. If he is very strong, we need to be cautious," Rod said seriously. Sakai smiled contemptuously. "Ambassador Rhodes, it is clear that the country of Dau is very weak now, and Yamada Daimyo can easily defeat this country. The army here does not yet use firearms, and our soldiers are generally equipped with fire ropes. Guns, of course, if you can hand over the manufacturing technology of flint and field guns to us, it will be easier for us to defeat the country." Roth looked at Sakai warily. Now the war country is undergoing changes that are not very friendly to them. After they introduced the matchlock gun manufacturing technology to the war country, the war country has equipped a lot in just 30 years. Matchlock. Moreover, after the Civil War, an ambitious dame, Nobunaga Yamada, took over the dominant position. In his opinion, Nobunaga Yamada was extremely aggressive, and he was also formulating a huge plan to conquer neighboring countries. In his view, the former Japanese country is becoming more and more dangerous, so that they have to compromise with the Japanese country everywhere in order to maintain the trade in East Asia. War is a matter for your East Asian countries. All we Dutch need is trade. This time, we only need to figure out why the Congress of Great Chongqing made matchlocks. This is also the purpose of your coming here. Rod's tone increased a bit. It seems the blame is that the Japanese people leaked the secret of the matchlock gun. Sakai had a rosacea. At this time, his nose became red because of anger. He argued, "We are not fools. It is impossible to hand over the manufacturing technology of matchlock guns to the country of Dau, and make matchlock guns in war country. The craftsmen in the country are under surveillance. They can't leak their technology. It's the Dutch who sold the matchlock to the King of Chu of the country for business. The name is already very upset. If you Dutch still want to be in this sea to trade, we have to abide by our rules." "Mr. Sakai, pay attention to your words. Don't forget, without us the Dutch, your country would not have achieved what it is today. It is we who brought you European science and technology," Rod said angrily. Sakai once again showed a dismissive look. "They understand that the Dutch are weak. In fact, the Dutch have now become a second-rate country in the West. But despite this, they now need the Dutch to bring them more goods." "Yes, Ambassador Rod, I will listen to you today." Sakai waved his hand, and the Japanese soldier put away his gun. With a hum, Luo walked forward. One of the reasons why he tried to negotiate with the Chi Wang was to contain the gradually powerful Japanese kingdom. Now that the Japanese countries are gradually becoming arrogant, they need another force in East Asia to contend with the Japanese countries, so that they can maintain their presence in East Asia for a long time. Originally, this candidate was the King of Chu. But the longer they got along, the more it became clear that King Chu only wanted the throne of the kingdom of Dau and didn't care about anything outside the country. "Who is the one who came? Please report it." Yi Qian looked at the Dutchman who walked forward. At this time, the artillery had ignited the torch, ready to shell these uninitiated guests at any time. "My name is Rod, and I am the Dutch ambassador to East Asia." Rod came to the city and said, "We hope to meet with your King Chi. Please bring this news to your king." "We have no intention of offending." "What Rhodes? What ambassador? I don't understand this. But since you want to see His Royal Highness Chi, why do you have to bring so many people here? Do you want to see our Royal Highness? You are going to invade our city?" Yi Qian said angrily. Although not as well equipped as the Dutch under the city, Yi Qian did not show a trace of cowardice. In the past 2 years, the armies of various states are shaping the army's soul. My glory, the spirit of loyalty, penetrates into the hearts of every general. I would rather die than give in. Rod looked at the soldiers behind him. The reason they came with the fleet and soldiers was naturally to show their strength. Only in this way could they get more chips at the negotiating table. You are wrong. These soldiers are just to protect our safety. In order to show my sincerity, I can enter the city alone and have an interview with your King Chi. Rod continued. Originally, his confidence was still strong, but after seeing the artillery on the wall, he had to be more cautious. Ye Qian unrolled his eyes. He deliberately exaggerated the number of days and said, "We can inform His Royal Highness Qi, but King Zhu is 6 days away from here." You must wait. To be continued. Chapter 431 Power Intimidation. The sea breeze blew from the sea with a hint of salty wetness. W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 8 ? 1 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis Z W C opening parenthesis closing parenthesis Ye Qian's words silenced Rod. Whether to wait 6 days or not is a difficult question, because he knew that 6 days would be enough time for reinforcements to arrive here. Once the reinforcements arrive, it is impossible to predict whether the owner of this land will choose to talk or fight them. It's just that there are not many options now. The artillery at the head of the city has proved the special nature of this place. He must learn about this place in time to formulate the next strategy. So he said, "Well, we are willing to wait 6 days, and hope that I can see King Qi in 6 days." After speaking, Rod waved his hand and directed the Dutch army to retreat. Ambassador Rod, are we going to withdraw to the sea? Sakai asked puzzledly, looking at the Dutch soldiers who began to evacuate to the beach. Yes, our purpose here is not war, but to clarify the problem of matchlock guns, and the artillery at the head of the city proves that this place is very dangerous. We can't risk provoke an unknown enemy. Rod said. Sakai shrugged when he heard the words, but mumbled cowardly. Although he was dissatisfied, Sakai still followed the Dutch beach to retreat. When he left, he looked at Denju Castle unwillingly. If the city was taken to establish a stronghold, Yamada Daimyo's plan would be easier to implement. The army under the city withdrew to the sea. Ye Qian was relieved, and he immediately sent people to the bay to inform King Qi, to report this incident. The Dutch want to see this king? Yang Cheng'ai followed the scout to the bay. Yes, Your Highness. We said that His Highness will not arrive until 4 days later, and the Dutch really evacuated. According to the officials, the purpose of the Dutch is really not to fight us. Yang Cheng'ai said. Xiaoming nodded, and he said, "This is the wise choice." It seems that this group of Dutch people is only trying to figure out what the king is. In Xiaoming's view, it was precisely because of weakness that the Dutch rushed to war against the Chu king to stop the Chu king's military adventure. King Chu couldn't understand this, but he could see it thoroughly. Not to mention the era of sailing warships, even in the era of steamships, it is extremely difficult to project troops across half of the earth. Therefore, the Dutch know very well that they will not have reinforcements. Once they fail in East Asia, they will completely withdraw from this area. Yang Cheng'ai has no idea about the Dutch or the Netherlands at all. He then asked, "His Royal Highness, no matter what ideas these Dutchmen are making, we don't have to be afraid of them as long as the King's army arrives." That's right. In that case, when the King's army arrives at the king, I will meet the Dutch ambassador to see what they want. Xiaoming said, "The arrival of the Dutch is the first time he and foreign civilizations collide." Deciding to meet with the Dutch, Xiaoming stayed in the bay and waited for the reinforcements to arrive. On the next day, 20 merchant ships full of artillery entered the military port. This was the first batch of artillery shipped from the military workshop. Seeing the artillery arrived, Yun was very excited. He and the soldiers immediately transported the artillery and ammunition to the battleship to equip them. Without the artillery, the Galen ship is just a toothless tiger. The tiger is out. This time, the first batch of naval guns were sent, with a total of more than 300 guns. In the future, 2 batches of naval guns will continue to arrive. But even these 300 naval guns are enough to arm 5 or 6 small Galen ships. which is enough. In the next few days, artillery from the military workshop arrived one after another, and 12 Galen ships 6 were fitted with naval guns. Nu Ben also led the King's Zhou army and followed the merchant ship to the bay. "Your Highness, we can go to war at any time." After the naval gun was hoisted, Yan said excitedly. Nu Ben basically figured out the source of the crisis at this time. He said, "His Royal Highness, this war supplies is the top priority. Now this Dutch labor expedition cannot be our opponent. We only need to win Ryukyu." The Dutch stopped the supply and were not far from failure. The King's Zhou army with live ammunition arrived. Xiaoming no longer worried about the safety of Dengzhou city. He said, "It's not time to go to war. The Netherlands has traveled so far here for money. They will not rush to war with us." This time the Dutch ambassador. "This is the purpose of this discussion. We just need to show our strength to the Dutch and they will understand what choice to make. His Royal Highness is a soldier who is ready to defeat others without fighting." Nu Ben smiled heartily. His Royal Highness is still thoughtful. As long as he can talk about it, why bother to fight? Xiaoming smiled and nodded, and said, "Let's go. Today is the day set. We will meet the Dutch ambassador." Leaving the temporary residence in the military port, Xiaoming and Nu rushed towards Dengzhou city. In the military port, 10,000 soldiers from Kingzhou are gathering. They are lined up in pairs with Liang's flintlocks. Nu Ben gave an order and the soldiers followed Xiaoming and his party towards Dengzhou city. And Yan and other navy soldiers also boarded the battleships, ready to attack at any time. As agreed, Rod arrived outside Dengzhou city on time. Unlike last time, he was allowed to enter Dengzhou city this time. Entering Dengzhou city, Rod's eyes quickly showed contempt. In his eyes, this city was much poorer than any city in the Netherlands. However, his contempt soon turned into panic. When he arrived in the middle of the city, a large number of soldiers carrying muskets swarmed from the west gate of the city into the city wall towards the east gate. "God, this is a flintlock. How is this possible?" Rod couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. That's right, the guns these soldiers carried were indeed flintlocks. At this moment, Rod's heart sank. Although flintlocks had already been popular in the military in Europe, the appearance of flintlocks in such a backward area was enough to shock him. Just as he was surprised, there was a sound of horseshoes, and a group of people appeared in front of him on horseback. "Ambassador Rod, the person in front of you is our Royal Highness King Qi," Yi Kinyan said loudly. The young man Liu Xiangwei could not believe was that such a young man turned out to be the king of a piece of land. He took off his hat and performed a noble courtesy to Xiaoming and said, "His Royal Highness Qi, I salute you on behalf of Earl Clare." Xiaoming's eyes rolled around Rod. This is a typical European, and he is well dressed. At this moment, he got off the horse and said to Rod, "Ambassador Rod, I heard that you want to see this king. I don't know if you Dutch people are looking for this king. Do you want to sign an unequal treaty with you like you want this king and Chu king?" To be continued. Chapter 432. 3 bottom lines. The solemn and majestic soldiers made Rod feel a little uneasy. (8) 1 Chinese www.8=1zw=com. And the first sentence of the young King Qi caused a cold sweat behind his back. He didn't know much about the country of Dau, and he didn't understand what purpose the King Qi said this sentence. It was preparation. Revenge, or is it just a test? After being silent for a while, Luo said cautiously, "His Royal Highness Qi, I think the war with King Chu is not initiated by us. But King Chu has long planned to monopolize the sea trade." At this time everyone was outside the Dengzhou government office. Xiaoming sneered and said, "Ambassador Rod, let's talk inside the house. I know you Dutch very well." Luo was taken aback, and he followed Xiaoming into the palace. Everyone seated. The officers offered tea, and Xiaoming took a sip and said, "You have a total of 12 battleships in East Asia. Ryukyu and Nagasaki are your 2 supply points in this area. You built 2 on Ryukyu Island. There are 3 castles, one at the southern end of Ryukyu Island and the other at the northern end of Ryukyu Island. Among the 10,000 garrisons, there are real Dutch soldiers and more than 3,000 people. The rest are local natives of Ryukyu Island, including the Japanese pirates you hired. Xiaoming didn't say a word, the more cold sweats on Luo's body. He looked at Xiaoming incredible and said, "Are you investigating us?" "Yes, this king is investigating you, just as you are investigating this king," Xiaoming said frankly. Luo opened his mouth in surprise. His thoughts are a little confused now. Facing the Qi king, he couldn't be as calm as facing the Chu king, because the young prince in front of him seemed to have seen him through. "Let's talk about the purpose of your trip." Seeing Luo's expression in shock, Xiaoming turned the subject away. His goal had been achieved, just to shock Luo. After swallowing, Rod said, "His Royal Highness Qi, we are here this time to establish a long-term foreign trade relationship with His Highness and to seek partners." "Foreign trade relations? Partners?" Xiaoming sneered. He said, "I shelled the merchant ships of our country and occupied our coastal routes. Is this your foreign trade relations?" Hearing this, Luo didn't know how to explain it. Originally, they looked at Dayu with the eyes of Native Americans. They never looked at this seemingly powerful but actually very weak country. But now things have undergone unexpected changes, and there is clearly a very powerful force in the north of this country. If this place is as close as the Americas, he wouldn't be so worried, because the native 6th Army will provide support for them. But now they are thousands of miles away, so their people equipped with the same weapons have become dangerous. "His Royal Highness, I think this is a misunderstanding. We only attacked King Chu's merchant ships, not other merchant ships." "I know you colonists very well." Without waiting for Rod to explain, Xiaoming interrupted Rod, because Rod was obviously lying. Staring sharply at Rod, Xiaoming continued, "In North America you slaughtered the local natives, in Africa you bought and sold slaves, and in South Asia you looted spices and various raw materials. Your hands were covered with blood. Now you point the butcher knife at after this king's country. You know that my country is in a torn apart and weak, so you want to force your trade hegemony on my country. How do you know America and Africa?" Luo could not be described as surprised anymore. The flintlock had subverted their understanding of the Qi king. And now the Qi king's knowledge shocked him even more. He has spoken to many people in Great Yu, and no one knows anything outside of Great Yu. For him, this is a closed country, but now the king of Qi has completely broken his perception. This king not only knows America and Africa, but also knows where your Netherlands is. Adding between France and England, your Dutch life must be unsatisfactory. Xiaoming's mouth was full of mockery. No matter how the Dutch are in Europe, the Dutch are now colonists to him. Rhodes' psychological defenses have completely collapsed. The unknown makes people feel terrified, and now he faces an unknown. "His Royal Highness Qi, please believe in our sincerity. We did come with the original intention of establishing trade relations," Rod said with difficulty. In the era of great navigation, no war was justified. At this time, speaking depends on fists. Just as the Dutch colonized Ryukyu and occupied trade routes, this was supported by force. The so-called truth is only within the range of the artillery, and the winner is qualified to formulate the rules of the game. For Xiaoming, it is time for him to formulate the trade rules of the East Asian region. So he said, "It is okay to establish trade, but the first, you must transfer Ryukyu Island to this king. Second, the trade routes in East Asia are owned by this king. Third, Dengzhou will be your only trading point. If you agree to these three, this king will agree to establish with you trade." "How can this be?" Rod suddenly stood up from his chair out of anger. And when it was the natives' turn to make the rules for these indigenous countries, they had always been the Dutch. What's more, this rule will completely turn their Dutch from the protagonist of the trade into a vassal, which they cannot tolerate. Nothing is impossible. East Asia is our territory, and the rules here should also be formulated by us. You Dutch are only outsiders. You should follow the rules. Moreover, Ryukyu belongs to the Great Yu country. This is already an act of aggression in the territory of Yu state, and this king has the right to demand that you return the Ryukyu Island. His Royal Highness, your request is too much. We will not agree to any of these 3 items, especially Ryukyu. This is not your land. Now it belongs to the Netherlands. Rod said angrily. Ryukyu belongs to the Great Yu Kingdom. Xiaoming's expression became cold. He has lost patience with these bandits. It seems that the Dutch have not realized what they will encounter. I think we have nothing to talk about. Rhodes stood up at this moment. As you wish, Xiaoming said resolutely, because this is also his bottom line. He must take it back for Ryukyu, and he must take it back for trade routes. With a cold snort, Luo got up and walked out, and the accompanying people also left. His Royal Highness, these barbarians have always been awe-inspiring but not ethical. No matter how much they say, it is not as effective as a war. Moreover, the Dutch and the Japanese are in peace, which is very detrimental to us. The Japanese pirates outside the city walls are all holding guns. Ben looked serious at this time. Xiaoming nodded. In contemporary times, the 16th century Wa country used to be a world-class gun-making center. Statistics show that the Wa country once produced 300,000 muskets. Although subjectively does not want to see the Japanese, Xiaoming objectively has to admit that the Japanese is a strong opponent and should not be underestimated. Because of this, he has to cut off the Dutch and the Japanese to prevent more Western technology from pouring into the Japanese. To be continued. Chapter 431. Fanaticism outside the city. Rod returned to his army with a gloomy face. 8:1 Chinese www equals 8 equals 1 zw equals com. Ambassador Rod, it seems that your talk is broken. I have said that this Great Yu country is arrogant and ignorant. It is better to use guns directly to reason with them. Sakai lazily said, but it's too late. We no chance. Rhodes snorted. Damn it, God knows how this King Chi mastered the gun manufacturing technology, but what you said is correct. This King Chi is too arrogant and ignorant. They think they have a gun. Can technology defeat us Dutch at sea? Yes, let us teach them at sea. Sakai looked at the soldiers who were constantly pouring up from the city. These soldiers pointed their guns at them at this time, and now they will lose in battle. Rod turned his head and looked at the direction of Dengzhou City. He said, I must go back and report this to Earl Clare. The 3 conditions requested by King Chi are beyond our tolerance. After all, he and Sakai left Dengzhou City with the army. At this time, Xiaoming had already boarded the city wall. His brow furrowed as he looked at the equipment of the Dutch army and the 6-pound field gun. In any era, the equipment of a country's army was enough to tell the country's wealth. Now the Dutch soldiers under the city of Dengzhou are wearing leather boots, high hats, and grey cotton clothes. This seems to be the standard Dutch military uniform, which proves the advanced textile industry of Europeans. The flintlocks that the soldiers are holding are also shiny with metallic luster in the sun. But this kind of steel is enough to reflect the current European advanced steel technology. The 6-pounder field guns dragged by the high war horses proved the current situation of the European army. If 2 years ago, the army brought by the Dutch was enough to easily take down Dengzhou City. Putting away the telescope, Xiaoming said to Nu Ben, it's time to let Yun go. These Dutch people will not compromise until they see our warship. Nu Ben nodded, and immediately sent a scout to the bay to inform Yun. Coming down from the city wall, Xiaoming said to Yang Cheng'ai, the location of Dengzhou will be very important in the future. From now on, you will start to build coastal defense forts to prevent the enemy from attacking us from the sea. Coastal defense turret? Yang Cheng'ai showed a confused look, which was beyond his scope of cognition. Xiaoming said, you don't need to understand what a coastal defense fort is. People from the construction battalion will come here to build it. You just need to cooperate. Simply put, this type of fort is for attacking warships at sea, understand? Yes, Your Highness. Yang Cheng'ai nodded. In the past, the key threat was the north. Xiaoming naturally wanted to concentrate all the resources in the north to resist the barbarians, but now the threat from the sea is getting more and more serious. So he must now strengthen Dengzhou's coastal defense and strengthen the Dengzhou army. Although the Dengzhou army is not equipped with firearms yet, Yi Qian still often goes to Qingzhou for training. As long as the firearms are handed over to the Dengzhou army, Yi Qian can train a firearms unit. His Royal Highness, are we going to pursue it now? Yi Qian couldn't help asking when seeing Xiaoming walking outside the city. No, let's see what the Dutch look like when they see our fleet. Xiaoming smiled. Nu Ben and Yi Qian looked at each other and laughed maliciously. The battleships covered with artillery in Yan were scary to think about. An hour later, Rod led the army to the beach, and they returned to the battleship in small boats. Earl Clare, I think our peace talks failed. King Chi proposed that we Dutch can't tolerate the bottom line. 2 of these 3 bottom lines are enough to give us a reason for war, Rod said. During the time when Rod went ashore, Claire had been waiting on the battleship, pinching the curled beard. Claire asked, what conditions? At this time, Lord uttered Xiaoming's original words. Claire's expression worsened with Lord's words, and he said, this stupid King Chi, doesn't he knows that the colony is a continuation of a national territory? His request is basically a war against us. Earl Clare, because of this I chose to refuse, not to mention the colonies. This trade route is our Dutch lifeline. For the route we go to war with the Spanish, the British go to war, the French go to war, and we Dutch are fearless. Rod said impulsively. Claire patted Rod on the shoulder. You are doing a good job, and those who make this request to us Dutch should humiliate him severely. Sakai's eyes traversed Rod and Claire, with a smile on his mouth. He has been a pirate at sea for many years, and he has been to many places with a Dutch pirate, so he is very familiar with the behavior of these Europeans. In his opinion, these Europeans have a fanatical mood of adventure, and the root of this mood is the wealth of the world. Unless they are defeated, nothing can stop these Europeans who are crazy for plundering wealth, because they are more crazy than pirates. Just like the Europeans he knew, Rod and Claire were in a frenzy after learning about the conditions put forward by King Chi, because both Ryuko and the route belonged to the Dutch Trading Company, and both Claire and Rod belonged to the Ryuko and the route. Important stakeholders. Even the soldiers of this fleet depended on Ryuko and this route. He remembered that in the Netherlands, this was called stock. Go to war. Go to war. Immediately after Claire, the soldiers on the battleship began to clamor. They raised their flintlocks and shouted, throw these natives into the sea to feed the sharks. Let us see how good we are. Fanaticism began to spread on the ship. Claire shouted with the soldiers. He shouted, soldiers, these natives want to take away our wealth from us. Tell me, what will you do? Kill them all. Kill them all. The soldiers roared. Claire held up his hat and shouted, then let us use artillery to tell this group of indigenous people how they should talk to us. And let enemy situation. Enemy situation. When the soldiers were in a frenzy, the Dutch soldier on the watchtower suddenly pointed to the northern sea and shouted. This voice interrupted Claire's passionate speech. Claire looked up at the soldier on the top of the mast and immediately walked to the bow with the binoculars. At the same time, Rod also pulled out the binoculars and looked towards the North Sea. In Claire's telescope, 15 battleships lined up in a row and were approaching them. The third deck of the battleship was huge, followed by the second and third battleships, followed by some small battleships. God, who can tell me what is going on? Claire fell into a nice cave. To be continued. Chapter 432. Intimidate on the vast sea. 15 battleships were connected with the stern and stretched for more than a mile, with murderous aura. 8. 1 Chinese WWW? 8 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 1 ZW. For an instant, the enthusiasm of the Dutch was frozen like a cold north wind, and it was clear that the King Chi they faced was not a simple native. Damn, Rod, you should tell me there is a powerful fleet here. Claire said madly. Fanaticism does not mean stupidity. Their warships are all Tier 3 sailing warships, but in terms of firepower they have already lost, making them even more uncertain about how the fleet that appeared suddenly trained. Rod opened his mouth. He finally understood why King Chi would make such rude request. The fleet in front of him had already explained everything. King Chi deceived us. King Chu must be deliberate. Luo angrily shouted. He concealed everything from us to let us enter this trap. At this time, Sakai also saw the fleet on the sea through the telescope. The warships of this fleet were not much different from European warships, but on the warships a flag with the words of Great U was hung. The soldiers on the battleship also wore the style of the Great U state. He was completely stunned to see this scene. If this was the fleet of the Great U state, it would be a disaster for them. Count, now you should give an order. Sakai reminded, if the time is delayed, the chance will be less. Is it war or retreat? Clara recovered from the shock. He looked to the left and right as if thinking about a difficult decision. The news from Luo is very clear. The King Chi of Great Yu Kingdom wants Ryukyu and trade routes. If they cannot reach an agreement, war will be inevitable, both now and in the future. Looking at the Dayu team getting closer and closer, Claire said, we can't fight this fleet here. There is not much supply. Now we should return to Ryukyu and destroy this fleet in the waters outside Ryukyu. Rod nodded when he heard this. This was undoubtedly a correct decision. After the order was given, a bell soon rang on the ship, and the Dutch fleet slowly set sail towards Ryukyu. At this time, on the Chiwang, Yun was holding a telescope to observe the Dutch fleet. He frowned when he saw the Dutch fleet fleeing south. Because they rushed out of the battle, the supplies on their ships were also low. If the Dutch fleet kept refusing to fight and continued to flee south, it would be very detrimental to them. It is a long process from the state to Ryukyu. He looked towards the coast, and the army of Dayu had already appeared on the coast. At this time, he saw the King's army waving its flag and playing the slogan "Don't pursue." Putting down the binoculars, he ordered the crew, stop chasing. This order was given by Xiaoming. The Dutch chose to retreat enough to show that they did not have the confidence to defeat him. He felt that the Dutch should be given time to think about whether to accept his terms. If the Dutch still had a hard-boiled duck bill, he could only use force to seize the island to drive the Dutch out of the sea. At the same time, one of the reasons why he told Yun not to pursue anymore was the supplely problem. He knew that there was not much food on the battleship at this time for the soldiers to eat, and it was difficult to provide supplies without communication along the way. Therefore, he needs to establish supply points along the coast, and at the same time allow the King's army to make sufficient preparations to attack the Ryukyu. After all, in the era of sailing warships, if the enemy is not willing to fight, he will be caught in a chase. Among the sailing warships, the first-class sailing warship and the second-class sailing warship are not as flexible as the third-class sailing warship. They do not have the advantage in the chase battle and directly attack Ryukyu Island. At that time, the Dutch fleet will have to accept the war. When is your Royal Highness going to attack Ryukyu? Nu Ben said at this time, and he was also relieved. At least during the Battle of Jizu, King Chi understood the importance of logistics and did not let the fleet chase rashly. Xiaoming said lightly, no hurry, Ryukyu Island is just a cooked duck that can't fly. Now we still need to wait for the tiger guns and field guns of the military workshop to avoid our losses when the two armies fight. Nu Ben also saw the Dutch field artillery mounted on wheels. This artillery is short and thin, and has a small caliber, but it must be said to be very light. On the battlefield, this kind of artillery has a longer range than flintlock and more powerful than flintlock. It is indeed a good weapon. It is time for Chen Chi to produce a batch of artillery in this way. Nu Ben looked serious. No general likes to joke about soldiers' lives. Originally, Xiaoming thought that the Dutch would engage his fleet for a short time and then retreat, but he did not expect that they would retreat. He was so decisive, and this can even reflect the Dutch guilty conscience. Because the Dutch did not know how many warships he had, but they knew very well that they would not have reinforcements. Now, these Dutch people may be in panic all day long, worrying day and night that he will attack Ryukyu. Looking at the fading Dutch battleships, Xiaoming and his party returned to Dengzhou City. After everything is ready, the war can begin. After this time, he will communicate with King Wei and King Chu and ask them to help themselves on the coast. Leave a supplely point. Now that both the King Wei and King Chu have a handle in his hand, the two of them must not dare to make any more small movements. Yan led the fleet quickly back to the military port, after which he arrived at Dengzhou City Mansion with a group of admirals. His Royal Highness, these Dutch people run fast. Yan smiled. At the beginning our battleship could be chased by them miserably. It's a pity that we didn't give them a severe lesson. There is a time for you to take revenge, Xiaoming said to Yan. But this time you may not be the opponents of the Dutch. The naval battle is not just based on your size. You just took over the battleship, and you have nothing on it. Familiar, from now on, you will stay in Dengzhou for 3 months of maritime training. When you are familiar with maneuvering warships, you can talk about naval battles. Let's clean up the nearby pirates. When Xiaoming said this, a cold sweat suddenly appeared behind Yan. Xiaoming said that it's good. If the fight is really done this time, the outcome is unknown. Although his soldiers know how to control warships, they're not familiar with new warships, especially large warships such as Class 1 and Class 2 are difficult to operate. With an ashamed expression, Yan said, "Yes, Your Highness. The final general will definitely take the soldiers to train hard and become an army soon." Nodding his head, Xiaoming said to Yang Cheng'ai at this time, "Cashier Yang, now is a big opportunity for you in Dengzhou. When you win Ryukyu, your Dengzhou will become a maritime commercial port, which is very beneficial to the exhibition in Dengzhou." To be continued. Chapter 433 Salt Transport Division. The Dutch were scared off by the fleet, and the atmosphere in this mansion was a bit warm. 1 Chinese Network W equals www.81zw.com. Yang Cheng'ai was most excited, and Xiaoming said that the happier he was, and said, "His Royal Highness, really?" Nowadays, the ports of Dayu State are basically in the south. Everyone knows the important role of ports in a place. If Dengzhou can become a prosperous port, then Dengzhou will soon become a wealthy city in the future. As the governor of Dengzhou, he is naturally happy to see. Of course it is true, but this will have to wait for General Nu Ben and Yan to seize Ryukyu. Xiaoming smiled. Yang Cheng'ai stood up and said to Nu Ben and Yan, the two generals, "The future of Dengzhou can count on the two generals." Cashier Yang doesn't have to salute. "This is what we should do." Nu Ben smiled. The completion of the battleship means that Xiaoming can control the waters near Dengzhou. For Xiaoming, this is another large area of maritime territory. He said, "From then on, our battleship has passed by our country." Sea area, Yang Sishi, you can't just look at the port. In fact, there is a lot of wealth in front of Dengzhou. "Oh, Your Highness, please make it clear." Yang Cheng'ai was puzzled. "Marine fishing," Xiaoming said softly. Yang Cheng'ai was overjoyed when he heard this. He slapped his thigh and said, "Oh, my lord, what you said is so right. Over the years, we have been bullied by Japanese pirates at sea. The officials have forgotten about this fishing. Go fishing. It's not just fishermen fishing. This king will allocate 30 merchant ships. These merchant ships will become fishing boats after modification. You have to set up a special fishing team to engage in marine fishing to provide meat for the inner 6 states and counties," said Xiaoming. This time I saw the Dutch not only shocked by the Dutch's equipment, but also envied the Dutch's sturdy body. In the country of Dau, except for the big belly and big waist, many people look malnourished. In the eyes of Europeans, this is no different from refugees, and is even regarded as a symbol of poverty in Europe. During the war with the barbarians, Xiaoming also noticed this problem. In the early days, his soldiers were not as good as the barbarians in physical fitness, which would suffer in the war itself. When he came back, he could only allow the army to eat 1 meal a month, and this was already the limit of King Zhu's meat supply. Without meat, the soldier would not be able to strengthen his physique to the same level as the barbarians or even Europeans in the long-term training, which he did not want to see. In modern times, the food for soldiers is also an important criterion for the modernization of the army. Soldier training requires a lot of physical strength. If there is no guarantee of diet, training will be greatly reduced. The fish recovered from 30 fishing boats may not be enough for his army, but he can at least boil it into soup for the soldiers to drink the broth every other time. Xiaoguan remembered. Yang Cheng'ai suddenly felt the burden on his body heavy. In the past, Dengzhou was just a fringe city, but now it has suddenly become a crucial city, not only to establish coastal defense, but also to act as a trading port and fishing industry base. Xiaoming nodded. He had already explained what he should explain. The new year was about to come, and after the new year, his steps would be towards the ocean. After spending a few days in Dengzhou, Xiaoming inspected the exhibitions in various states and counties of Dengzhou, and at the same time checked the implementation of various government orders. Now he is most concerned about the implementation of government orders in various states. Even in modern times, there are a lot of countermeasures at the top and bottom of policies. In this era of information obscuration, it is more prone to unreasonable government orders. Therefore, when appointing Yang Cheng'ai to the important task, he must know whether Yang Cheng'ai has responded to various government orders issued by King Zhu. His inspection was a bit sudden, which also made Yang Cheng'ai feel at a loss, but after the inspection, Xiaoming's results were quite satisfactory. Now there is no situation in Dengzhou where the wealthy people oppress neighbors. The former wealthy people have been divided into businessmen and no longer have tribal arms. The distribution of land in Dengzhou is also very reasonable, and there is no dissatisfaction among the people. In fact, because Dengzhou is sparsely populated, the people in Dengzhou have more land than King Zhu. This is the distinction between Kuangxiang and Xiaxiang in ancient times. There was more land in Kuangxiang and less land in Xiaxiang. In addition, he went to check the granary reserves in Dengzhou, which was a top priority in ancient times, because the amount of food meant how long the war would last. After getting a satisfactory answer, Xiaoming finally went to the salt transport division in Dengzhou. After the start of marine fishing, salt will be a big problem, because there is no freezing technology at this time. Only salt and spices can be used to preserve food. This is one of the reasons why ancient spices are so important. Spices are the most sold by Europeans in places like Malaysia. Now Xiaoming doesn't have enough spices. He can only use salt to preserve the sea fish. Although the sea fish is salty, the salt content of the sea fish is not enough to make the sea fish reach the salting standard. Because he thought so, he needed the salt transport division to get rid of more salt. At the same time, he was preparing to sell the salt to other places in Dayu, but the premise was that his salt was cheaper than other places. This requires a more effective method of salt production. His Royal Highness, this is our way of making salt in Dengzhou. The salt transport envoy of the Dengzhou Salt Transport Division was called Yao Wenyuan. After learning that Xiaoming had gone to the salt field, Yao Wenyuan rushed over. The place where Xiaoming is now is a flat beach. There are more than 100 thatched huts on the beach. At this time, smoke is constantly emitting from the thatched huts. Some people are carrying sea water into the thatched house. Then they pour the water into gauze and filter it several times, then pour it into the pot, start heating and boiling to make salt. This is your salt-making method? Xiaoming frowned. This is the seawater boiling method. Yao Wenyuan nodded and said, His Royal Highness, that's right. The Salt Transportation Division has used this method to make salt since ancient times. Today, our Salt Transportation Division produces enough salt for the people of the 6 states. It's not enough now, Xiaoming said. This method of making salt is too slow. Now you must change to a quick and effective method of making salt. Other methods? Yao Wenyuan looked confused. Xiaoming nodded and said, You must remember what the king said now, and you will adopt this method to make salt in the future. After all, Xiaoming told Yao Wenyuan about the modern salt drying method. This method is very simple. This area is very large. You can dig out salt pans on this land. When the seawater is high tide, the seawater will cover the salt pans and let the sun dry the salt pans. To be continued. Chapter 434 Saltworks. The sea breeze was blowing. The waves slapped against the white sandy beach, and there was a sound of waves hitting the shore. 8.1 Chinese Web www.81zw.com. The salt field should be divided into 2 parts. One part is a steaming pond and the other part is a crystallization pond. Generally speaking, salt drying needs to go through beach building, beach formation, tide absorption, brine production, brine testing, crystallization, and salt recovery. 7 sets of procedures. Xiaoming elaborated to Yao Wenyuan the method of drying salt in seawater. At this time, the pictures of the salt drying method in the Science and Technology Library continued to appear in Yao Wenyuan's mind, as if Xiaoming let him experience every word. And he gradually understood what is called a steaming pool, what is called a crystallization pool, what is a saturated solution, and how to continue to extract words after dissolving the coarse salt. After a detailed account, Xiaoming said to Yao Wenyuan, "Do you understand now?" Yao Wenyuan nodded. "Go back to your highness. The next official understands. This salt drying method is to first build a beach, then level the beach. When the seawater is high tide, introduce seawater into the salt pan to make brine, and then use lotus seeds to determine the brine saturation degree. Generally speaking, the brine content is 10% saturated. There are 2 lotus seeds, one is 50% in size, and the other is 10% in size. If half of the lotus seeds rise in brine, it will be 20 to 30% halogen. Floating on the brine surface is 50% brine. 10% lotus seeds float diagonally in the brine, which is 70% to 80% brine, and float on the brine surface as 10% brine. When the brine reaches 10%, the sludge on the ground of the crystallization pond is cleaned, wiped down and compacted, and the brine is put in. The flowers can crystallize on the same day, and the salt will return to the Chuo a few days later. After a pause, Yao Wenyuan continued, "At this time, the salt is still coarse. The usable table salt needs to continue to be dissolved, and it will crystallize into fine salt after filtering with charcoal." Nodded with satisfaction, Xiaoming said, "Yes, this is the method. The construction camp will arrive in the next few days. They will help you build the salt pan. Yang Sishi, you have to cooperate with the salt transportation department to expand the number of salt workers. Expand the number of people to 2,000. If you are struggling to make salt, you will pay more salaries to the salt workers. In addition, salt making is a major national event. You must not neglect your duties and guard yourself, or blame this king for being ruthless." In the end, Xiaoming's tone suddenly became very severe. Yao Wenyuan and Yang Cheng'ai immediately bowed and said, "I dare not subordinate officials." "It's the best," Xiaoming said lightly. The destruction of an empire often started from the inside. In ancient times, peasant uprisings often failed because the people inside were eager to enjoy themselves. The feudal days of the past 2 years have been better. What he worries most is the rise of hedonism and the move of officials. After talking about the salt drying method, Xiaoming, Nu Ben and others rode horses to patrol the coastline. The salt field location of the Yanyuan division already belongs to the border of Dengzhou, and to the west is Luzhu. In addition to having a salt farm here, the Yanyuan division also asked the Yanyuan division to go to Luzhubei to build 3 more salt works. In modern times, the salt farms in Luzhubei are well known throughout the country. In ancient times, Kidi has always been the most abundant salt production area. Even the salt in this area was once the source of tribute salt. Xiaoming, his predecessor, did not pay much attention to it. Growing up, after all, this is a stable source of income. After the amount of industry comes up, he will be ready to sell salt to every corner of the country. Walking along the seashore towards Dengzhou, Xiaoming vaguely saw an island on the sea, which is the modern Qingdao County. The scope of Dengzhou in Dayu State covers a wide range, and Dengzhou City is conveniently located in Penglai today. Qingdao County is directly facing Penglai. In addition to Penglai, the scope of Dengzhou includes modern Yantai, Wuhan, Kixia, Haiyang, Rushan and other large areas. The military port he set up was the famous Penglai military port of the Ming Dynasty. During the Wanli period, the Ming Dynasty navy came from here to fight the Japanese pirates at sea. At the same time, it was also where Qi Jiguang trained his troops. After the Second Opium War, he boarded the state is required to be a trading port. Therefore, when Jiang Zhonggang chose here, Xiaoming did not make decisions with his head, but had his own basis. Moreover, Dengzhou is in a superior position, opposite to the Peshawar city to which Goryeo belongs, that is, the modern Dalian Company. The straight line distance from Dengzhou to the sea is only 200 miles, and his navy only needs 1 day to arrive. Now Goryo and the barbarians are embarrassed, and they have sent a large number of soldiers disguised as Japanese pirates to attack the coastal areas. When they take Ryukyu, the next step is to pack their sticks and teach them how to behave. Several days of inspections gave Xiaoming a detailed understanding of Dengzhou. Dengzhou will become a prosperous seaport city in the future. This makes him have to pay attention to it. Even after the steamer locomotive is developed, he will consider starting from Qingzhou as soon as possible. Construct a railway line to Dengzhou, so that a steady stream of materials can be transferred out by sea. After returning to Dengzhou, after a 2-day rest, Xiaoming was about to return to Qingzhou. Now that the navy is showing up and the north is temporarily stabilized, he can finally do not need to be anxious all day long. The rest only needs to be done step by step, and he can also be a teacher at the Bowen Academy with peace of mind, showing his knowledge in the science and technology library to the students of the college. No way. Seriously speaking, what he is doing now is only Songun politics. All the industries are for the service of the army, and the real private industries have not developed much. The science outside of military science and technology has also not been expanded. Such an exhibition is deformed. Compared with the current level of European civilization, his fief belongs to an uncivilized area. However, it is very difficult to change the way of thinking of a nation. It is precisely that governing a big country is like cooking small fresh food. You can only come tepidly, not impatiently. Yang Cheng-I have said everything that the king should have said these days. You, the governor, have a heavy responsibility. Don't let this king down. Before leaving, Xiaoming told Yang Cheng-I. Yang Cheng-I used to think that he belonged to a small frontier official. Nowadays, he became a vital official, and he was quite flattered. He said, "Your Highness is a tease. Yang Cheng-I must go all out." Xiaoming nodded and looked at Yi Qin-un. Dengzhou's defense is left to you. Don't lose sight, especially the coastal defense of the military port. "Yes, Your Highness." Yi Qin-un responded with a bow. After instructing the two, Xiaoming and Nu Ben led the army back. This time he had to talk to King Chu and King Hua about this coastal supply point. After all, he had to play Ryukyu. 3 days later, the two returned to Qingzhou. This time it took another half a month, and the weather became colder. Upon arriving in Qingzhou, Xiaoming and Nu Ben separated outside the city, and he went straight back to the palace. Never thought he had just returned to the sleeping hall when a very fragrant scene suddenly appeared in front of him. To be continued. Chapter 435. As handmade products. What? Several exclaims. The singers in the sleeping hall held their clothes to block their bodies. 8. 1 Chinese web www.81zw.com. Among the singers, Fu Ear was holding a bra with a smile on her face, and the singers' voices made her look out the door. Seeing Xiaoming at this time, she suddenly stretched out her hand to block the intrusion of Xiaoming's sight in front of the singers, and said strangely, "Your Majesty, why don't you let Xiaohun tell your concubine when you come back? Now, Your Highness can take over." Quite cheap. Xiaoming turned to his side and did not look at the singers. Although men are superior to women in this era, he can completely ignore Fu's feelings, but after all, he comes from modern times. For him, this is respect for his wife, especially Fu is still princess. Those who don't know are not guilty. The king doesn't know that the princess did this. Xiaoming smiled. Fu gave Xiaoming a blank look. She asked the singer to put on her clothes and go back. Only then did she say to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness has gone to Dengzhou for half a month." The concubine is very leisurely thinking about putting the book on. Make it out and see. "How? What's the effect?" Xiaoming asked with a smile. Fu is serious, completely like a scholar. The singers say it's more comfortable than chest trapping, especially underwear can also cover shame. Xiaoming nodded, and at the same time he was a little relieved. Since coming to Dayu country, he has had enough days without underwear. In Dayu, there is no concept of undergarments, so generally speaking, they will wear open pants because they are worried about being out. Both men and women are the same. Some smoked women even wear pants because they are bold. and they have bare butts under their skirts. This is not only the country of Dau, but also Europe in this era. In 1717, the Russian Tsar Peter the Great once visited Paris. When he rode through the cheering streets, a woman accidentally fell in front of his mount, and suddenly enjoyed the happiness. This beautiful woman was embarrassed, but the Tsar wrote in his memoirs with only a playful mood, "The gate of heaven opened in front of me." This fall is a clear proof. Let us know that in the 18th century, in the most fashionable city in the world, Paris, women don't wear underwear. This was the case in China before the Han Dynasty. Later, there was the theory of poor pants. These poor pants are open crotch pants. The Japanese use tang suits to make kimonos. Similarly, women wear kimonos and do not wear panties. After all, women in ancient times wore large robes and could see nothing when they were wrapped up. It doesn't matter whether they wear them or not. Yes, yes. The remaining thing is to sell these things. Xiaoming muttered. People from Qing Dynasty and Dau are accustomed to this life habit, but he can't get used to it. During training in King Zhu, he can often see Luffy picking up his military uniform and peeing with his bare buttocks, which is too dirty. Moreover, the popularity of underwear must have its own reasons. For a businessman, it does not care whether there is a demand, but to create a demand. This is the way of business. This is the same as diamonds. Are diamonds really valuable? In fact, diamonds are very rich in the world. The diamond merchants just overstock diamonds to create the illusion of scarcity. The diamond itself does not have much meaning, but after being given the concept of love, diamonds have become a must-have for couples. This means that there is no need to create demand. Besides, the underwear is designed to facilitate sports. The scene of a group of soldiers falling to the ground showing there is too sour. Sell it? Fu'er picked up the underwear and said with a blushing face, "His Royal Highness, can this be sold?" "This is too shameful. How to sell it?" Xiaoming hugged Fu'er's slender waist and said, "Madame, aren't these singers talking about it? It feels comfortable after wearing it, which is enough. And there are many benefits of not mentioning underwear in the books." Fu'er recalled that it was precisely because of the various introductions in the books that she made Luluo imitated. And she has also tried it, and it can indeed protect women's bodies better. Where is just worried that your Royal Highness will be laughed at by others for selling these things. Fu'er's aides were worried about Xiaoming. After all, as a princess, she had to consider Xiaoming everywhere. Xiaoming had already anticipated this. He said, "The princess is filtered, and the king cannot participate." Can the princess not participate? For example, the princess can open a women's clothing store, but men are not allowed to enter. This will solve this problem. There is a problem. Now any commodity is what Xiaoming needs, because the birth of a commodity not only means more profits, but also means more jobs, and more jobs are enough for the textile industry to continue to move forward. Exhibition. Fu'er pondered for a while, and felt that Xiaoming's words were very reasonable. She said, "His Royal Highness said that, in this way, the concubine can help His Highness earn more money." Fu's eyes flashed with excitement when she was speaking. Everyone in King Zhu is busy now. She doesn't want to live in the palace and do nothing all day long. These days, she feels that the atmosphere in King Zhu is quite active, far from chilling and like a stagnant pool. Having said this, Fu'er asked softly, "Does your highness have to travel far from Dengzhou this time?" Started for a moment, Xiaoming looked at Fu'er carefully. It seemed that Xiaoming had seen through and thought carefully. Fu'er lowered her head. With a light smile, Xiaoming took Fu'er's little hand. He understood Fu'er's thoughts. She came to King Zhu from Qian alone. Naturally, she felt insecure in her heart. She didn't worry about anything when he was there, but the little girl would naturally be scared when he left. After all, in Xiaoming's eyes, Fu'er is a woman with a little birdie. "Don't go, just celebrate the new year in King Zhu," Xiaoming said. In a daze, this is his third year in King Zhu. Now his fief is thriving and he now has his own family. As an orphan in his previous life, he feels very satisfied now he has to fight for the future of himself and his family. As if feeling Xiaoming's care, Fu'er's eyes showed a trace of serenity. In her opinion, this man was different from any man in Dau. Xiaoming's sudden return soon alarmed the palace, and when the two of them were married, a loud voice suddenly sounded. His Royal Highness, good news. A lot of money? Xiaoming asked puzzled. Fue said at this time, Steward Qian came back 2 days ago. He said he found a copper mine. Copper mine? Xiaoming Yixi, his fief copper mine is very barren, and has not been found. It is for this reason that he had to use cast iron cannons. In addition to casting bronze guns, copper has a wide range of functions. Because of the corrosion resistance of copper, in the sailing warship era, in order to extend the life of warships, the method of copper-clad ship bottom was even used to build ocean-going warships. To be continued. Chapter 436 Upgraded Tiger Cannon. P.S. 4 more tonight, 1 more. The sudden sound made Xiaoming and Fue separate, and Fue instinctively walked towards the inner room of the bedroom. August 1st, Chinese WWW? (8?1 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis Z? W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis C opening parenthesis closing parenthesis O opening parenthesis closing parenthesis M. With a cough, Xiaoming walked out of the bedroom and was greeted by the rich. Your Highness, the copper mine has been found, Qian de Fu said excitedly, and then Qian de Fu took out a handful of copper ore. Copper mine. Xiaoming was excited at this time. Not to mention that copper is still the currency of Great Yu, but that the wide application of copper in industry is also an extremely important resource for King Zhu. His Royal Highness, this copper mine is really hard to find. After more than 2 years, the old slave has finally found it. Now the old slave has already deployed the mining. We can also mint coins in King Zhu in the future. Qian de Fu said. Coin? Xiaoming shook his head. Qian de Fu said, yes, your lord. As long as the current princes can mine copper ore, they all use the mined copper to cast copper coins. Doesn't your highness want to cast copper coins? Money is to be cast, but it cannot be cast randomly, Xiaoming said. In Dau, everyone does not understand what inflation is, so it is inevitable to make money indiscriminately. It is precisely because of this that the people do not trust copper coins, because sometimes 1 copper plate can buy a steamed bun, and sometimes 3 copper plates cannot buy a steamed bun. This is all because of the confusion of copper coins in the market. Therefore, for Xiaoming, he was not prepared to abuse copper coins like other vassals, because this was irresponsible to the people, and in order to avoid the inflow of foreign inferior copper coins, he was even more prepared to use his own currency. And the reason why he was so happy this time was not because copper coins could be coined, but because King Zhu had another strategic resource. Now King Zhu is about to attack Ryukyu during the new year. Now that he has copper mines, he can let Chenchi use copper mines to forge some 6-pound bronze field guns. After all, field guns do not need to be mass-produced like defensive guns and naval guns. At this time, using bronze materials can improve the quality of field guns. During the Napoleonic period, field guns were mostly made of bronze. So, after a pause, he said to Qian de Fu, first, mine a batch and ship it to King Zhu. The king is going to hand over to the equipment department to make bronze field guns. Yes, your highness. Qian de Fu was taken aback. He finally understood what Xiaoming meant. This copper mine is not far away, just 180 miles northwest of King Zhu. The first batch of copper mines will be 5 days later. Stone can be reached. Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words. He said to Qian de Fu, in addition to copper mines, during this time, I will send people to Zhu to look for gold mines and Deng Zhu to look for silver mines. This is what the king needs now. Qian de Fu understood, smiled and said, Your Highness, please feel at ease. After telling Xiaoming the good news about the copper mine being discovered, Qian de Fu arched his hands and turned and left. At this time, Xiaoming let out a sigh of relief. In addition to cast and field guns, copper mines have many uses, the most important of which is to make copper wires. Therefore, the current copper mine is equivalent to reserves for future power applications. Sending away Qian de Fu, Xiaoming turned around and returned to the bedroom. Fu Ye was waiting for him in the inner room. The two were separated for half a month, and the gathering was joyful, and there was no need to say a lot of gentleness. The next day, He slowly got up after 3 poles in the sun, saying that he would be busy as a leader, and those who would not be a leader were busy with himself. Now he can finally realize how busy the chief is, and he has a relaxing time. After all, now Pan Yukon is responsible for government affairs, and Nu Ben is responsible for the army. These 2 generals belong to the Desperates Bureau, working like a desperate job, so both the state government and the army were well managed by the 2. Lazily grooming and eating, the servant told him Fu Ear went to the textile workshop with Luluo in the morning. He understood that Fu Ear was busy designing her own underwear with a wry smile and shook his head. Xiaoming went to the military workshop after eating. He was going to see how the Tiger Gun cannon was and at the same time talked about the field gun. His Royal Highness, it happened that you came. This is the Tiger cannon that we are designing now. As soon as he arrived at the military workshop, Chen Qi carried out a brand new Tiger cannon. Seeing this Tiger gun, Xiaoming immediately gave a thumbs up. Chen Qi has upgraded the Tiger gun. The current Tiger gun has been separated from the original Tiger gun of the Ming Dynasty, but along the direction of the mortar gun. Exhibition. Now the base of this mortar is a square metal plate, and the cylindrical barrel is fixed to the metal plates on both sides through the lugs, so that the mortar can be freely adjusted up and down to shoot. The whole mortar can be moved by only 2 soldiers carrying the handles on the ground metal plate, which is very convenient and quick. Yes, there is progress, Xiaoming said, looking at the brand new mortar. Chen Qi smiled and said, His Royal Highness, the lower officials have modified the mortar cannon based on the textbook, and at the same time there are cannonballs. With that said, Chen Qi handed the hollow cork to Xiaoming. A lead was extended from the cork. He turned the cork and the cork went outwards or inwards according to different directions. He asked, Can you know the specific explosion time of this shell now? Although the accuracy rate is not high, it is much better than the previous gunpowder cans. At least it avoids the situation that the ammunition will explode in the barrel, and through the rotating cork we can probably control the time of the bomb explosion. Really? Xiaoming had some expectations. If effective results can be achieved, this attack on the Dutch will be much easier. Chen Qi nodded, and said to the craftsman on the side, Experiment and show your Royal Highness. The 2 craftsmen got the order and immediately carried the mortar to Xiaoming and then poured the gunpowder into the bottom of the mortar, and then stuffed the ammunition with the flat-bottomed wooden support into the mortar. Your Highness, just hit the target 300 meters away. Chen Qi has already mastered the calculation method of the parabola, so now he can calculate the impact point of the shell based on the different elevation angles of the mortar. Although the error of the impact point is a bit larger, it is always in a good direction. Let it go. With an order, the craftsman fired a cannon. After a muffled sound, the ammunition flew out in a parabola and dropped at a position of about 300 meters. With a boom, the shell suddenly exploded just 3 meters from the ground. Chen Qi said embarrassedly at this time, His Royal Highness, this is the problem now. The time of the explosion of the flower bomb is not fixed. Although Chen Qi said it lightly, Xiaoming was already surprised and couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. It was great to be able to make the flower bomb within this error range. He said, It's already very good. Now we will produce mortars and deliver them to the King's army. In addition, this time this king will talk to you about field artillery. To be continued. Chapter 437 Field Gun. Field Artillery. Chen Qi's expression became serious, and now Xiaoming personally came and said that this must be the King's army's use of this field gun soon. 8.1 Chinese Network www=81zw.com. This time he saw the Dutch towed field guns in Dengzhou, and he understood that he was still behind Europe in terms of military technology, because the field guns used by the Dutch were basically the same as the contemporary Napoleonic field guns. At this point in time, weapons similar to Napoleon's field artillery appeared, which is enough to prove that Europe's technology in this time and space has surpassed the contemporary time of 57 or 57 years. There is basically not much difference between this and his judgment. If so, he must settle down and catch up. After all, Europe is the overall progress of society, and his current progress is only stuck in the few workshops in King's. Yes, field artillery, and Napoleon field artillery. I think you have seen it in textbooks. There are two types of Napoleonic artillery, 12-pounder and 6-pounder, of which 12-pounder is used to attack the city, and the 6-pounder gun was used in the battle between the two armies. Xiaoming reminded. Chen Qi nodded. Xiaoguan remembers that the 6-pound field gun has a body length of 1.52 meters, a caliber of 93 millimeters, a weight of 389 kilograms, and a 12-pound field gun with a body length of 1.6 meters. It measures 117 millimeters and weighs 556 kilograms. However, Your Highness, this Napoleon field gun is all bronze cast. Such a field gun can even withstand the power of double explosives. Should we also use bronze casting? Qiandafu has a copper mine in the northwest of Qingzhou City. So now we have enough copper to make field guns. However, the number of field guns is not large. This king is willing. After all, field guns are wading through mountains and rivers and require high quality. In 3 months after that, the king needs 36-pound field guns and 20 12-pound field guns. Chen Qi pondered. In this case, we need to recast the iron mold, and we also need to make a trailer. That's basically good. This king brought you the structure diagram of the Napoleon cannon. It is not a problem to make the Napoleon cannon with your current technology, Xiaoming said. After receiving Xiaoming's structure drawing, Chen Qi looked at it repeatedly, and this time the structure drawing is more detailed than the textbook. It wasn't Xiaoming who was clumsy. He just adopted the method of modern textbooks, only teaching basic knowledge, but he did not post the real field artillery structure diagram on the textbook. After all, if you write in too much detail, it is tantamount to leaking secrets. This is because everyone in modern times knows that nuclear weapons release energy through fission, but not everyone can create an atomic bomb. After all, textbooks are textbooks, but they are not technical materials after all. It's okay now. Xiaoming laughed. Sometimes it is not lack of technology but lack of creativity. Now Chen Qi has a comprehensive understanding of the structure of field guns, and the current iron mold casting technology is sufficient to produce Napoleon field guns. In the manufacturing process, the main point is the structure of the trailer. Now that he provides the specific structure of the trailer, the problem does not exist. Chen Qi studied for a while and praised, "This trailer is really wonderful. It can not only allow the field gun to maneuver under the horse's towing, but also bear the artillery mount. This downward bending structure can resist the ground and make the artillery. There will be no large displacement due to shooting. This time it's okay." Chen Qi suddenly realized that Xiaoming was relieved immediately. He said, "Now you make iron molds first, and start to try production when the copper arrives." This field gun is not only to deal with the Dutch, but also to deal with barbarian. "Yes, Your Highness." Chen Qi's expression was solemn. Now that the handover of the naval gun is over, the mortar cannon's experiment is complete, and it can be put into production. He has plenty of time to study field guns. After confessing this incident, Xiaoming's mood was relaxed. Wang Xuan's message said that the Dutch had built a bastion in Ryukyu. If there were no field guns, his army would inevitably cause a lot of casualties. Now the problem is different. By the time Xiaoming asked the military workshop to produce field guns, the Dutch fleet had already arrived in Ryukyu. The fleet docked at the pier, and Clara and Rod headed to the city of Jurange, not far from the pier, which was the city they built in Ryukyu. Claire had a gloomy face along the way, obviously thinking about a very important thing, and Rod's face was also extremely ugly. After they retreated from Dengzhou, the enemy fleet did not chase him. But the opposing team's powerful fleet is still lingering in their hearts, because they have lost their confidence in the sea where they are most proud. After walking 10 miles to the shore, a typical European bastion building appeared before their eyes. Since the occupation of Ryukyu 30 years ago, this bastion has intimidated the local indigenous people to build it for them. The construction of the bastion took 5 years. At this time, a huge bastion 2 miles long and wide, the whole bastion shaped like a 5-pointed star, with a fort on each corner, and the edges and corners can shoot at each other for protection. The Earl is back, with a trumpet from the city. The iron gate of the bastion slowly opened. The Dutch soldiers guarding the bastion saluted Claire. In the bastion, some local indigenous people with black heads and yellow skin, but slightly black and thin, are carrying rice. Since they occupied Ryukyu, they have asked the local indigenous people to grow rice and sugar cane. And these two are the commodities they sell to Europe. Earl Claire, you have to make an idea now. What should we do now? Rod said. Claire has a sullen face. What else can I do? Should you surrender to this king of Qi and accept their terms? Now the soldiers are very scared. We are too far away from our hometown, and the enemy is too strong. This King Qi not only has a powerful fleet but also soldiers equipped with flintlocks. They have artillery in the city, perhaps our weapons more advanced than them. But with the number of people we can't win, especially if the fleet cannot protect us. I will be trapped here. Coward, are you ready to escape now? Claire said contemptuously. Rhodes argued, it's not that I am afraid, but that we must find reinforcements now. Otherwise we are not the opponent of the Qi King. Now we should ask the British for help. In any case, we are all Europeans. Really? To find another villain to drive away one villain? Claire became more dissatisfied. Rod, you must be frightened. You'd better go back and rest now. Rod knew that Claire was driving people, and he said, Count, I hope you think about it carefully. To be continued. Chapter 438 Claire's Decision. Chapter 438 Claire's Decision. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected in the office of the chief of the city of Geringer. Tanlei Ice Mall. After watching Lord leave, Claire walked to the window. It was already evening at this time. The dusk covered the red brick city building and fell into each other, very beautiful. After he came to Ryukyu, he was attracted by the beautiful scenery here. He even thought of bringing his wife to this beautiful place, but now everything is getting worse and worse. Frowning, Claire finds it difficult to understand why the King Qi is so obsessed with Ryukyu. Because from his understanding, officials of the country of Dau don't seem to have much affection for Ryukyu. Even when he first dealt with King Chu acquiesced in the fact that they occupied Ryukyu. But now King Qi has changed everything. 15 Galen battleships. Clara called the fleet belonging to King Qi, and now he was most puzzled by why the King Qi had both the flintlock and the Galen ship, a standard European warship. He had been thinking about this question after returning from Dengzhou, but no one could give him the answer. Matchlock guns can be explained, but he still can't figure out flintlock guns and battleships, because with the industrial capabilities of the country, even if they master the flintlock gun technology, it is impossible to make flintlock guns and battleships so easily. Especially the cast-iron guns on the city walls. This kind of cast-iron guns has become the mainstream of naval guns in Europe for more than 30 years. But even so, the blasting rate of this kind of naval guns is higher than that of bronze guns. The quality of the cast-iron guns purchased by the King of Chu from King Zhu was very good. According to the King of Chu, these guns had blasting accidents, but each explosion did not cause much damage, and the accident rate was very low, which was enough. Explain the excellent quality of this cast-iron gun. Thinking of this, Claire became more and more disturbed. If this King Qi had such a strong industrial ability, then he had to consider this matter carefully. After all, fighting against such a powerful vassal in the waters near Dau State would be a disaster and even lead to their permanent withdrawal from East Asian trade. So he didn't consider Rod's suggestion at the beginning. If the British were involved, it would only anger the King of Qi, and the British had long coveted the East Asian route. At this time, it was tantamount to drawing a wolf into the room. After hesitating for a long time, Claire was ready to take a more prudent approach. He was going to let Rod go on an envoy again, but this time he wanted Rod to go to King Zhu, the capital of the Qi Kingdom. If it is confirmed that the Qi King is really as powerful as he imagined, he will have to carefully consider the Qi King's suggestion, so that at least they can keep their trade in East Asia, which is better than losing everything. In his opinion, Rhodes has stayed in Ryukyu for too long. He has no understanding of the current situation in Europe. Today, The Netherlands is getting weaker and weaker and unable to compete with European powers for trade routes. Therefore, East Asian trade is very important to the Dutch. With a sigh, Claire looked towards the bay. At this time, his fleet was docked in a crescent-like dock. Many Dutch merchant ships docked here. It was through this place that they brought East Asian goods back to China. As the sunset faded away, Claire finally made up his mind. The Great U Kingdom was completely different from the Americas and Africa they conquered. It was a civilization similar to them. Instead of staying in a primitive tribal state, the operation of such a national war machine would be terrible. King Zhu Xiaoming's days suddenly became idle. In the past 2 days, he was either in the Wang Fu and Fu underwear design problems or went to Bowen College to supervise the students' learning. Now that the overall situation is temporarily stable, he wants to take advantage of this stable thing to cultivate more talents. Just relying on Lin Wentao and Lu Tong is not enough. His goal is to make Bowen Academy's technology blossom everywhere. His Royal Highness, the style of this underwear is basically determined now. The female workers in the textile workshop are producing underwear, but how should this underwear be promoted now? In the dormitory, Fu Ear supported her arm on the table, where she was unfamiliar with her life and didn't know where to start. Xiaoming actually had an idea in his mind for a long time. In King Zhu, there are not too many powerful and famous ladies, so he can only find an authority figure from outside. So he said to Fu Ear, "In fact, if you want to promote underwear, there is someone who is suitable." Fu Ear suddenly said eagerly, "Who is it?" "Princess Pinyang," Xiaoming said lightly. Princess Pinyang has always been known for her bold style, and things like this bra are likely to interest the princess. After all, Princess Pinyang is the fashion vein of the country, and this underwear is not only used to cover shame, but also has a very important role to make women more attractive. Fu suddenly understood, but the excitement just raised her brows and disappeared. She said decadently, "It's just that the princess is respected by her position. Now she is in Chang'an again. Will she come over?" "It's not necessarily true. Last time she went to this king's fief specifically for the sake of class. Now you write a letter in the name of Princess Qi, maybe she will come." Xiaoming's eyes rolled. "Then you will turn again. Describe the current changes in King Zhu." "Given my aunt's temperament, I can't say it will come." Fu bit her lip. She was timid, but thinking that she could help Xiaoming, she nodded and said, "The concubine will write a letter to the princess palace." After all, Fu Ear asked Xiaohan to get paper and pen to write. Xiaoming sat on one side to supervise, and when Fu wrote, a line of beautiful small characters appeared on the paper, very neat and beautiful, and Xiaoming was embarrassed when he looked at these calligraphic writings. Compared with Fu's calligraphy, his handwriting is almost as shabby as Earthworm's seeking mother. After writing the letter, Fu handed the letter to Xiaohan and asked her to deliver the letter to the post to Chang'an. Then she seemed to remember something and said, "Your Highness, this underwear is manufactured, but it is the dyeing workshop in King Zhu. There are very few, and they can only dye a single color. The concubine thinks that the books given by His Royal Highness have some dyeing skills for the dyeing workshop to learn." Weaving and dyeing cloth are not divided into families. Although Xiaoming is at leisure, he has been thinking about improving the quality of King Zhu clothes so that he can quickly occupy the market. In this way, in addition to the unexpected needs of the textile process, the dyeing workshop is needed. Only the fabrics that can be dyed with conflicting colors can sew exquisite clothes. This dyeing workshop is also the industry that Xiaoming intends to improve, so he said, "The princess and the king really have a clear understanding of each other." The textile workshop in King Zhu is still left by the former Sun family. Now it is time to improve the dyeing process. Seeing Xiaoming's playful words, Fu smiled lightly. Chapter 439 Pinyang's Astonishment. P.S. 3 changes tonight, and one more. During this time, Snail has been slower to update because of a cold. I'm very sorry. Starting from tomorrow, Snail will start to make up the chapters it owes. August 1st. Chinese W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis W. 81ZW. In the bedroom, Xiaoming and Fu got together to discuss the dyeing process. It was already night at this time, and only the lanterns in the palace were shining with the dim candlelight. For Xiaoming, the small dyeing technique was naturally not a problem, but it was naturally impossible for him to achieve modern dyeing techniques. But at least he can make King Zhu's dyeing craftsmanship higher than the current highest level in Dao. Madder, red, comfrey, purple, hematoxylin, black, sufang, red, indigo, blue. Holding a pen, Xiaoming wrote down the same natural dyes. Currently, chemical fuels are out of reach for him. Now only natural fuels can be used, and there are more than 100 natural fuels in his scientific and technological library. Among the more than 100 fuels, all the colors can be adjusted. Then he wrote down the information that the 7 basic pigments will become other colors after mixing. In this way, the color of the clothes in King Zhu dyeing workshop is no problem. His Royal Highness, so much. Looking at the dense handwriting on the paper, Fu was a little surprised while excited. These dyes are still scarce, and the most common are the types of flowers. Xiaoming said, up to now, the method of hand-dyeing cloth is nothing more than tie-dyeing. Tie-dyeing involves trapping the cloth into various shapes and soaking it in dye to create different colors. A variety of tie-dyeing patterns and binding methods are integrated in Xiaoming's science and technology library. As long as these things are taught to the dyeing workshop, the craftsmanship of the dyeing workshop can reach the modern level. After drawing all the excellent materials, Xiaoming and Fu went to the dyeing workshop to teach the craftsmen the craftsmanship of tie-dyeing and various natural dyes. Because the son's family was ransacked, and the dyeing workshop now belongs to the name of the government office, Xiaoming did not worry that the craftsmen would leak secrets. After all, there was special supervision. Because there are too many tie-dye patterns, the two have been busy for a while, and Fu also took the opportunity to dye the underwear. After her letter went to Chang'an, Princess Pingyang immediately replied a letter, which was sent back in a rush by 800 li, meaning that she had already left Chang'an to King Zhu when she saw the letter. Upon hearing this news, Fu was excited for a long time, thinking about how to sell her design to Princess Pingyang and others. After all, besides Princess Pingyang, many ladies from Chang'an came to King Zhu. 4 days after receiving the letter, a huge team entered King Zhu city. This team was all protected by the golden armor, and it was Princess Pingyang. Auntie. 2 years later, Princess Pingyang came to King Zhu again. The last time she was assassinated was very unpleasant. Princess Pingyang was able to come this time with great determination. The motorcade at the gate of the city stopped, and Princess Pingyang lifted the bead curtain and walked down. Xiaoming and Fu were waiting for her at the gate of the city. Why should the nephew and the princess come to meet at the gate of the city? This is not the first time the aunt has come to King Zhu. The Princess Pingyang at this time was kind and amiable, with the loving smile of her elders. Today is different from the past. 2 years ago, Xiaoming was just an undervalued vassal king. And now Xiaoming is already a pivotal figure in the country, and at the same time a celebrity around Xiaowenxian. Princess Pingyang has always been slick and sophisticated in her life. In the past, Xiaowenxian attached great importance to the King of Wei. She naturally had a close relationship with the King of Wei. Now that the wind has changed, she naturally wants to get close to Xiaoming. Just thinking of the initial disparity, Princess Pingyang was afraid that Xiaoming would remember it in her heart, and she didn't know how to improve her relationship with Xiaoming for a while. Fu wrote to invite her to come to King Zhu as a guest. Not to mention that this new product in King Zhu is very interesting to her, but to improve her relationship with Xiaoming, she also has to come. But this time when she came to King Zhu, she suddenly felt that she was in the right place. Compared to 2 years ago, King Zhu is now very prosperous and lively, but there are no fewer businessmen on the official roads than Chang'an, and what makes her more curious is the clean concrete road along the way. Perhaps it was an illusion. After embarking on this smooth road, she suddenly felt that King Zhu was not a remote city, but a place more noble than Chang'an. I've heard what I said. No matter how many times my nephew is here, I still have to come to meet my aunt in person. Xiaoming smiled. In the past 2 years, He has matured a lot, and will not push a unit-able force out of the door because of the initial discomfort. After all, there are no permanent enemies and no permanent friends in this circle, and some are just eternal interests. The obvious problem now is that working with him is now much more beneficial than working with Wai Wang. Xiaoming's kind words made Princess Pinyin laugh immediately. She walked over, holding Xiaoming in one hand, and Fu in the other, walking towards the city, saying, "Hey, you are the only one who is the most intimate among so many nephews. No matter what new products your King's launches this time, my aunt will definitely try my best to promote it for you." "Then thank you, auntie." Xiaoming smiled. Fu said at the same time, "Thank you, princess." After hearing this, Princess Pinyin squeezed Fu's hand and said, "Why is she still called your royal highness? She should be called aunt." Fu froze for a moment, and was a little embarrassed suddenly, and whispered softly, "Auntie." Princess Pinyin nodded, and then asked about the underwear designed by Fu. The two wanted to talk very happily. Originally, Xiaoming was walking side by side with the two of them. Gradually, Princess Pinyin and Fu got more and more excited, but in the end he was left behind. This time, the princesses of Pinyin were all the wives of the rich and powerful in Chang'an. There were 30 people. These noble ladies wore graceful and luxurious long skirts. Perhaps because of the underwear problem, he always speculates maliciously whether these ladies' skirts are also bare. As he shook his head and threw this evil idea into his mind, Xiaoming led when everyone arrived at the Wise restaurant. He was planning to place all these people here. After all, there were too many people in the 30s, and he couldn't live in the palace. When the group arrived at the Wise restaurant, the ladies who were talking and laughing immediately let out an exclamation. Princess Pinyin looked at the Wise restaurant in surprise at this time, and said to Xiaoming, "Minga, is the glass on this window?" "Auntie, now the doors and windows of the Wise restaurant are covered with glass," Xiaoming said. Since he ordered the establishment of a door and window shop, the first batch of glass windows have been used in the Wise restaurant. In a short moment, the doors and windows of the YG restaurant were replaced with glass, and curtains were hung in the windows. Now YG restaurant is basically an antique modern restaurant. Prodigal son, such expensive glass is used to decorate windows. Princess Pinyin felt pain. To be continued. Chapter 440. Amazing everyone. Aunt, this is not a prodigal. For my nephew, the glass in King's Zoo is now very surplus and can be used for other things. Bei Chinese www.81zw. Xiaoming smiled lightly. Once the glass production process matures, the glass production volume will be greatly increased. Now the glass produced in the glass workshop has already exceeded the sold quantity. Xiaoming only put the inventory slowly into the market to avoid a sudden price drop. After the market is saturated, he lowers the price and sells the glass to other classes of people, so that he can make the most profit. Very surplus. Princess Pinyin was startled when she heard the words, and then she sighed. She basically understood what Xiaoming was doing now, which was similar to her way of doing business. The entire Wise restaurant was filled with glass, and it immediately became very noble. Princess Pinyin turned off the topic and said, Feng Deshui said that the Wise restaurant is very comfortable, and even said to the emperor that it is more comfortable than living in the palace. Fake. This time my aunt came here to verify the authenticity of your father. Aunt, Shi Langfeng never tells lies. My nephew is just worried that you won't want to leave when you live, Xiaoming said. Princess Pinyin rolled her eyes and Xiaoming said, you two underestimate Auntie. Auntie has never seen her before. After all, he took the ladies into the Wise restaurant. Knowing in advance that the Lord Pinyin was coming, YG restaurant has vacated the 30 rooms on the top floor of the restaurant, waiting for the line to move in. Seeing Princess Pinyin entered the Wise restaurant, Xiaoming and Fu looked at each other and smiled. If Fu used to believe in the charm of the YG restaurant, but after staying in it with Xiaoming, he was finally overwhelmed by the comfort of the YG restaurant. After staying here, he would return to normal accommodation conditions. It really makes people feel a sense of loss. After half an hour, Minga, My aunt is going to stay in Kingsu for a few more days this time. Besides, there are any decent houses in Kingsu that I might recommend to my aunt, and my aunt is going to buy it. Princess Pinyang shines in two ways, not as well known as meeting. This time she finally understands why Feng Deshui is so full of praise. Generally speaking, the rooms in this restaurant are clean and comfortable. This kind of comfort cannot be enjoyed in Chang'an. The novelty in the room made her feel greedy and unwilling to leave, and she opened the curtains, and through the transparent glass, she could see the lively scene of the East City clearly. This wonderful feeling is fascinating. Auntie, are you planning to live permanently? Xiaoming asked. Princess Pinyang nodded without hesitation. That's natural. Auntie doesn't want to stay in the boring Chang'an. Your Kingsu is really interesting. Xiaoming laughed when he heard the words. His goal was achieved. Although few years' goal was to launch feminine products, it was good for Xiaoming to take the opportunity to let these ladies invest in real estate in Kingsu. He said, Auntie, ordinary houses are too boring. Why not build a house specifically for my aunt? My nephew promises that this house is more comfortable than this wise restaurant, and it is warm in winter and cool in summer. Princess Pinyang, these ladies pursue enjoyment, she said seriously. What you said is true. Will the things in this house be the same as the wise restaurant? Absolutely the same. Xiaoming said affirmatively. But aunt, you have also seen that everything in this restaurant is very expensive, and then, why are you still afraid that your aunt has no money to give it? Humphrey, even if you build this house for your aunt will not lose you by $1 or $2. Princess Pinyang said. Xiaoming waited for Princess Pinyang's words. Now Kingsu's exhibition space needs money, and the construction of 12 gallon ships and more than 1,000 naval guns have almost emptied his family during this time. After he returned from Dengzhou, Pang Yukun showed him the accounts of the government office. When he was in Dengzhou, he vowed to replace the equipment for the Dengzhou army, which was immediately dumbfounded. Not to mention this labor matter, iron ore is not enough, saltpeter is not enough, and sulfur is scarce. This year's huge shipbuilding plan almost dragged down Kingsu's finances. Although he knew that he was practicing Songhan politics, the army now consumes almost 80% of the treasury. After learning that he was about to change equipment for the Dengzhou army, Pang Yukun, who had been immersed in his work like an old scalper, immediately exploded, and was almost throwing his sleeves on top. It is for this reason that he will be fine with few air in these 2 days to study women's underwear, all of which is to increase an income. Including the construction of houses, he proposed to further accumulate money. He did not hesitate to develop the modern real estate economy. Seeing that Princess Pinyang was so refreshing, Xiaoming smiled and said to the ladies, if you have any ideas, you can talk to this king. This king will start construction at the same time. In this way, you can come to Kingsu next spring to enjoy the beautiful scenery while living in a comfortable house. As soon as Xiaoming said what he said, many ladies were a little tempted, but they were not like Princess Pinyang who could make a decision right away, because they had to go back to discuss with their husbands. Princess Pinyang took the initiative to say, you don't need to be a prince to do this yourself. Auntie will help you and send you the list from Chang'an. How about? Thank you, Auntie. Then, Xiaoming said with a grin. This time staying at the wise restaurant made Pinyang Princess and the others quite satisfied, and the food at the wise restaurant made the Pinyang Princess and others almost lose their virtuous image in the weekdays, one by one like a cow chewing peony. Especially the French fries launched by YG restaurant make everyone addicted to eating. Accompanying Princess Pinyang to dinner at the YG restaurant, the contented look of Princess Pinyang made Xiaoming know that this time she really impressed these ladies. Everyone entered the city in the evening, and it is already evening after dinner. At this time, the lanterns in the wise restaurant were all lit up like the day. Looking at the night outside, the Princess Pinyang suddenly said, this wise restaurant is extremely comfortable and the food is super delicious, but the only thing is it's almost fun. My aunt came from afar, how could my nephew forget this? Xiaoming said. At this time he clapped his hands, and immediately a troop walked in from the door, and Asta led the troop to the front. Auntie, This is the troupe in King's Zoo. Recently, my nephew asked them to arrange a play called The Story of the West Chamber. Now they can relieve my aunt's boredom, Xiaoming said. When Princess Pingyang heard this, she suddenly became interested. Minga is really interested. To be continued. Chapter 441 Guide. There is a stage in the middle of the Wise restaurant. This stage is used for performances on weekdays. 81 Chinese WW equals W.81ZW.cm. It was Chen Jiaban who came to perform West Chamber this time. Since Xiaoming put Chen's family under his banner, he has let Asta choreograph a lot of plays for Chen's family. This play is not based on European stage plays, but is performed in a traditional Peking opera situation. Because in Xiaoming's view, Chinese culture is extensive and profound, although it is behind Europe in this era of technology, there is no need to be culturally inferior. He is confident that promoting traditional Chinese culture will also have good results. However, while promoting traditional culture, he needs to get rid of the shortcomings of traditional culture and promote some new trends of thought. After all, drama is only a form of expression of thought, not a difference between China and foreign countries. The troupe stepped forward, and the Princess Pingyang and other ladies immediately showed excitement. In every era, the lives of the rich and the nobles are the same. They are sitting on huge wealth. The enjoyment of transforming wealth into life is one of the joys of their lives. Showing off their wealth, buying luxury goods, and comparing is never in the circle of nobles. A tropic that will reduce the heat. Whether at home or abroad, no matter ancient or modern, it is precisely by seizing the consumer psychology of these wealthy people that Xiaoming formulated a set of experience procedures, from staying in the Weijie restaurant to enjoying the wonderful drama. After these noble ladies return, what they have seen and heard in King's Zoo will become a hot topic among the rich and powerful, and those jealous rich and powerful will inevitably go to King's Zoo to keep themselves from falling behind these noble women. Aunt is polite. This Ching drama. Aunt is probably tired of watching it. My nephew thought that there are just a few more exciting things in King's Zoo, so he wanted to relieve her boredom. Xiaoming said with a smile. The happier Princess Pingyang became, she patted Fu's little hand and said, "You see that Aunt Yue is right. My nephew will hurt people, and you will not have a hard life in the future with my nephew." Of what my aunt said is that your Royal Highness is different, and Yue is also grateful in her heart. Fu glanced at Xiaoming, and said softly to Princess Pingyang, not knowing whether it was polite or sincere. Princess Pingyang's eyes circled around Fu and Xiaoming. When she came to King's Zoo this time, the couple treated her very well. This made her happy, and the worries when she came to King's Zoo were gone. The three of them were talking homely, and the sound of the orchestra on the stage sounded. Chen Xia on the stage still sang, "Ask who is drunk by the frosty forest, the blue sky and the yellow flowers and the west wind is tight, and always tears away from people. The achievement is soon to be separated. It is melancholy. This willow silk grows." Accompanied by a clear and agitated tone, everyone was immediately attracted by the performance on stage. The West Chamber is a traditional Peking opera repertoire, so it really didn't take much effort to let Asta rehearse this West Chamber. Everything is ready-made, and Xiaoming chose this play for a reason. After all, for women, love is not a constant topic in any era. It is precisely because of the restriction of feudal ethics that this is the love story that makes women more and more yearning for the lingering love story, and this drama is the story of Jiang Sheng and Kui Yinying, a pair of lovers who broke through obstacles and finally became married. As the performance began, Princess Pingyang and the ladies were immediately immersed in the scene of the story. Even Fu Ear was intently, because she had never watched the song. Seeing everyone getting drunk, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction and quietly watched the play with Princess Pingyang. When performing, Sun Fu heard that Yinying was beautiful. He led his troops to surround Pujiu Temple and wanted to marry Yinying as his wife. Pingyang the princess looked worried. And when Jiang Shengxiu asked his deceased General White Horse Duque to lead troops to come and rescue the siege, but afterwards, Mrs. Kui refused to mention the marriage and only asked the two to be siblings, Princess Pingyang gritted her teeth again. The play is very long. An hour later, When Jiang Sheng was admitted as the champion and married Kui Yinying, the whole play finally came to an end. At this time, Princess Pinying couldn't help but wiped her tears. She faintly said, "May there be lovers in the world finally get married, but unfortunately things often go against their wishes in this world." Hey, Fua and Pinying Princess behaved differently. She smiled and was happy because of the successful ending. Xiaoming knew why Princess Pinying was so sad. In order to win over the Zhou family, Xiao Wenxian chose a consort she didn't like for her, and Xiao Wenxian knew about it at that time. The two brothers and sisters had a quarrel over this matter. Finally, Xiao Wenxian asked the generals whom Princess Pinying liked to go north to resist the barbarians. After a great battle, the generals had no news. At this time, this drama touched Princess Pinying's past, which made her so deeply moved. "It's really a wonderful opera." Reward. Princess Pinying suddenly shouted. As soon as her voice fell, the two maids who served Princess Pinying took out a handful of broken silver and threw them on the stage. Then other ladies followed suit, and for a while, it was like rain of silver on the stage. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming laughed lightly. He said, "Auntie, this troupe will have a lot of operas, but it's too late tonight. I guess I can only perform this piece." Princess Pinying's heart moved. The days in Chang'an were too boring and there was no fun. After coming to King's, she suddenly felt a lot of anticipation. He said to Xiaoming, "If this is the case, then we should set up a house in King's. Now, Minga, you can give Auntie something to do." "Aunt, rest assured, my nephew will certainly not let my aunt down, and there will be a lot of fun things in King's next year, and I will surely let my aunt not feel bored by that time." Xiaoming Sigwant said. In the past 2 years, Xiaoming has not changed the entertainment project of Daugo, but focused on the exhibition. Now King's has reached an inflection point of the exhibition. He needs to attract some attention. The entertainments of the rich are brought out. Princess Pinying stood up at this moment and stretched her waist. She said to Xiaoming, "It's not too early. You two should go back to rest earlier. We will see the princess's female celebrity again tomorrow. In that case, my nephew won't bother me," Xiaoming said with a bow. Watching Princess Pinying go upstairs, Xiaoming and Fua went to the palace together. Back at the palace, Fua couldn't wait to summon the singers. Tomorrow she would show her design, which made her unavoidably nervous. And because it is too private, Xiaoming will not be able to enter this place where many clothes are displayed at that time, and she can only handle it by herself. After tossing all night, Fua went directly to the Wise restaurant the next day. To be continued. Chapter 442 Imagination of a Lady YG. A restaurant. 8. Chinese network. www opening parenthesis closing parenthesis question mark 8 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 1 question mark z opening parenthesis closing parenthesis question mark com. After the Princess of Pinying moved in here, Wise restaurant was replaced by maidservants, and both the shopkeeper and the shopkeeper temporarily avoided. After all, the status of Princess Pinying is noble, which makes it very inappropriate for men here. The most important thing is that the things Fua will show here are very private. "Princess Chi, what do you want to show us?" Princess Pinying had just washed, and she was lazy. Because the bed was too comfortable, she stayed asleep until the sun reached the treetops before getting up. At this time, the ladies all came down and gathered to the first floor. Like the Pinying princess, they all looked at Fua and waited for Fua to show her feminine products. Fua was still a little nervous, but she took a deep breath when she remembered Xiaoming, and said, "Auntie, what I want to show you this time is underwear." I think everyone often uses apron and swearing clothes. As soon as Fua said what she said, many ladies' faces suddenly blushed. This Fua said something that made them very ashamed. Who would talk about these personal clothing on weekdays? Of course, we women must have these things. Compared with other ladies, Princess Pinying is much bolder and outspoken. One is that the character of Princess Pinying is indeed the case, and the other is that Princess Pinying holds up the scene for Fua. This time, Fua sent her to King Zi in a special letter. In her opinion, This was definitely not something Fu Ye could do. Naturally, there was Xiaoming's shadow behind it. Because of this, her aunt should support the scene for Fu. After all, this is also a kind of goodwill. Gratefully glanced at Princess Pinyin. What Fu feared the most was that these ladies would be dissatisfied with her. After all, this fact was making panic. Now the words of Princess Pinyin calmed down a kind of lady, thinking of what she said to her last night. Fu Ye said loudly, "What I want to show you today is a way to make our women more comfortable, close to the body, and also let us more attractive clothes." After that, Fu Ye looked at the back of the stage and patted her hands gently. With the sound of her clapping hands, 30 singers dressed in different colors and styles of underwear walked onto the stage. When these singers appeared, people in the mainland, including Princess Pinyin, looked at these weird singers in shock. "Gosh, what is this?" someone exclaimed. "Hee, the things in front of this singer really look like steamed buns. This time I came to King Zoo. This is really a sight. I didn't expect that Princess Chi would be so different. She would come up with such a female celebrity." Princess Pinying's eyes stared at the singers who were showing these close-fitting clothes. On the stage, she suddenly said, "Don't you think these singers are beautiful in these clothes?" The ladies were just startled by the novel costumes at first, but at this time, it looked seriously that the singer at this time had a special charm. A lady said, when the princess said that, "I think this dress is really good, and it looks pretty good on these singers." "Bah, you are not ashamed to speak. How can you say these vulgar words in front of the princess and the princess?" Although a lady said so, she obviously agreed with the lady's words, because every piece of clothes they wear is more leaky than these clothes. When these two talked, the ladies laughed, pointing to the singers on the stage, talking and laughing, and judging which of these singers' clothes look good. Princess Pinyin has long been surprised by the appearance of these ladies. She said to Fu, "Princess Chi, this is about why you sew these kinds of underwear." Fu had been prepared for a long time, and also predicted the reaction of these ladies. "Now there are women left here," she bluntly said. "Auntie, the upper body of these singers is called a bra. The main function is to prevent sagging." "Sagging? What's sagging?" Princess Pinyin said, and then reacted immediately. She stared at Fu. "You girl, everyone knows you are a talented girl. But how do you know this thing can prevent that?" Fu said solemnly, "Auntie, this is not nonsense about Fu, but is based on facts." Then she called a singer to the front, and directly took off the bra from the singer. At this time, Fu Ye pointed to the singer's chest and said, "Your Royal Highness, please look." When the princess saw it, she was taken aback. When the singer first came down, she thought that the singer had a big breast, but when Fu took off the bra, she couldn't help laughing. As Fu Ye said, "This bra really makes the singer's chest very upright." "I didn't expect this bra to have this function," Princess Pinyin said with a smile. Fu pursed her lips and chuckled, and began to tell Princess Pinyin what she had learned from the book. "Auntie, this female has been nurturing since she was 13 or 14. It's easy now." Recalling the contents of the book, Fu's words were endless, and the ladies who were still laughing at the beginning felt that Fu's words were very reasonable. And at what age did the body have changed? What Fu said. It's clear. Originally, she thought Fu took out this thing just to sell money, but after Fu finished speaking, they suddenly felt that Fu was thinking about women in the country at this time. "And after wearing this, we will no longer be afraid of riding and falling. Simply put, we can run and jump like men without being seen by others." Fu Ye concluded, "And every month when we come to that, we can stuff the brocade into it, and the underwear will not fall, so that no blood will stay." At this moment all the ladies showed a look of expectation. Fu was too right, and they were really the same as Fu after such a thought. A lady said immediately, "Wang Hao, can you let me try?" "Of course." Fu pursed her lips and smiled. She felt that she had touched these noble ladies. Even Princess Pinyin showed a very interested look. After taking a new set of underwear, Fu asked the singer to help the lady put it on. The lady thought she was in poor shape. At this time, after putting on these clothes, she put on the original clothes. Then the other lady exclaimed, "Hey, How come you have grown bigger?" Others looked at it one after another. Sure enough, this lady was basically a horse Bingchuan, but now she immediately stood up straight after putting on her bra. "I want to try too." Seeing this, other ladies asked one after another. To be continued. Chapter 443 Great Success. P.S. There are 2 more chapters updated. Bei Chinese www equals 81zw dot equals com equals. The whole Wise restaurant became noisy. At this time, the ladies completely let go of their reservations, and one by one rushed to the stage to try to put on various bras and underwear. Fu Ear asked her maid to move a large mirror onto the stage. In due course, through this big mirror, these ladies can really see the effect of putting on these new clothes. Even some ladies began to look stinky in front of the mirror and kept turning around, because they were able to show off their coquettish bodies after wearing this. Since Fue came to King Zhu and was deeply influenced by Xiaoming, she seized this opportunity and said, "Sometimes for men, the beauty of holding a peeper half hidden will make them like it more." Obviously these clothes can also serve this purpose. Effect. The ladies were even more impressed when they heard this, which Qin dignitaries were not 3 wives and 4 concubines. Although they were in the main room, sometimes they were extremely angry when they saw their husbands go with their concubines all day long. They thought about Fu's words at this time, and they suddenly had a mind. Not to mention that this clothing has such benefits for women. Even if they want to fight for favor, they have to buy it. A lady asked at this moment, "Wang Hao, how do you sell this stuff?" "I want 10 sets. "I want 2, give me 20 sets, and I will give it away when I go back." Going back this time will definitely make the little fox in the family envious. The ladies were overjoyed one by one, and they kept chatting. Princess Pinyang smiled at Fu at this time. "Prince Qi, it seems that your female celebrities are very popular, and this palace also likes them very much. Why don't you prepare some for this palace this time?" "Aunt wants it, and Wei is naturally obliged to do so." In the past 2 days, Wei will prepare for her aunt. Fu Ear said. The promotion of underwear this time is a planned thing, and Fu is very satisfied with the results now, but her purpose is not to sell these ladies' clothes today. She continued, "But don't worry about my aunt. Wei is going to open a store in Chang'an that specializes in selling this kind of clothing, and aunt will be able to buy it in Chang'an." "Really? This is great." Princess Pinyang smiled. She basically understood it. She said, "When you open a store in Chang'an, my aunt will definitely come to join us." "Thank you, auntie," Fu Ear said happily. The ladies on the stage are still gesturing clothes. Princess Pinyang also has the urge to go up and try, but she is a princess after all, and she does not want to lose her identity. Looking at these ladies enviously, Princess Pinyang said, "Well, how many silver sets of these clothes can be sold in?" "It's not expensive, a set of 10 tals of silver." Fu Ear said. 12 tals of silver? Princess Pinyang rolled her eyes. 12 tals of silver is enough to buy a quilted jacket. "This new type of clothing is very expensive," she said. "This kind of thing has so little fabric. Will the price?" It seems that it had been predicted for a long time. Fu Ear said, "Auntie, although this kind of clothing has a small amount of fabric, but this kind of clothing is supported by steel wires, otherwise this bra will be no different from ordinary cloth." "Steel wire?" Ping Yang was startled. "What is this?" Wire is also not clear. "This is something produced by King Zhan and Steel Workshop. His Royal Highness said it belongs to Spring Steel. You can't find this kind of thing anywhere in the country." Princess Pinyang picked up a bra and squeezed it up. There was indeed something supporting it. At this moment, she nodded and said, "That's it." After successfully promoting the underwear, Fu Ear laughed knowingly. This time the task assigned to him by Xiaoming was successfully completed, and a set of 12 tals of silver. Just the purchase of these ladies will make her earn thousands of tals, and these ladies are only part of the ladies of Chang'an. In addition to Chang'an, there are also noble ladies in the fiefs of various vassals. In addition, this kind of clothing will provide King Zhu with a lot of income. The happier she thinks of this, accompanying Princess Pinyang and the ladies to experience various types of underwear, the ladies are willing to let Fu go back. This time they came to King Zhu for a long time, to bid farewell to Princess Pinyin. Fu happily returned to the palace. At this time, Xiaoming was writing a book in the palace. Upon seeing this, he asked, "How is your underwear popularized?" "They don't like it at all," Fu said with a deliberately narrowed mouth. Xiaoming looked at Fu. Although this girl looked aggrieved, her eyes flashed with excitement. He said, "You can't lie." This time it must be a success." Ben Wang said it would be successful. I can't hide anything from my Royal Highness." Fu leaned on Xiaoming intimately. "Your Royal Highness likes it very much, and other powerful ladies also like it." They bought all the underwear brought out by the concubines this time. Yes, the concubines earned more than 5,000 tals. Fu's face flushed when she spoke, and it was obviously the first time she made money that gave her a sense of accomplishment. Yes, it's the princess of this king." Xiaoming smiled and looked at Fu. Just as Zenf said, this Fu is indeed his good help. But remembering something, he asked, "Auntie didn't ask anything else?" "I didn't ask much about other things, but said that the clothes were too expensive, so the concubine told her what the highness said." Fu said. Xiaoming nodded. "Well, that's good. So many people understand that it is impossible to make this kind of close-fitting clothing just by imitating the style. In a society where male workers and women weavers like women usually weave and sew clothes by themselves. These things are natural to them." You reading www.uukanzu.com. So he asked Fu to talk in advance. Disclosure, so that the production of underwear is rich in some difficulties. In fact, it is true. Now Fu uses steel wire in these underwears sewn, but it is not spring steel wire. He deliberately promoted it like this. But even for steel wires, other places in the country cannot produce steel wires of King Zhu quality. Moreover, in order to assist in the production of underwear, he deliberately selected a group of craftsmen to produce steel wire. Of course, he cannot realize the current industry of producing steel wires. He can only let the craftsmen use very primitive craftsmanship, thin steel bars, then these steels are stretched through a thinner die. But even so, the steel wire produced is very limited. But fortunately the quality of these steel wires can barely be used to make underwear. And just with this, he doesn't worry that other people can copy his own things. Now that the underwear sales are successful, Xiaoming is thinking about making profits immediately. After all, finances are tight now. To be continued. Chapter 444. Bottom line of negotiations. Snow fell on the smooth concrete road in Kingzhou City with the north wind. www.81zw.com. The grey ground was stained with a layer of bright white, and this meant that the new year was approaching for another day. Since experiencing Fu Er's underwear, Princess Pinyin has been playing in Kingzhou until half a month later. She chose to return to Chang'an. After all, she is going to celebrate the new year in Chang'an. Before leaving, Princess Pinyin told Xiaoming not to forget the construction of the princess house. Xiaoming naturally agreed to this. Even in modern countries, even by attracting rich people to settle down to stimulate economic development, he naturally has to make good use of it. For the past half-month, Fu Er has been with Princess Pinyin. After becoming the princess, Fu Er gradually assumed the responsibility of the princess. This is wife diplomacy, and Xiaoming was not idle either. Now Kingzhou's finances are tight, and he has to seize any way to increase the income of the government. So he asked Lu Liuo to make a large number of underwear, and then asked Li Kaiyuan to take the underwear to Chang'an. While eating, drinking and having fun in Kingzhou, Princess Pinyin naturally promised to help herself promote this kind of close-fitting clothing in Chang'an. She is the fashion vein of Chang'an. As long as she uses it, this kind of thing will soon be popular in Chang'an. Another source of income was added to the government office. Pang Yukan was naturally happy, and because the underwear production and textile workshop had recruited 300 people, this gave the lives of 300 refugees and the made money. The local economy has also been developed. Sending away Princess Pinyin, Xiaoming prepared to spend a year with Fu Er in Kingzhou with peace of mind, but never thought that an uninvited guest would come to Kingzhou. This person is no one else but Rod, who claims to be the Dutch ambassador, who met Xiaoming in Dengzhou City. Rod has seen His Royal Highness King Qi. In the main hall, Rod respectfully bowed to Xiaoming, and after receiving Claire's order, he once again entered the hinterland of Dayu Kingdom. In Dengzhou City, he expressed his idea of meeting King Qi, so Yang Cheng'ai sent someone to notify Xiaoming, and after getting Xiaoming's consent, Yang Cheng'ai sent Luo to King Zhu. Worry, Ambassador Rod, since you have come to King Zhu, I think you must have changed your original thoughts. The king also does not want to use war to resolve Ryukyu, but sometimes the negotiation breaks down and we have to take action. Luo's eyes were deep. After arriving in King Zhu City, he had been observing the city. After seeing King Zhu City's clean concrete roads, regular underground pipes, and soldiers carrying flintlocks at the gates, he suddenly felt a sense of frustration. Because he didn't even know what the pavement of King Zhu was. Although he learned from the people of King Zhu that it was cement, there seemed to be no such thing as cement in Europe. His Royal Highness Qi, Earl Clare also doesn't want to resolve our conflicts through war, so this time I send me to King Zhu to discuss with His Royal Highness again about Ryukyu and air routes. Xiaoming nodded. Then how is your Earl Clare going to deal with this matter? For him, if he could recover Ryukyu in peace, he would naturally not want to go to war. After all, every war would cost him a lot. Earl Clare is willing to give up the main island of Ryukyu, but the Earl hopes that His Royal Highness will allow us to keep the city of Jirunja in the Netherlands. This is the last dignity of our Netherlands, Rod said with a bow. Roland's City. Xiaoming frowned. This Roland's City was built on a subsidiary island on the east side of the main Ryukyu Island. The Dutch port was built in this place. At the same time, there is a city on this small island, and Wang Xuan has already told him this information. Yes, it is the city of Roland's. We also have a bastion on the main Ryukyu Island called Minx across the sea. We are willing to give Minx and the main Ryukyu Island to your highness. Hearing this, Xiaoming fell into silence. No one could be allowed to sleep on the side of the bed. The Dutch maintain the armed forces in Jiran City is always a factor of instability. He said, no, Jiranji must be returned. There was a vague flash of anger in Rod's eyes, but after he understood the strength of King Qi, he chose to suppress it. He said in a deep voice, His Royal Highness, this is our final bottom line. Leave it to us Dutch, then we can only meet on the battlefield. Frowning his brows, Xiaoming said, I haven't finished what the king said. All the territory of Ryukyu belongs to this king. This one cannot be negotiated. But after you acknowledge that Ryukyu is the king, this king can, after transforming the city of Jiranj into a trading port, you Dutch merchants can do business as before, except for one. Your warships and garrisons must be withdrawn from Jiranj and replaced by the king's soldiers and fleet. Is there any difference between returning to Roland's City? Rod's heart was cold. Of course there is a difference, so at least your Dutch merchant ships can still travel to and from Ryukyu. Otherwise you will lose all of this forever. Xiaoming said unceremoniously, remember, you are the invaders, allowing you to still participate in East Asia. You should be thankful for trade. Regarding Ryukyu, Xiaoming does not intend to discuss too much with the Dutch, nor does he need to be friendly when facing the aggressor. Lord was silent, as he had guessed when he came. They met a very powerful vassal king, and this made them almost into a desperate situation. After a long time, he said, I'm sorry, King Qi, I think this matter needs to be discussed with Earl Clare for the last time, after which we will decide whether to finally agree to the terms of His Highness. Of course you can, but you probably don't have much time. I hope you can make this decision quickly. According to the plan, the fleet will move south in March after the Chinese New Year. Rod nodded, and he asked, I take the liberty to ask your Royal Highness, what exactly is this cement? Will your Royal Highness allow me to visit the factory in King Zhu? This may help us understand each other better, and it may be able to deepen it in the future cooperation. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming smiled. At this time, the Dutch still wanted to see his true strength. He said, cement is an excellent building material, which is very common in King Zhu. Since the ambassador is interested, I will take the ambassador to visit it. In modern times, The first batch of cement in Europe was produced in 1796, according to Rodriguez. According to the time point, there is really no such thing as cement in Europe. After all, Xiaoming asked people to prepare their horses, and he took Luo onto the streets of Qingzhou. A foreigner with a red head and blue eyes suddenly appeared on the street. The people immediately flee in fright. Some people even shouted monsters, which made Rod depressed. To be continued. Chapter 445. A newcomer steam engine. The two walked along the hard road of Qingzhou City to the workshop area, and Rod was watched like animals along the way. 8. 1 Chinese W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis WW 81ZW. Leading Luo, the two arrived at the workshop area, where the craftsmen were building a new workshop. There were piles of cement, sand, and stones beside the building under construction. Xiaoming brought Luo over. The craftsman immediately stopped and stood aside respectfully. Luo came forward and grabbed a handful of cement. Luo, this is cement, mixed with water, sand and stones, and a few things are mixed together. After 3 or 4 days, the hardness will be the same as the road surface just now. Rod glanced at something like flour, and he couldn't believe it. He looked at several craftsmen who were mixing concrete. This road is so hard. Do you rely on it? Yes, don't underestimate it. Don't think that only Europe will have such magical things. Then, Xiaoming went to the mixing concrete place and picked up a few condensed lumps and returned to Rod's side. You try, let's take a look. This is a block of cement that hasn't set for a long time. It's not hard enough, but after a few days it's hard to cut even with a sword. Rod took it, using a lot of strength in his hand to crush the cement block into powder, shocked in his heart. He once thought that Dayu was just a backward civilization. Even if the king of Qi had flint and artillery, he was only learning from Europe. But now everything is wrong. There are things that are not available in Europe, which is incredible. This cement was just an episode. Xiaoming knew that what Luo wanted to see was not cement and other people's livelihood things, so he brought Luo to the Qingzhou army. After seeing the equipment and training of the Qingzhou army again, Luo was not well. His body was trembling when walking in the barracks, and Luf and the others seemed to be training harder in order to shock Luo. After that, Xiaoming took Luo to the Department of Weaponry. The military workshop looked at Qingzhou's military industry foundation like a horse. After reading these things, Luo looked like her that had been defeated. Ambassador Rod, how is this Qingzhou? Xiaoming asked with a smile after walking a few places. Rod's smile was somewhat reluctant. He said, His Royal Highness is beyond my expectation. After I return, I will talk to Earl Clare about Ryukyu Island. Xiaoming nodded. From Luo's expression, he knew that Luo was shocked. The reason why he took Rod to visit these places was to defeat the soldiers without fighting. Now the attitude of the Dutch has softened, and to frighten them again, this Ryukyu said that they must not be brought back without blood. It seemed that he had been stimulated, and Rod had no plans to stay in Qingzhou. He had a gloomy face and didn't know what he was thinking. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming said, Ambassador Rod, it's almost time for dinner, so why not go to the palace for dinner? No, I think I must rush back. All right, Xiaoming said. He didn't want to entertain the arrogant Dutch. Luo declined the invitation, and went to Dengzhou under the protection of the guards to rush back to Ryukyu. Watching Luo leave, Xiaoming turned and prepared to go back. At this moment, Liang Yubin was riding his horse towards him. When he arrived at Xiaoming, Liang Yubin said excitedly, His Royal Highness, Lin Wentao got out the steam pump, pumping steam engine. Xiaoming was startled when he heard the words. It's not newcomer steam engine, right? Thinking of this, he immediately went to Bowen Academy by Liang Yubin. When he arrived at Bowen College, Liang Yubin directly led Xiaoming to the laboratory of the School of Physics. At this time, the laboratory was blocked by the students of the college, and everyone was paying attention to the new things that Lin Wentao had made. Not bad. The steam engine in front of Xiaoming is just a simple steam engine model, not a full-scale steam engine. This steam engine is composed of 2 parts. One is a conical boiler, This part belongs to the steam engine, and the other part is connected by a connecting rod is the pumping part. At this time, the other half can realize the water in the tank through the continuous back and forth movement of the connecting rod. Draw it up. The successful development of the steam engine made the students of the academy inspiring. Lin Wentao was full of tears. After the last explosion, he finally developed the new common steam engine. Although this kind of steam engine can only be used to lift water, it is not a true double steam engine, but it is the progress of Qingzhou, the College of Physics. Wentao, you have done a great job. Xiaoming patted Du Ziping on the shoulder. So far, the difficulty of this steam engine is undoubtedly the biggest. After all, it jumped directly from the poor and white to the complicated equipment like the steam engine. Lin Wentao has to solve not only the steam problem but also the connect and rod problem. He said, "Let's talk about it. What reward do you want?" Lin Wentao said at this time, "His Royal Highness, I don't want any rewards. This new common steam engine is just the most basic steam engine. When I build a multiple steam engine, please reward me again." Xiaoming nodded. He was very satisfied. Now Lin Wentao has changed from studying steam engines for knighthood to loving science. He said, "Okay, this king promises you." Even though Lin Wentao didn't want anything this time, Xiaoming still rewarded him with 1,000 taels of silver. He wanted to show other students that everything was possible only if they were willing to work hard. The basic model of the new common steam engine was successfully developed. Xiaoming immediately asked Lin Wentao to study the construction of a new common steam pump for the mine. In terms of the current number of mines in Xiaoming, more than 30 pumping water was required at a time. The field can dig further down. After all, many minerals in his fief belong to deep mines. Once the mine is flooded, it cannot be constructed. Now that the new common steam engine is available, he can increase the efficiency of the mineral many times. However, at this time, the new common steam engine is only the most primitive steam engine, and it consumes a lot of coal and is only suitable for use in mines. As the new year was approaching, Xiaoming didn't expect Bowen Academy to be able to give him such a surprise at this time. He is going to put the construction of the new common steam engine on the agenda, and at the same time let the equipment department cooperate with Lin Wentao to build a real steam engine. After all, Lin Wentao is experimenting with only small models he made, and the real restoration still requires the cooperation of a large number of craftsmen. Having praised Lin Wentao and others, Xiaoming returned to the palace excitedly. Although the new common steam engine was the simplest steam engine, the later steam engine was continuously improved through this steam engine to obtain the later steam engine. Science is not sought overnight, but a step-by-step exploration. Now Lin Wentao has found the way to a steam engine, and he believes that it will not take long for him to develop a real steam engine. To be continued. Chapter 446 Year-End Reconciliation. After 3 days of light snow, it suddenly turned into a heavy snow. August 1 Chinese Literary www.81zw.com. Overnight, Qingzhou was once again covered with a layer of bright white, but unlike previous years, merchants refused to stop their voices even in the cold and snow. Merchant ships shuttled back and forth on the wharf. They unloaded coal, iron ore, cotton, grain, fur, saltpeter, sulfur and other commodities, and then transported Qingzhou-produced soap, glass, fine wine, cotton clothes, briquettes and other commodities. They all want to make a lot of money during the new year. After all, the new year is the hottest days for businessmen. His Royal Highness, the underwear designed by the princess is really popular in Cheyenne. The 8,000 sets of clothes we trafficked to Cheyenne this time were sold out, earning a total of 80,000 silver. It was the time for the fief to audit the accounts every Chinese New Year. He and Pang Yukan had been busy with this matter for the past 2 days, and at the same time summed up the lessons of the year and laid out plans for the next year. For this matter, he asked Pang Yukan to let the 6 prefectures and the Yaozu prefectures added this year all go to Qingzhou for reconciliation. Outside the government office, the army, chambers of commerce, mines, shipyards, Military workshops and other institutions are no exception. In order to avoid corruption and bribery by officials, Xiaoming has always maintained a high pressure on this matter. In the future, the audit of the accounts will be carried out every year. After reviewing the accounts of the Chamber of Commerce verified by the government, Xiaoming picked up his pen and signed his name and stamped it with his own seal. The account of the Chamber of Commerce was approved. 80,000 kills of silver? Well, yes, this is only from Chang'an. If it is sold in other places, it will be a considerable income. Xiaoming said, His Royal Highness is right. Now the cotton-padded jackets and clothes in the textile workshop are sold well in other places in the country. Our prices are cheaper and the quality is higher. Only this year we made 300,000 kills of silver. With this new type of clothing, the next official estimates that the textile workshop can make at least 2 million kills a year next year. Li Kaiyuan analyzed. Xiaoming nodded in agreement. The textile workshop was only established this year, and most of the time it was producing military uniforms for the King's army. It was only in the second half of the year that foreign trade began. Taking advantage of the non-taxation of Jinling, Chizhou, Chang'an and other places, his products have an absolute advantage in price. After signing, Xiaoming handed over the Chamber of Commerce accounts to Li Kaiyuan, and Li Kaiyuan was relieved immediately. The account review at the end of this year is the most tense time for the entire fief. If there are any errors in the accounts, don't think about passing this year comfortably. The accounts sent to Yazoo 2 days ago had some problems. The governor of Yazoo Yan Qing'er was ordered immediately come to Kingzhou to check the accounts in person. If there are really problems with the accounts, Yan Qing'er will be miserable. The textile workshop is now booming, but other products cannot be ignored. This year, the sales of soap and liquor are normal. The Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce has brought in 3 million kills of income, but the sales of this class has dropped a lot. Recalling the data on the accounts, Xiaoming frowned. Li Kaiyuan explained, His Royal Highness, there is no other way. Soap and liquor are all consumables. You have to buy them when you run out. But this mirror may not be changed for a long time. If you want to expand sales, you must find new ones. The market is good, and the officials dare to ask Your Highness when we can conduct maritime trade. Mention this. Xiaoming frowned. Road has just left, and he doesn't know whether the Dutch will accept this negotiation condition. But after Rhodes seized the strength of Kingzhou, he believes that the Dutch will have a new understanding of him. In fact, from the beginning, he did not intend to completely drive the Dutch away, otherwise he would not negotiate with the Dutch at all. The reason from the negotiation is to prevent the two sides from completely tearing their faces. Compared with the conditions in Denzhou City, after Rod came to Kingzhou this time, he lowered his requirements for the Dutch. He had already allowed the Dutch to maintain their presence in Gerange. The only thing the Dutch needs to do is that they cannot retain such a strong military force in Gerange, because he will not station too many troops in Ryuka in the future. If 100% of the Dutch army stays in Gerange, it will be a threat to him. His minimum requirement is that the Dutch keep the necessary self-defense in the city of Gerange. However, negotiations are like buying things. You must first see the price that is unacceptable and then slowly bargain. If you can get a low price, it could not be better. This will not be determined until the negotiation is over, Xiaoming said to Li Kaiyuan. But it won't be too long. We will win the Australian raid route at most next April. Li Kaiyuan smiled and said, Hey, then the next official will wait for the good news. After that, he retired and turned away. Turning over the next account, Xiaoming reviewed it again. This is the army's account. It lists the army's food consumption, ammunition consumption, and equipment purchases for a year. The huge expenditures on the accounts made him a little frightened. This army is really a big money eater. He finally understands why a country must continue to disarm in peacetime, because its finances will be dragged down by the army. After auditing the accounts for half a month, Xiaoming finally came to the third Spring Festival in this world. This time is different from the Spring Festival of the previous 2 years. He has a wife who will be with him for life and a person who can spend the Spring Festival together. On the night of New Year's Eve, Xiaoming took Fu Er and the servants of the palace to celebrate the festival, and the officials also spent the new year at their homes. Last year, because it was Cumin alone, Xiaoming asked them to relieve their boredom. In fact, they still wanted to reunite with their families for the new year. A hearty meal was prepared, followed by a series of projects such as fireworks show and drama. The palace was lively and everyone's face was filled with smiles. His Royal Highness, these fireworks are so beautiful. Looking at the fireworks exploding above the palace, Fue's eyes flashed with psychedelic colors. Yes, as beautiful as you. Xiaoming's tongue was slick, but Fue smiled sweetly. At this time, he and Fue stood side by side, with brilliant fireworks and a deep night sky above their heads, and beautiful women by their side, lying on the knees of a drunk beauty, awakening the power of the world. This situation suddenly made him feel heroic. He also looked at the sky, but Xiaoming's eyes were the stars and the sea. To live one more life, he should live it recklessly without leaving any regrets. Closing his eyes, Xiaoming seemed to be able to see a little bit of starry light. This was the evidence that the technology spar existed in his mind. Over the past 2 years, he has struggled to gain a foothold. In the next time, he will truly play the role of the maker of his civilization and lead this civilization to glory. To be continued. Chapter 447 Final Negotiation. Gerinja City. August 1st. Chinese W equals WW. Equals 8 equals 1 ZW. Equals COM. When the cold north wind blew, Claire tightened the windbreaker tightly, and Rod stood by his side and described his experience in King's Zoo one by one. On the whole, the Qi Wang's fiefdom exhibition is a bit deformed. They have a strong military base, but the people's livelihood industry is far behind Europe. The people in King's Zoo are more civilized than other places, but they are also not comparable to Europe. Rod recalled what he had seen in King's Zoo. Claire frowned. This king of Qi was really born for war. He invested too much money in war but ignored the foundation of a country. On the contrary, we in the Netherlands, on the contrary, invested too much money in social welfare. It ignores the threat of war with the people's livelihood, which has led to the current dilemma. Speaking of which, we can really complement each other. Liude laughed at himself. But do we really have to agree to King Qi's request to withdraw the army from the city of Gerinja? In this way, our merchant ship has lost its protection. Child. Claire's expression relaxed after Lord talked about the negotiation process and the subsequent inspection of King's Zoo. He said to Lord, "Rode, you are still suitable to be a businessman rather than a politician. This king of Qi is very unusual. It's just his negotiating cares. Now he is only testing our reaction to the minimum. If he really doesn't leave us a little room, he won't continue to waste time with you." Rod stayed for a while. He was just a staff member of the Dutch trading company. The Dutch ambassador's identity was just to facilitate dealing with neighboring countries. He shrugged and asked, "I don't think so. This King Qi is very tough. The side with the advantage will always be tough, but I think it is necessary to make a final attempt. We are all that nobles, and maybe we have something in common." Claire laughed. "Let's go to Dengzhou again. Can we let's talk about achievements this time?" Rod sighed. "Master Earl, why should we negotiate with them? Maybe we won't lose anything through the war." "No, you are wrong. We will lose more." Claire's eyes were deep, and he looked at the city's Sakai holding a matchlock gun and said, "The ambitions of the Japanese country are swelling day by day, and the beast we raised will eventually swallow we ourselves. And now the British tentacles are also extending to East Asia. The British are too strong. Our fleet is not an opponent, so we need an ally." Rod nodded and said, "In that case, I hope God can give us good luck this time." After speaking, Rod went down from the chief's office to the city. "Ambassador Rhodes, how's it going? Are we about to go to war?" "We can't wait." Sakai licked his lips. His slender triangular eyes flashed dangerously. Rod said, "We have no plan to go to war with King Qi, and this King Qi is very powerful." Sakai's eyes rolled. "So you are going to continue the negotiation?" "This is really a stupid decision." "Please pay attention to your words, Sakai. We paid a lot of money to hire you, not to let you participate in our decision-making." Rod's words contained a strong warning. Like Claire, they felt that Sakai was trying to interfere with their decision in East Asia, and the shadow of Nobunaga Yamada was looming behind it. They always hoped that the Dutch and the Great Yu country would go to war. Perhaps Claire is right, they should be more wary of the expansion ambitions of the Japanese nation. After 2 days of preparations, Claire led the fleet to go north again. 7 days later, they arrived at the sea outside Dengzhou city again. Kingzhou. After the new year, the government office quickly resumed operation. In fact, due to the lack of entertainment activities, the New Year of Dayu State only lasts for 3 or 4 days. After the excitement, the people are hiding in their homes and roasting the briquettes. Unwilling to come out during the New Year, Xiaoming really took a leisurely time. He accompanied Fu Ye to play around in Kingzhou City. The two were relaxed and leisurely until Dengzhou received news this time. Earl Clare. Xiaoming chewed on the suffix of the name. The title of Earl is rare even in Europe. This Clare is also a respectable person in the Netherlands. It has been more than a month since the last negotiation, and Clare personally arrived in Dengzhou this time as if he wanted to put an end to the negotiation. After pondering for a while, he said to the postman who came to inform him, "You take the first step and tell Earl Clare that the king will go to Dengzhou to meet him personally and let him stay in Dengzhou for a few days." "Yes, Your Highness." The postmaster nodded and turned to leave. When the postmaster left, Fu Ye said at this moment, "His Royal Highness is going out again." "Yes, this negotiation is very important. If you can talk about achievements, you can avoid a war," Xiaoming said. When Fu Ye heard this, she knew that this matter was very important, and she said sensibly, "If this is the case, the concubine will ask her subordinates to pack things for her." "Wang Hao doesn't want to go?" Xiaoming was taken aback and said with a smile, "Me too?" Fu Ye was a little surprised. Xiaoming nodded. "I'm afraid there are still a lot of things to deal with when I go to Dengzhou this time. I need to live for some time. The princess should go with this king. Then you can also see what the Dutch are like?" Fu said with joy after hearing the words. "Yes, Your Highness, the concubines will go back and prepare." After all, she ran all the way back to the bedroom with her skirt to pack her things. Seeing this, Xiaoming smiled helplessly. After all, Fu Ye was deeply influenced by the 3 principles and 5 constants of the Great Yu Kingdom, and has always adhered to the idea of women not going out at home. If Xiaoming didn't say it, she wouldn't take the initiative to mention it. Now that Xiaoming said so, she was naturally very happy. After packing, Xiaoming went to Dengzhou the next day under the protection of 5,000 musketeers. 3 days later, he returned to Dengzhou again. His Royal Highness Earl Clare is already waiting in the mansion. As soon as he entered Dengzhou City, Yang Cheng'ai immediately reported the situation of the Dutch to Xiaoming. This time the Dutch did not send soldiers to the city, but Rod and Clare entered Dengzhou with 4 soldiers. Nodded, he said to Fu, "Wang Hao, you go to the Real for a while and rest. This king will meet the Dutch first." "Yes, Your Highness," Fu said softly in the sedan chair. Following Yang Cheng'ai, Xiaoming returned to the Dengzhou government office again after 2 months. At this time, he met Luo and a slightly fat but somewhat graceful European. "His Royal Highness Qi, this is Earl Clare, the governor of Dutch East Asian Affairs," Rod said respectfully. While Xiaoming was looking at Clare, Clare was also looking at Xiaoming. At this time, he said, "It's an honor to see you, Your Royal Highness." To be continued. Chapter 448. Debate. Standard aristocratic etiquette and conversation prove that Clare is a veritable aristocrat. 8. 1. Chinese W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis W opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 8 question mark 1 opening parenthesis closing parenthesis Z opening parenthesis closing parenthesis W. Rod acted as an interpreter between the two at this time, and he translated Claire's words to Xiaoming. Xiaoming nodded lightly and stretched out his hand to signal Claire to sit down. He said, "Welcome to Dayu country, to Dengzhou." Sitting down in response, Claire glanced at Xiaoming again. What surprised him was that the king of the Great Yu Kingdom was so young, and he began to understand why this king of Qi was so tough. In his perception, young people have always lacked patience, but they are always passionate and impulsive. After a moment of silence, he spoke first. His Royal Highness Qi, I think you are very clear about the purpose of our visit this time. Regarding the Ryukyu issue, I hope that there will be a negotiation result that satisfies both parties. This is also my visit. The reason here. The place between the two is a long table. At this time, Rod and Claire are sitting opposite, while Xiaoming and Yang Cheng'ai are sitting on the other side, as if they were in a modern negotiating posture. Hearing this, he said, "This king also hopes to negotiate this matter. No one likes to risk the lives of their soldiers. If this is the case, please allow King Qi to allow us to keep the city of Relans. Apart from that, we are willing to agree to your other requirements," Claire said sternly. By saying this, Claire agreed that Xiaoming would dominate the trade routes in East Asia and only trade between Dengzhou and Ryukyu. It was just the same as Rod's last visit to Kingzhou. Claire also refused to evacuate the Dutch soldiers from Durand. Xiaoming tapped his fingers on the table top. His gaze swept across Claire's body. Claire's face was calm, unable to find a trace of emotional fluctuation, and the tone of his speech was also very firm. "If you don't withdraw the garrison, then you need to give this king a reason." This time Claire personally came to mean that the negotiation would end between the two. Therefore, Xiaoming had to be cautious at this time. This Earl Claire was much calmer than Lord, and was a difficult character to deal with. "First, before our safety can be guaranteed, we cannot do without the protection of the army. In addition to protecting the routes of East Asia, the Ryukyu fleet has another purpose: to prevent privateers from looting the caravans. I don't know if your highness knows anything." "Is it a privateer?" Claire's words contained a sense of temptation. He wanted to find out whether the king of Qi, the Great Yu Kingdom, possessed profound knowledge. "Private boat?" Xiaoming frowned. "A privateer is a kind of civilian vessel authorized by the state to possess armed forces and is used to attack merchant ships of other countries. It is essentially state-supported piracy." In modern times, from the 16th to the 19th century, European powers used all means including encouraging pirates to attack ships of other countries in order to compete for maritime hegemony. Although on the surface all countries have justly declared that they are not at odds with the pirates, they are arbitrarily collecting pirates for their own use. Armed civilian ships were born under this background. "Could it be the privateers of Britain and Spain?" Xiaoming said lightly. "It is said that Britain started with a group of pirates. It is even said that the whole of Britain is a large group of pirates, and the Queen of England is the biggest pirate leader." Claire's expression moved slightly, and he was a little surprised. Qi Wang's answer was exactly the same as their Dutch description of the British and the Spanish. With a sigh, Claire said, "Yes, it is the privateers from these two countries. They are already seriously threatening our merchant ships. Now they are even appearing on the route near Manila." "Well, this is a reason," Xiaoming said. "But how do the soldiers of Relan City explain that the privateers are on the sea?" "I don't think they will attack Relan City rashly. These soldiers are to guard against the Japanese nation." Claire's eyes flickered. "I'm sorry, we Holland started trading in Nagasaki first, and some merchants who were so dizzy with gold sold the skill of the matchlock gun to the Japanese people. We think that the country of Japan is more dangerous than the country of Dau, because the country's skills in producing matchlocks are very high, and the country of Japan, which has a firearms force, has ambitions to expand, which is very dangerous for us." Speaking of the Japanese nation, Xiaoming's expression was very ugly. He said, "Given your gift, the Japanese nation is planning to invade Korea and Dau. This is your own responsibility. You should be very clear that the island nation's nature is no different from pirates. In Europe it is Britain, and here is the Japanese country. They are all the same, always thinking about robbery and murder." "I have to say that I agree with you very much." Claire suddenly laughed. "It's just a pity that you also have a problem with Dau country. This problem prevents us from trading with you the first time." "Oh, what's wrong?" Xiaoming asked. Arrogant. Claire was very polite. Xiaoming nodded. "This king admits that this was a mistake, but it doesn't seem to make much sense to discuss this now. Let's return to the main topic of the negotiation." "Isn't that enough to explain why we kept the garrison?" Claire said. "Yes, but you can only keep 2,000 people and 4 battleships," Xiaoming said with a smile. Claire was startled. The real Dutch garrison on Ryukyu Island was only 2,000 people. The King of Qi had very vicious eyes, and he believed that the King of Qi had also figured out the information about the city of Relans. At present, 8 of the 12 warships in Ryukyu were originally from the Manila colony. It was only to stop King Chu's adventures that he mobilized another 8 warships from Manila to Ryukyu. It seems that His Royal Highness has understood everything. Claire gave a wry smile. Xiaoming sneered. For these Europeans, they no longer care about the life and death of the indigenous army, and it is easy to use these indigenous army to take risks. Precisely because of this, he kept Will Claire only in the pure Dutch army, so the Dutch would even consider it before starting a war in order to reduce casualties. This is the king's bottom line. At the same time, I will send 2,000 soldiers to Zealand City to protect you. Xiaoming smiled maliciously, and then he looked at Claire and waited for Claire's answer. Frowning his brows tightly, Claire's eyes drifted away. He knew very well what the purpose of King Qi was. He was testing whether they were sincere. After a long silence, he hesitated and said, "Well, I accept this condition." Hearing these words, Xiaoming felt relieved. This was the last test for the Dutch. If the Dutch had ghosts in their hearts, they would naturally not accept his request to garrison troops in Duranzio. To be continued. Chapter 449 Marines PS. There are only 4 changes tonight. August 1st. Chinese. WW equals W. 81 equals Z equals W. Ha ha ha. The serious atmosphere in the government office was broken by Xiaoming's laughter. After dealing with it for so long, he basically solved the problem of Ryukyu without blood, and he also found a trade route with Europe. Stopping the laughter, Xiaoming said to Claire, "I'm glad you can accept this condition. If you can sincerely trade with this king's fief, this king guarantees that your future trade in East Asia will not be harmed. On the contrary, you will get more profit." "I hope so. The ultimate goal of our Dutch is trade and profit. As long as your Royal Highness can guarantee this, it is enough." Claire also said with a smile. Nodded. Xiaoming continued, "If this is the case, it is better for both of us to sign a trade agreement to agree on our commitments," Xiaoming said. After all, he asked Yang Cheng'ai to prepare pen and paper to write down the results of this negotiation to form an agreement to stipulate the behavior of both parties. Claire also had no objection to this. Then the two sides discussed some issues on the details, and finally formed a paper agreement. It is clearly stated in the agreement. First, the Netherlands returned the main island of Ryukyu to the Kingdom of Great-Yu and included it under the name of King Qi of Great-Yu, and King Qi of Great-Yu State guaranteed the safety of the Dutch trading company's location in Rerinjo and the smooth flow of trade routes. Second, the Dutch Trading Company and the King's Chamber of Commerce jointly established the Ministry of Foreign Trade in Dengzhou, and all future trade needs to be approved by the office before proceeding. Third, Gerinja retains 2,000 musketeers and 4 warships, and at the same time allows the same number of troops under the name of King Qi to be stationed in co-management, and both sides are responsible for their own military supplies. Fourth, when the city of Duranzio was attacked by a foreign enemy, Chidi had the obligation to defend against the enemy together with the Dutch Trading Company. At the same time, when the ships on both sides of the sea were looted by foreign enemies, both parties had the obligation to protect. Write down these clauses one by one, and soon a piece of paper was covered with text. After writing the treaty in the language of the Great-Yu country, Xiaoming wrote another treaty in the Dutch language, and this move made Claire his jaw almost fell. "His Royal Highness Qi, why do you speak our language?" Claire said. Xiaoming said, "Then why does Rod speak the language of our country?" "But he can only speak, not write." Claire said, "Rod's past was not glorious. In fact, Rod was also a member of pirates before. It was with pirates from different countries that Rod was mastered when he was young. The language of Yugo. That's really unfortunate. This king learned this knowledge from a knowledgeable missionary. Xiaoming also used this reason to prevaricate. Missionary? What about the flintlocks and artillery that your Royal Highness has? Claire was surprised. Xiaoming nodded affirmatively. Since they have cooperated, he must give them a reason. This must be a very knowledgeable missionary. Claire smiled bitterly, and now he really wanted to kill the missionary. With a soft smile, Xiaoming handed the agreement to Claire. In fact, he quickly mastered memorable things, such as language. After all, the knowledge that needs to be memorized is in the Science and Technology Library. Jump out a word, even a sentence. Now we should sign. As long as this agreement takes effect, war can be avoided, Xiaoming said. Claire's expression became serious, and he took a deep breath. He took a quill pen from his arms and signed his name on the agreement. Ryukyu Island was exhibited by a Dutch trading company, so it belongs to the wealth announced by the Dutch trade. He has the right to deal with the company's property, provided that the company's trade will not be lost. After signing the agreement, Claire pushed the agreement to Xiaoming and said, "Now it's your turn." After accepting the agreement, Xiaoming also signed his own name. This agreement is considered to be officially effective. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "I wish we have a happy cooperation." Claire's expression is very complicated. This agreement is a complete victory for the king and a humiliation of defeat for them. This means that the Dutch informed the East Asian trade route that the era is officially a thing of the past, just as they have now lost European maritime hegemony. I hope that His Highness can abide by the promises in the agreement, otherwise we Dutch will fight until the last soldier, Claire warned. Xiaoming looked serious and solemnly said, "This king has always kept his promises." Nodded. Claire stood up and said, "In that case, we are waiting for the arrival of His Royal Highness in Gerange." Okay. Xiaoming originally wanted Claire to stay for a meal, but he didn't care about Claire's humiliation at this time. After all, losers also have their own dignity. Sending off Claire, Yang Cheng-I, who participated in the negotiation, looked at Xiaoming with admiration and said, "I didn't expect that your highness is really knowledgeable, and the officials really admire him. Stop flattering and do more business." This time the agreement was signed. Dengzhou will be a commercial port for trade with the Netherlands in the future. Products coming here from the Netherlands will be unloaded here, and our products will be loaded here. Dutch ship. Yang Cheng-I has been looking forward to this day since Xiaoming talked about it last time, and now 2 months have passed, and now he has a new eye. He said, "The next official is now ordering to vacate the yard next door to the government office and turn it into the Ministry of Foreign Trade." After that, Yang Cheng-I was ready to go. He was much more anxious than Xiaoming. Shaking his head, Xiaoming walked to Xiniyuan. Now that the agreement was signed, there are still a lot of things below. First, he must go to receive the main Ryukyu Island and the Bastion Minks on the island opposite Dralans. After that, his army will be stationed in the city of Geranzio and the Dutch will monitor the coastal trade routes. Thinking of this, he immediately sent someone to call Yun, and it was natural that Yun would execute the things of the controlled route. It didn't take long for him to return to the line. Yun rushed over. During this time, he had been leading the training of the fleet, and learned that Xiaoming was in Dengzhou. He was about to come to Xiaoming to ask about Ryukyu. The Dutchman surrendered. "It's really boring." Yun looked disappointed. He looked for his opponent everywhere now like a cockfight. "It's not a surrender. It's just that we will be a cooperative relationship from now on. However, we must be vigilant while cooperating. This is the meaning of the garrison," Xiaoming said. "So, you have to separate some warships to station in Ryukyu. I will train a batch of Navy 6 teams for you." Navy Team 6? Yun's eyes lit up. This was the type of unit he had always dreamed of. To be continued. Chapter 450. Korean Water Division. In the elegant courtyard, the vermilion corridor surrounds it. 8:1 Chinese Web www.81zw.com. In the middle of the house is a pool of clear water, in which swarms of carp swim leisurely. Looking at Yun with a happy expression on his face, Xiaoming nodded lightly. He wanted to establish the Navy 6 team not on a whim, but on the road to fight for colonies with the West. From the 15th century to the 16th century, Western countries established specially trained combat troops to expand overseas, and in the middle of the 17th century Britain established a naval infantry regiment. Since then, Tsarist Russia, Portugal, France, Spain, etc. have successively established the 6th Navy Group or the 6th Navy Group. It is precisely by using the 6th Navy Group to board the 6th battle that they have occupied a large number of colonies. Now Xiaoming wants to build an army that can fight everywhere with the Navy. He said to Yun, but going out to fight is extremely difficult. You have to select a group of soldiers who are willing to go out to fight. This group of soldiers must have the fanaticism and absoluteness of pirates. Loyalty. Yes, Your Highness, Yun said sternly. Having said this, he and Yun specifically talked about how to receive Ryukyu. In order to control the route, he must send a fleet to Ryukyu. There is no guarantee that merchant ships will not be safe without force. After receiving Xiaoming's order, Yun rushed back to the military port, and Fu Er came out of the hall. Your Highness, this house is exquisite. Fu Er looked down at the swarms of carp swimming in the water. Presumably the owner of this house was also a rich man. You guessed it is true. This house once belonged to the Su family, a local tycoon in Dengzhou. 2 years ago, the Su family participated in the rebellion. The principal offender was beheaded and the servants were exiled. This house was left unused. Yang Cheng-I felt it was a pity that he moved here. Choose to be the king's line. It turns out that the concubine also knows the news that the rebellion of the Luzu tycoons was defeated by His Royal Highness. Fu Er said, now that the great family of Dau is so powerful, it must be extremely dangerous at that time. His Royal Highness can fight against Luzu with his own power. The state lords are also wise and brave. Recalling what happened 2 years ago, Xiaoming sighed slightly. This king was forced to do so at the time, and the power of this king's fiefdom was already weak. Only in this way could all the tyrants be eliminated smoothly. If not, the fief of this king is now also it will not go so smoothly. His Royal Highness said that although the concubines are weak women, they have also read some history books. The rise and fall in this history are often caused by the separation of the land by the rich family and the people without land to cultivate. Fu Er said lightly. Xiaoming smiled. He didn't have the ancient idea that ignorance is virtue when a woman is ignorant. For him, a good internal helper with good character and learning is much better than an illiterate woman who only knows the shortest parents. He said, what you see is far-reaching, but now the Great Yu Kingdom is already dying. The wealthy clan is like the possessed maggot, making Great Yu Kingdom an on earth. The King Long King's uprising may have been secretly allocated by the King of Chu, but the real reason is that the people cannot live anymore. It is impossible to change without a storm. Fu Er sighed. She just thought of it accidentally because of this house. Seeing that Xiaoming was a little heavy because of this topic, she immediately turned away from the topic and said, have the negotiations between Your Highness and the Dutch come to fruition? It has been negotiated. Ryukyu will be ours from now on. Xiaoming laughed. Fu also laughed, happy for Xiaoming to achieve her wish, and then she said, His Royal Highness, since the negotiation is so smooth, what shall we do in Dengzhou next? After thinking about it, Xiaoming said, this king is going to take you to explore the sea. On the sea? Fu suddenly became excited. She had lived in Chang'an for a long time but had only heard of the magnificence of the sea, but had never seen the true face of the sea. Speaking of this, the topics of the two immediately became more, and Xiaoming carefully talked to Fu about the beauty of the ocean. Fu's thoughts of beautiful pictures appeared under the effect of the technology spa. Xiaoming took the opportunity to talk to Fu about the creatures in the sea, which made Fu sometimes surprised, sometimes looking forward to it, and sometimes afraid. Now that the negotiation is reached, Xiaoming naturally has no government affairs that he is eager to reach. He came to Dengzhou this time for negotiation, and another purpose is to check Dengzhou's coastal defense, marine fishing and the implementation of saltworks in the past few months. After taking a rest for the night in the corridor, Xiaoming took Fu to the military port the next day. Yesterday he and Yan talked about going to sea today. His Royal Highness, Princess, please. Yan respectfully invited Xiaoming and Fu to board the Qi Wang, and he was preparing for this after returning yesterday. When the two boarded the deck, Xiaoming asked, "Are there any fishing boats going to sea today? This king wants to taste seafood." Hearing this, Yan laughed. He said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, the fishing boats now go out to sea every day. The same is true today. At the end of the day, I will take His Royal Highness, the princess and the fishing boats to go out together. Eat seafood on the boat anytime." Wonderful. Xiaoming was in a happy mood. The natural environment of this era was basically undamaged, especially on the sea. Xiaoming was looking forward to a taste of pure natural delicacy. Everything was ready. King Qi drove out of the military port at the sound of the sailing bell. 5 warships followed the King Qi. This was prepared by Yan to protect Xiaoming. This time Xiaoming and the princess went to sea together. Pressure. Before the battleship, there were 5 large-scale commercial fishing boats that were converted by merchant ships. These large-scale fishing boats were operated by fishermen recruited by Deng Zhu. In order to let the fishing boats play their fishing role as soon as possible, Yang Cheng'ai recruited experienced fishermen. These fishermen have rich sea fishing experience and know the distribution of fish in each area of the sea. His Royal Highness, since these fishermen have used the trawl nets, they can bring back a whole boat of fish every time they go out to sea. Now these fishermen admire Your Highness very much. Today was to go to sea for fun. Yan was also more relaxed, and he began to talk gossip with Xiaoming. Really? So this king will feel at ease. Dengzhou fishery seems to be all right. Xiaoming laughed. Few ear on the side didn't seem to hear the conversation between Xiaoming and Yan, but instead focused on admiring the blue sea, looking up at the seagulls hovering over the battleship from time to time, and the dolphins that rose up into the sky from time to time in the blue ocean made flies around. Since the military port, the fishing boats have been sailing northward. According to Yan, the abalone in the northern part of Chengdao is very delicious, and they went to the north of Chengdao to catch abalone. Xiaoming is no stranger to Long Island. This is the small island in the north of Dengzhou. After sailing on the sea for half an hour, an island gradually appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this island, everyone was excited. Only when the fleet was about to bypass the island and continue northward, 6 warships suddenly appeared at the turning point of the island. Korea Navy Master Yan's expression suddenly became cold.